What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I you told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. And now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, playing with my. Now we know you fake. I just wanna say you've got tunnel vision. Enjoy with your mates, cause I'm on my way. You've made my decision. What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I you told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the
Ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Ay. Easy to see things I wanna weigh up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the.
Hey, you ain't realist, like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They tryna get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things I wanna weigh up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the.
Don't lose it all.
La douleur est devenue une larme. Ce feu qui brûle dans mes larmes. Dans mes veines, une promesse de construire un empire. Dans le ciel, infini, là où
Because I wanted this so bad, and it makes me mad that you're not the one tonight. Like bubbles in the skies above, somewhere in the clouds is my shining eye. Try to feel the seasons are changing, and I might just let you down. Leaving you. Will let you fly. We'll leave you now. I've come a long, long way without you by my side. I've done this all my life without you. I've come a long, long way without you by my side. I've done this all my life. No longer wait for your sign. All the darkness inside won't let you fly, but I might get you off my mind, 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 get you off my mind.
If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? A summer day, your sweet embrace is all that I want. The way it feels is something real and heading for us. I mean it from the heart. I wanna be your light when it gets dark. Right from the moonlight until the sunrise. Can't get you out my mind. Can't get you out my mind. I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? No time to think, 'cause we're all in, yeah, we're in a rush. Too late to change, making mistakes, just give me a touch. I mean it from the heart. I wanna be your light when it
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. 'Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'm carrying you home on my back. If it's you I need, and I'll take the shine. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shine. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shine. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Hello, my name is Youngsu Collins.
Hello, my name is Billy Purdy.
I'm Megan Garner.
VCT EMEA is our home. So, we're going to tell you why you should visit us this summer. At VCT EMEA, we aim to deliver a top-notch, world-class show where nothing ever goes wrong.
Enjoy a one-of-a-kind front-row experience to the most decorated players in VCT EMEA history. And you might even catch Koi winning a map.
Why not escape to a paradise where we can help you relax? You'll never see our teams choke a 10-2 lead.
If you're looking for a vacation full of fun, joy, and cats, visit EMEA this summer, because second place isn't that bad. Things are not just heating up in the server, but off the server as well. Welcome back to VCT EMEA, where we are celebrating summer here in Berlin. And of course, the release of the SplashX skin line in-game, as you guys can see here, with the insane gloves you can get yourself. I'm your host, Youngsu, and I'm joined by Billy. And welcome, Meg. Welcome back. It's sunny. I feel like you brought the sun. So I want to ask you guys, what gets you in the summer mood? What gets you off your PC and going outside?
First of all, you've got to pop a hay fever tablet.
So real.
And then, honestly, just a good dog walk. I know it's pretty boring, but a dog walk by the beach, that gets me going outside.
I think some good summer music, you know. I think that we've been having some great summer music on the broadcast so far these past couple of weeks. So yeah, just some good summer music gets me in the mood.
Yeah, and for me, is the possibility of our teams winning a trophy in Paris. You know, just the thought of that, I'm going to get outside. And even when the thought of us not winning a trophy, I want to go outside and have a breather as well. So, do you know what? I just like being outside. I feel like I'm in my element here. And it's a good time to talk about how our teams this week can make it to playoffs. For GX, very simple. They win, BBL win, they win. I think Heretics win as well. But it all starts with a GX win. It's also pretty good news if you are a fan of Team Liquid or Team Heretics, because again, if they win, they make playoffs. Similar for Fnatic as well. In fact, if Fnatic win and one of Liquid or Heretics lose, they actually go to champs, but I am getting very much ahead of myself. But the other good news is, Billy and Meg, no team can be locked out. We're not sending anyone out of playoffs race just yet this week.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you have to consider, you know, the teams that have the kind of league on the line, right? When you think to your Apex, when you think to your Gentlemates, knowing that they need to be able to make it to playoffs, they need to hopefully, ideally, get to champs is obviously their ideal solution. But with no wins just yet, yeah, it's a little bit difficult for them at the moment. So they'll be looking ahead at potentially making playoffs.
Yeah, it's a good week to be here as well with that in mind, because it means that there's going to be some really good matchups. You know, it's not no one's counted out, so it means everyone's going to bring their A game, put their best foot forward, and crack on with it.
And as the resident Koi fan, since Kakuka's not here this week, I saw it in the cold open there. You were talking about how if you get lucky, you might even see Koi win a map. Are we going to get lucky this week?
You never know. I think they've been so close that this could be the week that they finally bring in the win.
Yeah, a series, not just a map, a series. But since we're outside, Billy, I know there's something you're very passionate about, and I think we can make use of the environment around us.
Yeah, I think so. Do you know what? I think that we need to take a look at Foot so far, how they've been performing. I think that there's essentially a way that they have been perhaps shooting themselves in the foot so far this week. You like that one, you like that one. So for me, one of the biggest things is their agent flexibility and depth. And the person that I'm looking at for this is Cracks, right? You want to guess what these numbers are? These numbers, right?
Days since Mini won a game?
This is their ACS. But nice try. So we have Breach, we have Fade, and of course, we have KO here, right?
Whoa.
No surprises on this one. But these are not good enough numbers. These are not good enough. You're telling me that you can only play KO and we're trying to put him on the Breach and Fade, but it's not working. So I'm going to need some more flexibility, some more depth from Foot. Because right now, where's my water gun? Right now,
Oh!
shooting themselves in the
Okay,
foot.
before you leave, can you please pick the pen up for extra comedic value in front of you and write one more number, because I don't want to shoot myself in the foot and I want to give you something to be happy about. Can you please write down this number, 0.47? 0.47.
Oh no.
And give it a big circle around 0.47.
Why
That is his current assist per round, and that is the highest number out of any player in the league. So if you know, if
Tragic.
the ACS doesn't do it for
Tragic.
you,
It's
at
not.
least he's doing his job when it comes to assisting, because he's the best right now.
I need more depth. I need more flexibility.
Well, I'm really
Buckets.
glad Billy brought it up, because talking of depth and versatility, also we have these finger pointers and no one's used them yet. So
Okay, hold on.
I really
let
want
me
to
get
use
them
one. I think that their map pool is not giving depth and versatility either. I'm so upset that we did not see them bringing out that Corrode straight off the bat in week 1. You know, they're a team that had a bit of time off, coming back, well, not coming back from Masters Toronto's or EWC. They had a bit of time to work on that Corrode, and I think their map pool is not convincing right now. So I would have loved to have seen the Corrode off the bat, almost as a statement, to be like, yeah, we're willing to sort of take this on week 1. I also did cook up a comp that I think would be really good with the Cracks stats on the KO. Here we go.
Okay.
So this is me living my coach dream.
Yeah.
So CNET on Omen, Zeus on Yoru, Yetajay on Viper, Mr. Fallen on Fade, and Cracks on KO. And I think that that could have been a Mr. Worldwide, bada bing, bada boom, fantastic thing.
Are you shooting yourself in the foot as well?
Oh, sorry, I'm not. I'm going to shoot myself in the foot as if Foot didn't play
Oh,
Corrode
wow.
week 1. But yeah, that's why they're shooting themselves in the foot. Their map
Okay.
pool's not versatile enough.
All right, I will also not shoot myself in the foot because I'm wearing socks. So I'm gonna completely sort of. There's a word I want to say, but it's too rude. I'm gonna cop out. I'm gonna cop out from this, and you know, going off of your point and giving people, you know, just a little bit of something to be happy about, because deep down I agree with you. Is Charles Neddington is looking pretty good. You know, we had a lot of questions when he came in about if he could play the Omen, is he going to be good enough if he's not playing the Duelist? Because once upon a time, this man was criticized for being a bit of a jet crutch. But the good news is he is playing really well in this Omen, and I think we have to think about the context as to why Charles Neddington is playing that Omen. On the outside, it seems like, why on earth is he replaying Attacaptain? Attacaptain is one of the best controller, most experienced controller players we have, but Attacaptain wanted to take a break. You know, you've been playing this for 3 years. It's not like they, you know, made this decision as a team as, CNED, you're playing Smokes now, Attacaptain, you're gone. Attacaptain, I'm hoping he's on a boat somewhere, chilling, taking a nice time out. But Charles Neddington has proved a lot of people wrong, has lived up to some of the expectations, and I'm really hoping they can shoot here, because Billy, some of the shots weren't landing in the server, and it looks like it's also not landing out the server.
I didn't think that we'd ever say that about one Turkish player, never mind this many. You know, they're always known for those mechanical abilities, but yeah, do you know what? I feel bad for Foot. They're having a bit of a tough time, especially when we look at last week, you know, only being able to get, what, 5 rounds across 2 maps against Vitality. So yeah, I think they're hitting a low point. I need to see how they bounce back today.
Yeah, and I think you definitely have to look at Zeus here a little bit. I do want to see sort of a better performance coming out from him. I think he's been a bit inconsistent, and maybe bringing CNED back in means that there's a bit more pressure on him to perform when you've got somebody like CNED joining the roster again. So I think, you know, seeing Zeus a little bit more confident, maybe that double duelist played, but with a bit more, I don't know, conviction, I think would be a really good sort of standing here for Foot to bring out.
Also, just in that arrival shot we had of them when Yutta was, God knows what he was shooting at, I did ask him after, I was like, what are you aiming at? And without skipping a beat, he said, the Waylay, hello? So, you know, I think we are maybe criticizing them a little bit too much. They do know what they're doing. They do have what it takes to bring it back. However, will they be able to do that against Giant X, Meg? That is the million-dollar question.
Well, we kind of talk a little bit about, I guess, getting ahead of the game, and I do think that's something that Giant X have done. We look at them making those roster changes back in stage 1, you know, week 4, and I think that was such a clever move now, looking at Giant X and how incredibly confident they are on the stage. Everything that they're doing seems coordinated. They have all of these amazing set plays. They just look like sort of the Giant X that we maybe expected to see at the very start of the year.
I think for me, Giant X are just going from strength to strength at the moment, right? And I think the fact that if they get a win today and BBL win, they've made it to playoffs. So that's just insane to think about.
The first team in EMEA.
The first team, which is crazy to think about when we consider Giant X and how they looked during stage 1. So yeah, I think the fact that they were able to, I guess, upset BBL last week, the fact that they could potentially upset Foot, another Turkish organization today, you know, like they got it going on. And I think Ara as well was a big part of that, because he went, what, plus 20 last week? They can keep the consistency. They're looking good.
And for the 3 GX fans out there, which I think maybe even more now, they have not won 3 games in a row since LCQ in 2023. And that was a very special LCQ for me, because it's happening almost the same as we are seeing here. GX not being the greatest team all year round, and when it comes to the one tournament that qualifies them to champs, they turn it on, they look amazing, they're not throwing 5v3s anymore, they're not running out of time, and then they ended up winning that LCQ without dropping a single map. And they went 2-0, 2-0, 3-0, made it to champs. We won't talk about what happened after that, but I just think it's reminiscing a little bit of that similar performance. So for me, I'm going to go on a limb and say I fully think GX can make champs. I think they can do it.
I don't think you're crazy for saying that. Like, I genuinely don't, but I think as well, Foot have a lot to prove today. Like, I know that we've already kind of glanced over that, but when we think about Foot, they always make champs since the partnership era, right? So for them to go out to Giant X, now I know that they're not like completely out of it just yet, but they have a lot to prove for me. And I think Giant X, they could continue this streak.
I think this is definitely a time for Foot to assert their dominance, I guess, and kind of show us the Foot that we were maybe expecting. So who knows? It could be completely different to what we're expecting against Giant X today.
I mean, they don't have a choice, right? They have to step it up. But we've talked a lot about how impressed we are with GX. But let's get the full picture, because Ara sat down with our very own Billy for an interview a little bit earlier.
Hello, Ara. Thank you so much for joining me today. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Thank you so much for asking. So I wanted to kind of talk about your journey to kick things off, because of course you've been playing Valorant for a long time. You kind of went on a journey in Tier 3 Valorant, and then of course we're trying to qualify into Tier 2 last year and only really made it into Tier 2 kind of this year. So I wanted to kind of know more about how did you stay motivated during that time, and who's been your biggest support through it all?
So basically, I started in Tier 3 a long time ago. I played a long time in Tier 3, and then my first Tier 2, like a more stable team was UCAM, which basically like I didn't play long in UCAM, only one split. Then I think the biggest source of my support was my family, my friends, also the UCAM staff. They really helped me, especially my coach Tinky, and yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, how did you stay motivated during all that time? Because of course, it was a long time and it's been a long journey. Do you feel as though your success has kind of all come at once this year?
I don't want to say it's hard work, of course, behind this. Like everyone is trying in Tier 3, Tier 2. Everyone is trying to make it, and it's at some point it gets kind of tiring to just play and play, and you see no results. But for me, I just saw the results pretty quick. Like I played only one split in Tier 2, and I felt kinda nice playing only one split and then going to Tier 1 after one split. I think it's a rare case, you know?
Yeah, very quick, very quick.
Yeah.
And you mentioned in your post-match interview the other day that Cloud and Pipson have been the kind of ones helping you. How has that been? Has it been on like a one-to-one basis? I'd love to know more about how those two have been helping you specifically.
Yeah, Cloud especially. Cloud is like playing for a long time already in Tier 1. He's like a veteran. And I was surprised that he helped me become a better player, along with Pipson, of course. But you know, when you are a player, like you spend more time with the players usually than the coach. And yeah, I think Cloud was a big source of also inspiration, because like he's a good player and I learned a lot from him.
Yeah, for sure. And I was going to ask as well about the fact that you're playing duelist. You know, we see a lot of Yoru, but not so much from you. What is the kind of favourite duelist that you prefer to play, and what would you say is your sort of play style coming into VCT EMEA?
I mean, I think the best duelist that I can play at a good level will be probably Neon or Jet, one of between these two. But lately, like we added, if you saw the Raze on Lotus, I think I played only these three duelists, no? Raze, Jet and Neon lately. Yeah, I think these three duelists. But I don't know, on Yoru, I don't really feel like it's just not for me, Yoru. But I didn't try it long enough to see if it's...
Maybe soon then.
Yeah, maybe soon.
Thank you so much, Ara. It's been lovely speaking to you, and best of luck today. Let's send it down to the stage and bring out our players for today.
Thank you.
GX have the chance to become the first EMEA team to make playoffs at Stage 2. Yes, you heard that correctly. It's GX of all teams. I think that's a reflection on how well they have been playing so far this stage. But the job is not done. They do still have to take down Foot first. And the map vetoes, at least so far, Billy, is going for the permabans. The permabans are still there.
Yeah, no surprises, exactly. Foot obviously batting out Icebox. We kind of expected that from them. Giant X banning Ascent, they did the same last week. So yeah, there's no surprises there from me. Foot picking into Sunset and Giant X picking the defense is kind of interesting, because Foot obviously enjoy their attack on Sunset, having that 83% attack win rate. So yeah, I think allowing them to have that to begin with is interesting to me. But Meg, this Haven as well coming in from Giant X, that's not a map that we've actually seen from Giant X this stage yet.
Real quick, sorry, I just have a tidbit on why maybe they the attack side number you just quoted Maybe because it was 6 rounds, they feel I feel like the 6 rounds, maybe they want to, they have something in there because, as you mentioned in the past, like we have coaches that are very good with their prep and counter strats and stuff. Yeah,
for sure.
Well, you mentioned the Haven, and it is actually, and thank you to Cairo, I have to credit him, I can't steal it from him. It's Giant X's 6th unique map this stage. So again, another amazing thing that Giant X are doing is kind of playing that map, showing how versatile their map pool is. And it's quite funny because, of course, the last time we saw Foot play Haven was against Vitality last week, and it didn't go so well. So they've chosen to start on the defense this time, unlike the attack last week that we saw from Vitality.
I mean, the Foot players are really cheery, they're happy, so I'm hoping it's like a GG go next from last week, because sometimes when you get owned, it's a little bit easier to recover from. But let's come back to this Sunset, because as you mentioned, Billy, that attack side looked amazing, the 6 rounds they played last time, and I think a lot of that is Charles Neddington. He had absolutely no business getting some of the first engagements we saw on that attack half.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think CNED has just had such a brilliant, like, you know, journey back into VCT EMEA, the way that he's just been able to take to the stage again, coming in with so much confidence. It's actually Zeus that I'm looking at on that Sunset in particular. I want to see him pop off. I want to see him fry. I'm intrigued to see that head-to-head against Ara, who has been so dominant recently. So yeah, for me, all eyes are on Zeus, because I feel as though his performance has kind of started to dwindle a little bit.
Zeus definitely has a good shot here, I guess, in taking on Ara, because last time both of these teams played Sunset, neither of them put up the best performance. So I think it's not like we've seen Ara kind of coming in and dominating on that Neon if he does pick into it again. I do think that this is a time for Zeus to come in with that confidence and take on that duelist role with a sort of strong stance. You know, it's definitely a possibility for him.
Well, let's take a look at the agent select here and see if we will see anything new. I mean, not from Foot.
Yeah, Foot sticking with the same composition. I have been saying that I'm a little bit disappointed and kind of no sort of creativity coming through from them. I don't know, it feels very like normal kind of Valorant. You know, I'm looking for some more excitement. I think the most excitement that we get out of Foot at the moment is probably CNED playing that Omen, because it's of course something that we hadn't really seen up until this stage. But I think looking at Giant X, yeah, I think what have they changed here? They've not changed anything, no. So it's just complete same as usual. So business as usual for both teams.
I guess if it ain't broke, don't fix it, you know? They've both had a win on this map in stage 2 so far, so if it's clearly working for them, I don't understand why you would maybe do any tweaks. I think what you're going to expect here is maybe some new sort of play, some anti-strats, the VOD reviews coming through, and seeing that in the game instead.
And I want a strong start from Mr. Fallen. No more Magnums this week, all right? But it's been a wicked sick time over here on the desk, so I'm going to throw this over to some wicked sick casters, and how's his Twitter friend, Cairo?
I can't believe it. What a toss. But look, we're ready to kick off the summer week. Cairo's equipped with the sunglasses. You don't get much of that weather in Scotland, do you?
No, you do not. You know, I had to bring them especially for this. You know, Giant X, they have been burning bright. That's why I brought the sunglasses, so they don't blind us here. As for Foot, they've been leaving a lot more to be desired. We can get into it further in this series when we get into map, but the big thing for me here is Foot need to win this first map, because as we get further into the veto, as we get further into this series, Foot's map pool, it worries me.
Yeah, that's definitely something to bring to question, I suppose, for GX as well. They've had a lot of close games themselves. 3 out of the 5 maps that they've played so far settled by a difference of 3 rounds or less. But as we dive into Sunset, Foot's selection, they'll be kicking things off on the attack and some early mid-space taking.
Yeah, closing the door, that will give mid completely to Foot, but Giant X on the other hand, being proactive, taking up those mains, or more specifically the A main. This is just a Cypher trap that holds on to B. Foot all the way up through top mid, nice flash will gain them that space.
Blickless is on high alert, the only player towards the spawn side of A right now, but that flank has been continued through both Grabinho and Ara, now down towards Tiles. They've both found a kill each, and Foot are starting to fall flat. Into the site they go. Cracks has so much work to do, but he can't possibly shoulder the pressure. West side with 2 of his own, a pistol for GX.
The big thing about Foot last week was coming into the Vitality, or coming out of the Vitality game, they never won a single pistol. That streak now continues here. That's 5 pistols in a row that they've not been able to win. And yeah, not a great start. But listen, Giant X continuing on this defense side, looking good.
Seen
Nice!
But try and fight mid on a lot of rounds, be quite default heavy, and where GX are going to gain advantages is by taking that space on the extremities, creating that pressure and making the map feel very small. We know that that playbook has been worked on in the time off, and it's more just a simple contact to start things off in terms of how they take the space, a quick reaction to an empty A main. But gearing up towards B right now, but still two players hanging around mid, as I said.
Foot not interacting with that trap wire will give so much passive information to the defense. That spike still stays there. This is looking to me like a B split.
You can see how GX are posturing though, with Ara and Flickless still able to activate from Link. It's Westside under duress first here though, into the Cypher setup, Foot look to go. Cage opens up, but Nade is right at his feet. Cloud trying to support, but Foot still yet to breach the site, and that is an issue.
Issues all over the place. I mean, you're looking at Mr. Fallen nowhere near the site where the spike makes its way on. CNED with just a classic and one smoke to work
30
with.
seconds left.
Time starting to run out. A plant here would be an objective success for Foot in terms of this round, really not bringing anything in whatsoever, but you can already see the game plan of both starting to show itself. Oh, a bit of a shaky timing, but Ara's got it under control, as do GX. CNED walking into trouble. That should be the round done. He does get an extra kill, but nothing more than that.
Yeah. 3 Bulldogs into the next one, and generally, like, we look at Giant X and how they've been performing in this second stage. I mean, look at it here, right? It feels as if everything from kickoff has been thrown out the window. Foot were a team to be excited about, Giant X weren't, and now it's completely flipped.
If you want to paint the picture of Giant X turning a corner post-merger, the last time we saw them win 3 in a row was the 2023 LCQ, and of course, that Apex result carries over from the end of stage 1, but stage 2, they're looking completely reborn. Into the bonus round, it's a quick one. Ara with the recon dart, going for the set piece, and it finds value yet again. Grubby involved, Zeus doing a great job to dig out those entrenched players deep behind the defenses of this attack side. Has settled for a 3-on-3.
The worst part about this for Giants is the fact that 2 Bulldogs are on the floor, right? There's upgrade potential, but you look at Giant X, and again, as you spoke before about posture, they're completely disconnected, trying to get information on every lane of the map. Flickless, though, being very forward and pushing all the way through B main.
Oh, Cloud getting caught in transition, though, and that is a problem. Foot now have a decision to make. They've just picked up another kill towards the B site, through the middle. Do they want to head back? Yeah, they think it might be clear, but Flickless is up close.
Yeah, and with a stinger. Depends how good his bursts are. If he can keep this going, there is a paranoia to clear, but I don't think they use any sort of utility. They face it up, dry, and luckily for Foot, they're able to get through it clean.
Westside making a late rotation with just the Ghost in hand means that you expect him to path towards the attacker spawn side and get a better weapon if he can. Not in a position to interrupt the plant, and has managed to collect the Bulldog now to play out this 3 versus 1.
No utility to work with whatsoever. All 3 players of Foot playing close by one another, so that should be easy enough to get over the line. And it is. Zeus with a 4K on the round.
A big talking point from the first couple of weeks was Zeus's performance, trailing behind the new duelist, the new face, the old one I suppose, CNED joining up. This was really nice from GX to kick off the round, but the bigger conversation to be had, is how if Zeus is playing well, then Foot are going to succeed. That's what it took for them to get a couple of rounds against Vitality. They showed they could do it without him in the first week versus Mates. The trades were effective, though. They had players in close proximity. That is something they'll be looking for.
Back towards mid, we look once again. And Zeus, supported by Mr. Fallen this time round. And something that we've noted is that KO knife being used to create pressure from Foot.
When you think about Foot's win conditions, the focus has to be on Cracks as well and how he's performing. Zeus, another, he'll go down this time from Cloud, and that just makes things even more difficult. Now, as walking into Grubby's setup, it's a lot of damage dealt onto that second most important player I was just talking about.
This looks like a setup for a re-engage. Grubby takes the contact, even gets the kill. And that stun comes in late, pushes the players back. Spike's still not committed towards anywhere on the map just yet.
But you've lost such an important partnership, Zeus and Krax, the flashes to set up your duelist. Now it's a 5 versus 3 situation. 2 players down, Cloud still watching over top mid. Gonna get caught through the corner by CNED. And once again, it's only Westside on the B site to try and defend this.
Still has his full setup though. The only thing that's gone is the camera, and he's looking towards CT so players don't catch him off guard.
He's been caught. Oh, marked. It's absolutely huge. And slipping around the side is CNED. Another kill from him. Arados traded out 3-on-2. Still GX in a strong position to make this retake happen. That's where Mr. Fallen needs to get involved and does. Jumping up is Ara, and it's Mr. Fallen yet again. Grabinho's still the player yet to be accounted for, but looking at the players on the foot side, they should know where he is. A bit of damage gets loose, but Mr. Fallen finds 3.
Big round, big round to upset the buy of GX. That was their full buy, right? So now, being on the defense, you're expecting them all to be on pistols. This was a really nice play. I mean, you're watching like Westside there. The fact that he's just so uncomfortable, puts himself in a corner that he just can't get out of. And the utility's spot on.
And while we have a moment, to go back to what I was setting up in the previous round, Foot's game plan does directly revolve around how Krax is using his KO utility, whether it's the knives early on to create pressure and collect info, which assists the mid-rounding.
Wait, I think this is a trap play. Off the camera contact.
The flashes to set up Zeus, it is as you say. It's the Hunter's Fury thrown in there as well, and Westside's managed to find 2 kills. The ult firing off for one more. No extra tags of damage, but a 5 versus 3 yet again favouring GX.
Yeah, they're happy with that. They've taken what they've got and got out, giving away no numbers back to Foot. But at the same time, Grubby's on the hunt.
And he's done this for the first 4 rounds or so and still finds value. CNED backed up in spawn, forced to concede with the ult. Grubby can get out if he needs it, but instead walks the long path back to the A site, the same path which Foot may need to take themselves.
The fact that their rifle's been rescued, and you've also got to be looking at the Stinger and Flickless's hands. The numbers in their side. Foot need to go and try and look for something. Get something back in their favour. They know where the Sova was because of the drone being heard. So that's where they're going to look to poke and prod. And they'll find Cloud.
Same value, slightly different position. It's top mid where Foot looked to scale late round, and now making their way through the alley at the back of A. The position of Grabinho is absolutely key. He's still holding on to main and allowing a safer rotation for the rest of GX.
Yeah, and on top of that, this will almost feel like a crunch back on towards site. The only safe space being CT, where Zeus is holding on.
Plant comes in, Yetajay immediately pushed off of it by the paranoia. Able to take some space elbow elsewhere. Zeus finding his fight. Showstopper online, and Westside's already low. Yetajay's got himself another 2-on-2.
This is worrying because it's 2 spots. 1 Sheriff and a Classic realistically to come back in with.
And Zeus having the paint shells back up means that the delay will continue to creep. 3 kills claimed, and Westside the only one left on what felt like a brilliant attempt from GX. He sat round the corner, so it's a hard clear to try and make. Both players just about within range of this Sheriff. Zeus 1 over, and 4 kills under the belt again from the Rays.
Really nice ideas though in the pre-round call in terms of, hey guys, let's set up a B main trap, and then on top of that to combine that with the Hunter's Fury to get the space that the players can't really shoot into, right? It looks brilliant. But it's when we get in towards this retake, the post plant, right? Everything just falls apart for GX. I mean, the rifle, sure you expect to win out, but I mean, yeah. We are going to head straight...
No jiggle picks, bro.
Yeah, we're going to head straight in towards a Giant X timeout as we look at Pipson to get his chance to chime in after that one.
He's been a key figure in this GX side ever since they merged to become GX. Of course, his own playing career overlapping with Giants, and I think we've definitely seen now the visions start to come together, at least in terms of those players being receptive to it, the roles making more sense, the meta read as well in the post-Teho era. But in terms of the game plan on Sunset right now, it is that continued pressure of the extremities. Even the eco that we saw there still looked very strong. And I have a lot of questions to ask of Foot because they've responded well. They're really enjoying this mid-control and market B splits. But GX know exactly what it is they've got to try and face that. And in terms of the setup changing, look at the position of Ara. He's now set up the opt-in market. He's going to be ready if anyone chooses to peek this area of the map.
GX obviously could lock in playoffs if BBL or Heretics win later in the week. But as for now, we look at this match, and Ara's actually walked out of the door in mid. Not hit his shot, unfortunately, but look at the players of Foot. They're looking to try and descend upon this operator.
Yeah, it's a pace change, and Ara's really caught now.
Yeah, he is now managing to escape towards backside, and you're looking at west side to try and support as the utility does not hit. And well, we've also got the null command taking utility offline, but it's GX taking Foot offline, as it's just Mr. Fallen with no chance of getting that spike back or even bringing up cracks. A minute to play with, but does he even get a minute to play in? No, that's not the case, as GX even things out completely.
And from Foot's 60 seconds in the timeout, they choose to go direct, which is one of the options you have against GX, I suppose, if you know they're going to be as proactive as they are. But taking a look at the tape and how they played this previously versus Vitality, their defense is equally as reactive. And if you're going straight into the Cypher setup, when Ara has already made the read to play in market and can just drop off even with the null command, feels like they were a step ahead.
Yeah, and GX's Cypher setup has been for backside every single time. And it's the fact that the null command, sure, you take the traps offline, but you saw west side playing towards CT, so we can activate that trap for Ara. Now Foot playing a much slower round. And this is where I start to worry for Foot, because their defaults were not impressive on Haven last week.
No. And for both of these teams, you are expecting the defense to be the better of the two. When presented the option in the series we've seen from each of them, it's always been their choice to begin here, and this time it's Ara's op in the correct position once more, not cleared by the Prowler. Does back up into elbow a little bit more, and Flickless with a full util belt is still here to support.
Flash good to get him off of the angle, as we're seeing more ultimates invested from Foot, this time the Nightfall, and cracks his flash. It's perfect. Gets the site, opens it up, and Grabinho nearly getting caught as well.
GX would want to flood, but they just can't get over in time. The delay wasn't enough from the site players. Now with the spike going in, it looks like they'll give it a go.
A little bit of chip damage through the shocks, but look at Mr. Fallen, his position in elbow as GX come back in through that spot. Grubby still not found, waiting for the one-way to drop is Mr. Fallen, as Westside still to make his way through, make himself known, and finally collapsed upon. 1 versus 3 for the Cypher, who we know is good in clutches. But can he back it up here? And what feels like an impossible task, it certainly is. Foot take the advantage back.
GX felt like they were caught between two minds there, whether they wanted to sort of beat the util trap as the players were diving in and catch a good timing. Ara stuck on the site in the end. Or yeah, just play the full retake, because there were 3 players starting towards B instead. It's well played from Foot though, and Zeus continues to chip in with kills.
And I think this is really nice to be seeing, because last week he was what, something like 1 in 8 and 1 in 9 and first kills to first death ratio.
He's -9 overall in the first 2 weeks for first engagements, which doesn't feel like the Zeus we got to know. Even kickoff in stage 1.
Even when Zeus did go negative though, it was always by 1 or 2. Never have we seen him go negative by a margin of 8 or more in a long time.
Yeah, and it goes back to the setup that I was talking about earlier, the utility to support him, and I think as we look through this veto as well, into the later maps, you are wondering how much is he going to get. For now though, Foot in the lead, and after the first 40 seconds spent diligently looking towards both sides, Cloud has been caught in the drone by the knife. And so GX still don't really know how many players are behind this A push.
100%, but on top of that, they still have bodies on the line to make this one work as the execute does come through. Oh! The stun looks good, but it's still even across the board. And as a Cypher Cam getting more information for the attack as they jump through the smoke. It's still a 2 versus 2, but Grabinho is all on site alone as Ara tries to get in position to help him. Foot collect their forces as well.
Grubby has no paranoia to set up Ara either, so the GX players are just going to have to watch this one decay and take a back seat. The op's still around.
Time?
Very strong line here, and like you say, the time pressure's huge.
Yeah, it is, but the first shot missed. That could be a disaster and allowed Foot onto site. But we're 8 seconds. There's only 3 to get that spike down. Foot are making this incredibly close.
No time.
As Grubby tries to run away, get away. And well, GX will win that round, but that is an absolute blunder.
That feels like one of the weirdest rounds we've seen from Foot so far. I think if you take a step back, the macro from them has been a bit suspect so far. That's why we wanted to see Mr. Fallen step up individually, because it's quite taxing to micromanage your squad. And there is a timeout off the back of this, but just not making the right decisions later in the round, really not realizing how much time they had after Zeus did buy quite a lot of space early on.
I mean, I'm utterly confused, to be honest, mate. The mismanagement is egregious at best. But listen, that's why you get that timeout. That's why you give Yonta the time to come in and speak to his players.
You're also seeing the support network on GX be effective, with Flickless, the counterpart to Ara, the same way I talk about Cracks on the other side, and how the desk highlighted that the Turkishman has been very effective in terms of his assists per round. That's if you're looking over the 2 weeks. But just last week specifically, Flickless was the best in that metric of anyone. He was finding an assist on almost 60% of the rounds, which when you look at it on average, usually you're doing really well if you're finding one every other. He's finding assists on more rounds than not, though. And this partnership has continued now into VCT. And yeah, we love no-scopes and wicked sick flicks.
Yeah, we really do love wicked sick plays.
We've not seen any from CNED so far. He hasn't brought up the op on attack side.
Yeah, but right now they don't really have the money to do so anyway. It's a bit of a, I say it's a half buy, it's a full invest, but they've got not a lot to show for it.
But have done this a couple of times as well, you know, from the timeout, then making this kind of an investment.
But you look at GX and it's the same type of buy, right? Like a few discrepancies here and there, and it ends up being a swing round, but both teams look as if they've almost got like an anti-eco buy, a bonus round buy.
Another slow start from Foot, but Zeus is the point man. Top mid's where he'll go and end up dead and buried. Flickless has found value through the gun in his hands, not just the util belt. We're now already past the minute mark, Cairo, and some of the same issues we were mentioning before popping up. Foot are yet to scale through A main, and Grubby is looking to replenish the one-way.
How she swung out off the back of Foot trying to scale up.
He's the backstop.
Yeah, and it's, again, Foot left scratching their heads.
30 seconds left.
Outlaw, Stinger.
The most concerning part about all of this is it's that all-in purchase you were talking about, and it feels utterly directionless.
Yeah.
Yetijay's trying to right the ship later on, but
let's look at the spikers.
Exactly. It's done already. The round is lost. GX will be taking the lead back for themselves. And look at the ultimates they've got to work with. I mean, hell, look at the ults Foot had coming in, and we didn't really see anything done.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, like, I don't want to bring it back to like the point we literally just made a couple of rounds ago, but it was the whole thing about Foot and their defaults. That was a default round with a full invest on what looked like a poor buy.
And I'll draw a comparison for you here as well.
Okay.
I think Foot looks similar to how GX did in stage
let's
1.
get every other, okay?
Yeah,
we talk about, you know, coaching staff implementing a vision, trying to put away behind you the old era, the one which served Foot very well from 2022 onwards, and with the player change as well.
Yeah.
I don't think we're really seeing that reflected in the play
And I'll go one step further to draw that comparison, right? What was the biggest problem with that GX and kickoff and kind of into stage 1 was the roles, right? And I feel as if like Foot right now are almost in that same position. They're trying to put like circle shapes into square holes, you know, and it's just not working.
Well, you know, actually, Kyra, when you put the circle shape in the square hole, it actually fits quite nicely. It's usually
the other way about.
when the square, goes in the circle hole. It's fine.
Cheers, mate. You know, geometry's not my specialty.
I mean, what is?
Definitely not the English language.
Rubinho is trying to put on a Guardian tutorial for us, but it is quickly cut short. Zeus has found another pickup, but as he peeks into market, Cloud Ever the equalizer trades in effect for Foot. There is space towards the B side of the map, and if you're looking at West side once again, he's once more inhabiting backside, but the setup is there to control that space.
Well, Foot are going to try and come out of main, and they'll be allowed to do so, but players are now starting to float for GX to help out West side. And time getting low. This should be an easy gamble for the defense.
Encino playing it pretty standard, trying to get the plant in, has the paranoia to push the issue backside. It doesn't look like that's what they're opting for. Spam West side is close, but it breaks even in the man count with the spike down. Foot fully playing from main.
Yeah, and there's still plenty of utility on Ara. Flickless has used up his last stun, so finally they come out, but Yetiji can't hit the outlaw shots.
Mr. Fallen out in the open looking for something, but there's really nothing to stop this defuse.
No, it needs to let the sheriffs hit. Everybody gets lit up, and well, at the end, it will be Foot who are lit up. That is now 6, a guaranteed even score on the half for Giant X if they lose the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, that round in some ways felt like a best case scenario for Foot. They were given these really scrappy 1 versus 1s where they have seemed to thrive, but it was never going to be a case of the individuals with this team when you consider what it is that could go wrong. It is the broader perspective of how the rounds are being played. And coming in here with all of the ults that they have, Foot should have a clear plan as to what they want to do. It's the null command, it's the showstopper. GX with tools of their own, and it's that aggro tiles piece from Grubby again.
I like this. Every single time that GX look to be aggressive, they'll seem to get something off the back of it, but Grubby's completely unknown. Foot, again, less scratching their heads as they go 1 player down. Zeus still hasn't identified towards Tiles! And it's a crashing bomb! Foot, what is going on?
They're asleep at the wheel. They should have seen this coming. I mean, GX made this exact same play against Vitality when the Hunter's Fury was up. Cloud didn't invest it because there was no initial contact. But Grubby walks the full length of mid, gets a double spray, makes the rest look easy. And now CNED 1v5, but Grubinho might just take 5.
Yeah, it looks to be the case as Grubby wants his ace. Knows exactly where CNED is. He tries to deny it, and he'll get it. That is a Grubinho ace. And what is the 11th round of the half?
Given the time to do the hard work, GX have been fleshing out their strat book, but as I mentioned, you're doing your prep, especially of GX on this map, which, may I remind you, for the first 5 maps we've seen them play, they've all been unique, so there's only one map worth of footage here. It's plays like this that they were going for. This was the vintage, and it just feels like it wasn't accounted. 5 ults now for Foot, but only one more chance to make things right.
I mean, I hate to be that guy, but after plays like that, you're really hoping that that halftime comes soon.
And on the flip side, take a bow, Grubby. This guy has had such an uptick in form since he changed jerseys for the other Spanish organization in VCT.
Yeah, well, they're starting to move. They're moving into Arizop though, and he has the line that he wants, but Paranoia will bring him off it. So this is nice, and has no way to re-engage. The null command comes through. This should mean that this is going to be the execute, as Aaron does well to get rid of Yetiji. Zeus is going to end up all even.
Foot can bring themselves into a post plant here, but you still have to consider Mr. Fallen trying to cut off the cross. Captain v Captain. Cloud cuts him down to size. And GX are already in position for this retake.
Yeah, and look at Grubby's TP. Look at where he's went in towards Elbow. That's a perfect paranoia. As Cracks goes, CNN left fighting for his life, and Mr. Fallen nowhere to be seen. He's sprinting, but they're defusing.
They knew where he
Mr. Fallen
was.
needs to get on and deny the spike, but he can't even get out of the smoke.
And the frustration really creeping in for Foot. This time, they are on the receiving end of the 8-4 half. Not one to be happy with whatsoever as GX continue the Dark Horses prancing their way to 3-0. Great first half. It's not the start that Foot would have wanted after last week. Put to the sword by another streak of rounds. 5 in a row at the end of GX's defensive half. And as it stands, top of the pops in Group Alpha. Plenty to be happy about for them. Onto the attack now of Sunset. Foot's choice once again. May I remind you all watching at home.
Yeah, it is Foot's choice. And the next map, Haven, I mean, it doesn't look great, but we'll get to that in a minute. As for now, Foot are leaving a lot to be desired in terms of the way that they're playing. There's a lot of mishaps, a lot of individual errors, and just not thinking about what's going on in the rounds.
Into the pistol, GX starting by looking towards mid through tiles. We know that they like that top mid take. And it's the same one they're going to go for here. Into the position of Yetajay, and the drive-by from Hour shuts him down. 4 players starting B behind the smoke. Have a lot of ground to cover.
Yeah, and you look at GX, they're going to have plenty of time to set up the post plant, and the utility, well, there's still nearly a full belt for Flickless.
Silver lining for Foot. They do have quite a bit of their own, including the combo between the Raze and Fade. Does drop in, GX with no extra ground. They are bodies on the site right now, but gearing up to duel towards Link. That's where Mr. Fallen will make his reprisal. The rest through the alleyway. It's Zeus up over the top, and he'll find yet another, but the trades are there. GX drop the guillotine and land themselves on 9, no trouble.
And probably on 10 as well, with the next buy coming through completely in their favour. I mean, yeah, very well played from GX, and the setup from Foot completely wrong.
We know that GX like to exploit top mid, that Ara can be very self-sufficient, but the support was there from him as well.
1 enemy remaining.
Post plant also looking strong, continuing to individually build confidence.
Oh, another pistol round lost for Foot. And look at right now, in terms of the defensive setup, it seemed like 5 players were towards A, and now they're completely resetting, as if the ideas are coming to them as the round goes. Yeah, it's worrying with the pre-round calls at the minute. There's 3 sitting top mid for Foot as they're hoping that someone walks their way.
To give credit to Foot, they do enjoy to start a lot of rounds with heavy player numbers towards A main and then look to be more reactive and head over towards B. You've got cracks there for info right now, as Yetege is part of this A side lean. Pushing enough for them. GX are looking to hit the B site, and already Cracks running into trouble, or trouble running into him, and actually Valori with a classic! How on earth's he done that?
No idea. Spike though still to be collected, and Foot have time to come up with how they want to retake this site.
30
Look
seconds
towards
left.
Yetege going to main.
No weapons picked up. As you've already mentioned, Yetege is starting to close the net, so the rest of Foot just need to keep them entertained, and the paranoia's hit both. That's the setup for Yetege. 5 kills from a classic in the eco, the full save, and Foot will walk away with it.
Hey, listen, fair enough. Absolutely fair enough. It comes through an individual moment of Cracks, and then enough time for Foot to hit a paranoia and set up Yetege. Yeah, unbelievable round all in. But what Giant X doing? Not clearing backside like that? That's schoolboy error.
Oh, it's because, I don't know, did the dart miss? Hard to tell. Either way, pace safe card thrifty for Foot. And a huge opportunity for them to redeem themselves. And you can see between Sway and Jonta exchanging a look that says, yeah, we got a little bit lucky there. We got away with that one. So exactly what the doctor ordered.
Cloud only one noted. Both players in towards elbow here. Mr. Fallen will be taking the contact. The drone destroyed in time. I don't think it's just known about. Will be now. But still trading out to an advantage. An upgrade though for the attack.
The GX are very quick to crack down on this position after the previous round.
Where's Giant X going here?
Start, it's an orb picked up by Cloud, so his ult the closest, but nothing tangible in this round for the time being. You can see Yetege's been allowed to place a deep cam in B main, so again, early heads up if GX look to move towards this side of the map, and that's why the defense are very comfortable to stick to their laurels and continue playing the right-hand side.
There is still a chance though that the way that Giant X move on towards the site, they're allowed to have a clean 1 versus 1. Like for instance here, where Cloud gets Mr. Fallen. So now we go back to 3 versus 3. Look towards Yetege and CT right now, as he'll be the one to stop the cross on towards site, and he does so successfully. Worried that if Giant X had cleared them out, it would have been easy to make that back to either a 3 versus 2 or a 2 versus 2 in favour of the attack.
And that's where GX's default sells them a little bit short. As much as I was talking about the A main duels, just getting a little bit of info in B main can be huge. And it circles back to Cracks' KO as well. He is using these knife lineups a lot of the time to just collect the necessary info to allow Yetege to find deep positioning and setup. This time, it should be the flash over the top for the A main duel.
Giant X start the attack through mid, and well, at the same time, Foot almost playing a defense like an attack by trying to challenge that A main and take the orb.
It's the quick rotation from Foot as well. Like I say, Cracks flashing Zeus and CNED into A main. Then immediately rotating, and they're looking to converge on mid, knowing this is where GX play from.
Yeah, but Cubby's not being cleared in the corner, neither has Ara, but he's not the one that got the kills, it was the smoker. It's now Giant X look to pivot straight towards B. Foot hold on through the back site. There's no contact taken.
Already threaded 2 players through Boba, not yet out backside, has to respect the recon.
That's a defensive smoke, so it's denied any lines of sight, but Giant X spammed through it. And now it's the pickup. CNED, the veteran, who needs to come up tops here. as he looks to go round the other side. He'll be able to get one for his troubles, but surely not anymore. No, it won't be. It will be Ara.
So double digits for GX. Coming into the bye round now for both teams. They handled this mid-aggression really nicely. Rubinho deep lying, ready to receive any peeks. That was the one angle that hadn't been considered, and he makes the most value of it. Ults up on both sides, cracks null command, and Zeus being one off the showstopper are definitely things to look at for Foot.
Yeah, Yetiji is the one on the op, which is interesting to me. CNED not the one picking it up. Yeah.
We know Yetiji likes to try and play this, but if it's the extra catalyst for him to have some more support and reinforce B, then
GX, they want to challenge this A main hold. Last time Foot tried to play aggressive, and Foot, well, I was going to trade out even in numbers, but not even in terms of the players picked up. Zeus wants another go at this as the flash comes through, sets him up perfectly from cracks.
So Foot do get the better of the numbers from the A main duel. It's very well set up. Now they're looking towards elbow, seeing if they can gut Grubinho.
And unfortunately, Grubby will not be able to live with that. Now, it's where they're looking elsewhere, in towards the op.
Yep.
Giant X have been caught out twice.
And Yetiji does the exact same as what we saw from Ara in the first half. Placing that op in market when the mid-pressure comes in. When GX think that they can comfortably move into this position. Cuts off the cross, finds a kill, and now Cloud is living on borrowed time.
30
seconds left and moving in towards a double stack. It's not a double stack that gets the kill, actually. It will be Zeus. And Foot doing a decent job to just chip away at this lead.
A good defensive unit, like I said. And once more, you see the KO util, sets up the re-engage from Zeus. And it's a cut above what we saw from them last week, where it felt like Zeus was flying in solo a lot of the time, albeit on the Neon instead.
Yeah.
Whether that changes or not in upcoming maps, and in upcoming rounds is important. Here, it's a mixed buy from GX. Rubinho doing it all right now, 20 and 9.
Yeah, I mean, there was pings going out from the defense side of Foot, looking to take towards mid, but that 5-stack gained the B control, and I think they're just going to hit straight into this.
A lot more direct. Hadn't seen this so far from GX, but something they'll perhaps be looking to try and exploit, as all 5 members of Foot are off-site.
Yeah, there they are. They're waiting for any sort of more aggression that comes through, and will they punish it?
Showstopper missed. It was already a dead player there, though, so not the extra value, but the clears are looking all right. And with Westside down on 3, he needs 3, and it's just not possible.
Absolutely not, and that'll bring Foot within 2. What was looking like a convincing map from Giant X is now starting to get put into the realms of possibility that Foot come back into this. Yeah, I mean, I can understand it, right? You're on a little bit of a half-buy. Giant X think, let's try and take some more space and upset a retake, but Foot well aware of what was coming their way. And yeah, they deal with it. It will be a timeout, but it's not actually from Giant X. Interestingly enough, it's from Foot.
Yeah, and it's going to give time to GX as well to plan around their ultimates. And I suppose for Foot to find what the solution is, because they're currently faced with 4 out of the 5. We saw the Hunter's Fury invested on the previous rifle round. But I'm liking the slight adaptations we're seeing in terms of the defensive setup, and I'm wondering now, how do they want to try and set up? Is it heavier towards the A to start again? And where do GX want to take ground early? Because I think that's been a little bit of an issue, how much information Foot are getting through their positioning.
Yeah, I think for me as well, moving into these next couple of rounds, it's about how does Foot get through Giant X's ultimate cycle, right? Because they have 4 out of 5, as you've already been speaking about. But what's the sort of plans that they're going to create off the back of that? And if they can get through it, like, you know what I mean? Like, essentially what's the conditioning that they're going to set up to, or the contingency? Sorry, that's the word I'm looking for, to counter that.
In terms of looking at what it is that we've got here, trap placed on the box, left side top mid for Foot, likely to contain either Grubinho or Ara, who will be looking to take that space quite quickly, but it's A main instead where they double down. Stun in early, arrow spotted, knife behind. But won't know exactly how many, but they've seen a couple already.
Yeah, and they're looking to try and hunt down the op. Yediji though, finding Ara, and well, automatically, this is looking brilliant. The ultimate's not hitting either, and Foot have done well already. They've got control of the spike, and Westside and Flickless, well, they're on site, but with no means of finding the space, breaking it down. CNET's just waiting for an angle, a chance.
Repositioned really smartly here. Has a big fight to win against Westside though. He's quicker on the trigger.
Yeah, well, there's still a flash in Flickless's pocket if he really wants to go for it. So there's still plenty of utility in Foot's pockets as well. As finally, oh, this is going to be a disaster. There's no way. His time's still ticking away. The Haunt will grab one, nobody destroying it, and it's right on top of Flickless's head. The players all coming through the one spot. So both players, both attack, look towards one position and deal with Foot with what was meant to be a defensive round. What was that?
That was so well played by GX. The micro has improved so much from the first stage. In terms of how the round began, great start from Foot. They were prepared for the execution to come in. But then in the 2 versus 3, firstly it's this missed nade from Zeus, and then Flickless taking the contact with Westside ready to peek off of it. Westside then moves in backside and is ready to peek off of Flickless once they know where he is default. Layers to it, man.
It's like an onion, mate. Plenty of layers. I'm out right now. Foot want to change up the pace.
Like an ogre.
I know exactly.
It's a warrior's cry from Ara. Immediate A control. Cairo has muted himself because he's laughing too much. I make one Shrek reference in his day. It's just...
That's plenty. That is plenty. Right, spike goes down.
And they've got the Nightfall into the retake this time. They are a player down though, and if GX can do it 2v3, then
still
or v3.
I was about to say there was still an owl drone, so they can go and gain information the attack here, which they'll get plenty of. So now you've got a proper idea of how Foot are coming back into this, but that's a big loss.
Oh, Westside gets no value from the corner either. Ara down to 1, but gifted CNET's head on a platter. It has to be Ara, blinded and dead. Foot have brought it back from the jaws of defeat.
Yeah, I feel as if like whoever has got the advantage coming into the post plant has automatically been debuffed. That should not have been that close, but that shouldn't even have been a Foot round. What am I even saying? What?
Something about EMEA and Sunset. I know we've got the summer attire on. We're dressed for the occasion. Of GX to potentially go 3-0. We're talking about Foot trying to state their claim back at the big boys table after being the guys that always went to Masters every year and champs since partnerships began. In a year now and a day where there's a chance that they are fully eclipsed by the other Turkish team.
No way.
For GX's eco, it's another A send met with Foot resistance.
Just a simple crossfire as well, and both players caught by utility. Looks like GX have decided, well, A hasn't worked, so let's try and hit him towards B, but there is a full Cypher setup lying in wait, as well as 2 players ready to play off one another. And look at Cracks, he's in transition as well.
Yeah. It's not quite in the audible range of Flickless, who has plenty of work of his own to do. Cloud is in the corner with the spike, but the smoke replenished, so he can get out. Right now, you just got to be looking at the position of Mr. Fallen, who's closing the net. The Horn has revealed his own position. GX backed into a corner. Yetijay in the corner. And he'll make no mistake from it either.
Yeah.
3 clean kills for a very clean in-zone flawless.
Very nicely done. We're back within 1. This game now starting to become extremely interesting because at the full time you just thought, well, Giant X will have what it takes to close this out. But Foot now if they can win this round, pretty much advantage towards them to get this over the line. With the way that the economy cycle is looking.
And it's what I was saying at the start. GX have gone 2-0, but by no means has it been a dominant path that they have walked to the top of Group Alpha. Plenty of those maps, just a couple rounds in it, and seeing them now at 11-10, this is where they have to show the kind of mentality that keeps them at the top of the group as Pipson is involved yet again. That's something you have to be thinking about, the chemistry of this team, and one of the reasons why it's worked, I think, with Cloud stepping in as IGL from Stage 2 last year, knowing what it's like to be a star player, a young gun at only 21 years of age himself. He's taken a very different direction of this GX roster than Redgar, the previous leadership, and trying to get the most out of the players around him.
I think this is the first time as well from GX that I've seen a map where I've got a lot of question marks about, maybe not necessarily just the calling, but the general mistakes that are happening, right? That's the first time that we've seen them look susceptible. But here we go, GX have gone from the second lowest rifle versus rifle win rate to now one of the highest.
You know, the last time we threw a rifle v rifle stat, it was when Na'Vi were getting stomped by Liquid the other day. So I don't know if it's a bad omen, but GX are moving very quickly through the map, making inroads towards the A site. A dink onto Cracks, and with him caught with his hands in his pockets, it's a chance for Grubby to strike, and Cloud holding up the other end. But CNED is still here. Turns his back, goes for the TP. Flickless cuts it out. That's the freest kill he's going to get all day. The spike is yet to go in.
Big amount of information through that neural theft. Spike goes down, but Flickless has no way out.
He's stuck, but it's on foot to clamp down on this position. And he may just go over-considered here. Flickless is going to find value from the stun. No! Mr. Fallen playing in front, and it's on to West Side! He'll make no mistake. 12 taken. And from across the stage, the fist bump is given.
Excellent clutch. It brings GX now finally one away, as it looked as if they were going to slip. Perfect timeout by Pipson. The information, the calls. A little bit spicy. What is CNED trying to be a little bit too aggressive in holding that space, trying to beat out the opponents, but yeah, easily cleared out. Now GX with a chance to win out Foot's map.
Bring them down.
In moments like that as well, I think the improvements of GX can be seen. And back to the chemistry conversation through comms.
Yeah.
An improvement, not having it be cluttered. When you have previous team experience of Aura and Flickless, it does help you, of course, as well. But looking back in towards A, flash drive thrown into the mix by Cracks, who is now steadily making his way over to B with backside the goal here for Foot to try and flood back in.
Yeah, and well, the first of those ultimates being used. The Rolling Thunder from the breach, but remember there's also a Hunter's Fury for post if we get to it. Spike goes down, we're into post.
We know that Grubby's in the corner. The nade is here to try and phase out his position, but the aftershock helps to reinforce. Cloud in the corner, not yet considered. Lining up two and setting up GX. The captain's done his job, and the rest are ready and waiting. 13 rounds, not all too far away. Yetajay has a lot to do. It's Grubby and Flickless standing between him. Yetajay has saved Foot again.
I mean, that is absolutely spectacular. Being able to find 3 a Red Bull clutch and keeps Foot in it just when you thought they'd let it all go. Just when you thought Giant X were finally going to close it out.
Well, look, as I was saying, they've already had a couple of 13-11s. Why not add another one? But jokes aside, it's a complete let-off. It's so over. We're so back. CNED showing every range of human emotion. And GX have been thrown into a torrid buy to give themselves one last chance.
I mean, it's crazy to consider as well, GX were the ones who were winning all the clutches last week against BBL.
Oh.
It's a big knife.
In terms of the shift of the setup, that immediately brings 2 players over to the B side like a magnet. GX will double down and continue to execute here, though.
Oh no, GX. They've been caught out on the re-entry. I mean, Cloud gets one through the Hunter's Fury, but ultis are missing left, right and centre. And this buy, not convincing at all. Need players up close and personal. And Foot just quite struggling to get on the angles.
Yeah, Grubby finally goes for the ult. Was hanging on to this one for a while, but didn't want to bail. Give up on Westside, who was stuck out in the choke. Seeing the rotation come through from both sides. Huge 1v1 in the alley.
There's not a lot of utility either for Foot to come back in as Grubby gets peppered up.
But look at the HP on both of these GX players. They've been whittled all the way down.
Still an info dart if they want to clear out, and well, the steps would have been heard. As both players make their way on towards Spike, there's the info dart to set up Grubby as he swings round, catches the player diffusing, and Zeus now stuck in between 2 angles. Where does he try and fight first? Needs to tap the Spike, bait the players out, but it won't come through. It'll be Giant X finally to close out this map.
GX still steadily making their way through maps, one step at a time. We haven't quite seen them hit terminal velocity just yet, but it's enough to squeeze past Foot 13-11. Their own map pick coming up next to see if it can get any better. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
Bro, stop doing this for TikTok, please.
It's not for TikTok, it's song, bro.
Bro, it's for TikTok. You're doing it for TikTok, bro.
Actually, I hate your side, bro. I'm so far away now again. I'm super actually happy because I am not close to Cloud and I don't need to do this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Bratan. Nice, ice cold, bro. Ice cold, ice cold.
Good job indeed, because for Giant X, they're inching closer and closer to playoffs. I am your hosting, so I'm back here with Billy and Meg once again. It got a little bit close towards the end there, but a very good sign that GX actually closed that out.
Yeah, it definitely could have gone OT, but I have to say, I think the changing point in the tides was Yinsu saying whenever Cloud has a Sheriff, he doesn't lose the round.
Yeah.
Giant X don't lose the round.
He got 2 kills there.
Yeah,
the last one.
I mean, that round as well that we just bumped in with, I think was the kind of pivotal point for Giant X, right? Being able, I mean, I was a little confused when I saw the breach ult going. I was like, oh, I don't know about this one, Flickless. But then he recovered it with the 3K that he was able to get. So yeah, really good stuff from Giant X.
And like I said, inching closer to playoffs. And I want to kind of reiterate how big of a deal this is, not just for GX, but Billy, for Grabinho. He's been trying his goddamn best. He's been stuck in situations where he can't even win a game. And now he might be the first player by the end of today to make playoffs.
Honestly, Grabinho believers, rise up, right?
Oh, yeah.
The fact that this is his second ace in VCT as well, I mean, I think that you can see this whole Giant X roster having a whole lot of fun, and I think it's really nice to see someone like Grabinho start to flourish as well, right? Getting that confidence back up, considering how the start of his year went, being with Movistar Koi, and I think a lot of the great things that he was doing in that match, that whilst we were watching, was the A main space that he was able to take control of on that defensive side was something that you were highlighting, I think, Meg, as well. So yeah, I think all in all, he did really well to be able to control the extremities of the map especially.
Yeah, and I think this is sort of a point that I think a lot of people have been touching on, is having that primary smoker who understands that control of a role so well, and he clearly has that. He is so incredible at sort of isolating those fights, taking that space, and on top of that, bringing so much information to his team so that they can rotate and play off that to then have a successful round.
And confidence. Yes. Having the confidence is really important. And on the other side of this, Meg, you mentioned a little bit about Zeus and how much he's the win condition here for Foot. They didn't quite end up being able to take it to OT or winning, but at least the performance from him, night and day compared to last week.
Yeah, he was looking so much crispier. Sort of something we didn't really mention too much in the pre-show is how coming into this, he was the second worst player in the EMEA stats-wise in the whole of Stage 2, and that's under Mr. Fallen, who literally, you know...
What are you trying to say?
We'll talk about him a little bit more next week when we go into Haven and stuff. But also before this, all of his KD was sort of negative, and this is the first time that I've really seen positive sort of situation, Zeus being put in that.
Yeah, right. We wanted to see him kind of bounce back going into this week. And like you said, the kind of start of the year, this was a player that came into the league that we were really excited for after kickoff especially. So yeah, I think this map has gotten better, did manage to finish neutral. I still want to see more. I still want to see that Zeus that we got to see in kickoff.
And would you believe it? It's a best of 3, so you will see more. We're going to go to Haven next. And I mean, after seeing what happened last week, you can't blame Giant X for choosing Haven.
It's mean. This is kind of like low-key mean. Yeah, the fact that they've not shown Haven yet at all this stage, and they've gone, do you know what? We only got 2 rounds against Vitality.
Yeah.
Shall we just pick it into them? I am hoping for Mr. Fallen to have a better performance, considering he finished, what, 0-14-3 last week?
I mean, you can't really get any worse.
Yeah, you can't get worse. So hopefully he manages to step up as well.
Yeah, definitely. And I do think that there's definitely hope for Foot to also make almost a statement here and say, hey, our Haven ain't that bad. Because like we sort of mentioned, they are coming into this starting on that defense side. So hopefully, with how poor, I guess, the attack-sided maps have been from the whole of EMEA, they can make a bit more of a statement on there.
Yeah, we might be cooked in Paris, but I don't want to think about that just yet. Mr. Fallen, very animated there. I would love to know what he's saying to his teammates. Cloud matching that energy on the other side. But let's take a look at Agent Select and see what we're gonna get. And it looks like, are we gonna get the... Okay.
Ooh,
okay.
Neon versus Neon head-to-head, I really like, actually. I think that Giant X, with the agents that they're coming in with, doesn't feel as though they're steering too far away from their overall identity that we've seen from them across the majority of the maps. I don't know what you think, Beck.
Yeah, I do like this switch up from Ara playing the Neon and kind of taking Zeus on, because normally he plays the Jet, right? So I do really like that kind of switch up, especially with them starting on that attack. It will play into those rotations with it being a 3-map site. They can really sort of react quickly off the information from that double initiator comp.
Yeah, we can definitely indeed. And there's a lot of comfort too if you take a look at what the other players are playing on this map. Yeah? I mean, for me, I think you can't go wrong with putting Cloud on that Sova. I know they've experimented a lot, both sides too. The breach from Cracks is what I have really big questions about, because historically when he plays the Gecko here, when he plays the KO, it's so beautiful. And after last week, the warm-up, I think we can expect more from him.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think, you know, I was kind of shouting about Cracks, you know, his best performances being on that KO throughout this year so far. So yeah, I think for him, breach is a big thing. He needs to be able to set Zeus up in a good way as well, and Zeus needs to be able to rely on those flashes to help him kind of entry to get into sight. So yeah, it'll be the synergy between those two that we keep an eye out for.
Well, Giants, if they win this series, they will be very, very, very close to playoffs. So Hazza and Cairo, let's see if they can close it out here.
That's what we're here to find out. A debut outing on Haven this stage for GX. The 6th map in their pool, which they'll have shown already. Continuing to build momentum towards a potential playoff stage of which we haven't seen in many a year.
Yeah, we look at Foot and their history this year on Haven. They've played it 7 times and only been able to win it out twice. It doesn't make for good showing, but hey, listen, if there's any time to pick up after last week's result, it's exactly the week after to bounce back.
You already see Ara sliding around there, and he'll be hoping to run rings around Foot on this attack side. A change from the Jet, which he showed last. And to start the round, GX with mid-focus, and Foot, their defense is tailored to it. Stun from Cracks, ready to go.
Trap play once again. It was GX that caught Foot last time. Will this finally be Foot's first pistol in what has been 6 failed attempts from last series to the next? GX though, they're going to go elsewhere. Feigning pressure. Now, they've got so much space through Garage. And you look at that site setup, it's for backside control for Foot.
Yeah, already flooding in. 3 bodies, backside ready to receive GX on this execution. Traps up, but it's west side with the first flinkless and Grabinho to follow. Yetajay can't do a thing. He finds one, but that's it. It's Mr. Fallen against the world, and the world hasn't been all too kind to Mr. Fallen on Haven recently. A pistol to start things off for GX.
Great pistol as well. The fact that they don't hit in towards B, ended up going through Garage. Seems like they had everything that they needed in GX, just completely flood through backside. Perfectly played.
Here.
Looking at Zeus for Foot on this next round as the Neon on the other side. You see he's starting A. Has Yetajay coming over to help him, but GX are pretty direct in their approach again. It was the classics on defense which bested them last time. CNED not caught with the utility, but caught looking the wrong way.
Brilliant. I mean, both Foot players towards C side easily dealt with. Spike goes down. And it looks like Yetajay went to go and grab an orb in the meantime, so this is going to be a late retake, or if it's an early one with just the 2 players, then Yetajay might be left all alone.
As GX move themselves into post, it's important here to remind you as well that because this wasn't Foot's map pick, they had the choice of side. They opted into the defense, and when you looked at how it went last time against Vitality, first 8 rounds in a row from the attack side struggling, you want to see them pick up results nice and early here, as it's the pistols for the attack which are being made to play chase. Scorched Earth policy.
But maybe just not wanting to give away any of those ulti orbs, although Cloud, those pistols will do well. Yetajay known about. Can't quite grab him, but that spike will go off. Finally Cloud gets the 3rd kill. He's halfway towards his Hunter's Fury. But yeah, I wanted to pick up on that point that you made, Hazza, about Foot on Haven. Obviously, we came in with the stat of them only being able to win it 2 out of 7. As well as that, we've got to be looking at what happened last week in terms of Foot's performances, performance against Vitality, and that first half as well.
Yeah. And a lot of that came down to the opening duels, engagements. It's something we speak about so much in Valorant, but really does shape the round.
Yeah.
And with Cloud on an Outlaw, there's not a single player on foot in striking distance to be downed by a bullet to the chest for 140 damage. The priority is the same. Take garage control off the back of the drone. There needs to be player pressure behind this to remove those traps, though.
Cracks did have a stun ready, but the players of GX well in towards the site. And nobody's there to try and clear it. Back this up, they're all on the extremities, but as they do come through, they don't clear the close corners. Not expecting players to have such, or GX to have such control, and they're punished for it.
It's an absolute gift. Once both those traps go down, there's nobody from foot to play off it. Now they're in a retake. This could be GX on the bonus.
Looks like it could be, and how do you even get back through? The smokes as well. And I mean, you look at CNED, he's all alone on towards that other side. The paranoia looked good, but the engagement's much better from GX. Now it's a 5 versus 1 up against CNED. Good for the first, good for the second. Oh, hello? Just for a minute there, you thought it was possible, but no, bonus converted. GX 3 in a row.
They make it look really comfortable at the same time. Missed early trap, but it's okay because the shock was there. He would have lost it anyway. The rest of the round, not great, I'll be honest. It just didn't feel like Foot were ready to play off their own setup. I'm not too sure what the plan was. They were very passive on B. They tried to play retake. They set themselves up for it, but when the C-Link side of the push has already come in and you've tried to take that space,
I must wait a moment.
I think that's the problem with Foot as well, is like, I know we say, like, at the end of the day, it is a gun game, you've got to shoot your gun, but Foot just don't set themselves up for success a lot of the time. Very individualistic, it seems like. And they just get caught off guard time and time again. It feels like the glue for the team, like, sometimes it's shown, other times, like, it doesn't.
Yeah, glue's one way to describe it.
Yeah, you know, but I mean, like, keeping themselves together, the cohesion.
I know, I meant it under a different context. We've used that word to describe Valorant before, and it's not very nice. So, looking at this round, Foot on the Sheriffs, the Shiko. What? 3 players C, a 4th swiftly arriving. It's going to be hard, but GX haven't really closed the gap here. Grubby has, but he's stunned.
It's TP towards backside, and GX forced to hide what they want to do. Well, I thought that was the case, as they were hiding all in pocket as Grubby was left all alone backside, but instead, no. A quick pivot elsewhere on the map, as there's 4 bodies on that C site for the defense.
GX really liking this B site, but not really knowing how to react to it, and Ara playing up close to be looking for a kill with the shorty, but CNED sits him down with the 1 rifle behind this defense.
It seems like they need to buy themselves something here, GX, and it's going to be through Cloud's Outlaw, but still they know where all the bodies are towards C-Link, and still they keep giving engagements to Foot, who are capitalising on it. Now it's all up to the captain, the IGL, and well, he's stuck with just an Outlaw to deny 4 players on towards this spike.
Gonna need something ridiculous here, and Cloud is making it happen. Gets 3, but time is on Foot's side. They can get on the board before long last. A pay safe card Thrifty to do it.
Yeah, just when you think, like, you would look at Giant X being able to overpower here. Look at how far Grubby is compared to the rest of his team on that replay. But everyone else is still towards pocket. He's backside.
I don't know what it is about aggressive Polish Omen players. We got another one now in the league with Buddy G as well. But I mean, Foot aren't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. Talk of GX being a dark horse. They literally dropped that one on the doorstep. 1 player at a time, peeking C-Link.
Yeah, I feel for me as well, if Giant X... Oh, wait a second. We'll just talk about this A fight here, as both teams are going to send 4 bodies either side. There's 1 extra on Giant X as they look to do the damage. And now Cracks, well, he's going to get hunted down by that neural theft.
GX just posturing themselves, paranoia onto the site players so Grappino can make a quick exit. He is the spike carrier, and into the setup he goes. How many stuns are we getting out of this trap? That's 2. I think that's all you're going to get. As Yetish almost catches Grubby out as he's still on the site.
He's still tagged!
Yeah, he's still known about, and they know exactly where he is.
What? Krax had the perfect chance to collect the kill and doesn't.
That's insane. Yetish getting a full defuse here would be a little bit more insane. He has it half.
Yeah, but he's well revealed up in the camera, noting exactly his position. Yetish, he's trying to find something. He doesn't even know where Grabinho has gone, and it's wasted so much time. A bit of a head scratcher, but Giant X get the round.
I survived
operation.
I will survive them.
We are seeing some serious advantages thrown away by both teams, honestly. Grabinho, a gift from God here. This should have been cracks, sort of flown out of left field. No slow-mo. Beautiful. Thank you, Replay Ops. They're in a good mood today.
Yeah.
Barely got half a chance, to be fair to him, but...
Good job, boys. Nice control of the situation, nice ultis, nice fight on A. Good job.
No notes from me. What he said.
Yeah, and the Cypher setup is completely not in this round because Foot are trying to be aggressive through mid, right? That's where we've seen the Cypher setup time and time again.
Here.
Giant X not really interacting with any aggression that Foot are trying to put forward, but Grubby, at the same time, has just found himself a little gap through Garage and even finds Yetish hiding in there and opens up that site completely.
Foot have been ready to fight C at a moment's notice. The stun laid up by Krax, set up for the Neon.
And the shots aren't great, but he's finally able to capitalise. Uses the ultimate, but immediately shot down. And Giant X, only losing one player in that full round, they look as if they're starting to flex a little bit.
Yeah, and Grubby looks like a world beater. Where's this guy been? I was just saying before how his 2024 campaign showed glimmers of his potential, but it feels like he's just thrown everything behind him. You know, all of those trials and tribulations that he can really showcase that aggression.
This guy is ulti. He doesn't know against who he is playing or what.
And Cloud is the guy that I think plays a part in that, as I was saying before, enabling these young players to be confident, play direct. You can see what the game plan is from Foot, but the execution just isn't there.
Yeah, I mean, it's once again them finding themselves at a massive deficit on Haven, right? The same thing happened last week, but it was a long time before we got an answer. I mean, it was a thrifty round, almost gifted by Giant X, that Foot found their way into this match, right? Where do you go from here?
Well, for Foot, firstly, I think responding from timeouts, they have done a decent job at changing the setup, and I would like to see them fight a little heavier for A main, because that lobby space did seem to work well for them, and even if you're just depositing a player there, you know GX are heavier towards the left-hand side. They want to play C, they want to play B. They've been consistently taking garage space, doesn't necessarily mean they're going to push it.
Right here.
I mean, like, it's the other extremity that they want to go ahead and challenge, as the Cypher of Yetish has been moved elsewhere.
Oh, yeah, it's a short play, or short where we're looking towards CNED. Yetish not playing off the back of it, he's trying to watch his own trip.
Okay. And Zeus made it all the way down long on C, but he's the first player to rotate. The high gear means he can get to A quicker. But we'll hope to have 3 players here before the execution comes in, but they might not be so lucky.
Trap still stays up, shock missed.
Okay.
Cloud taking a lot of damage in the meantime.
Welcome Zeus to the fray. He does arrive. Only CNED here. Top of the box. Needs to get cleared. They do fight back through Foot. And they make a damn good go of it as well. They look good doing it. A 1v5 for Grubby. He's been great, but not that great. In zone flawless to respond. The change of the setup worked.
Yeah, great to come out of that timeout with a win. And it seemed like GX just didn't clear all the angles that they needed to here, right? Nice little peek out, CNED from up above, and then have all the bodies starting to come in to reinforce the site here. Taking your time as well. It was
Really nicely done. Yeah, no man left behind. CNED was boosted on short. They didn't want to give it up. It looks like we might see a mid-piece coming through from Foot here, but it's immediately put a stop to. Cloud deleting Zeus. Just a one tag from Mr. Fallen's ult onto a mobile Ara. You're expecting GX to retake garage control through Cloud's drone and Sova utility.
But looking towards going B main for the next engagement.
Want to walk down grass, that's the protocol. Group up 4 players strong and do some dirty work off their own. Sleeves rolled up, cracks to collect. Both Neons in the server removed as we cross the minute mark. And Foot are nowhere to be seen on the sites, so they've got to redistribute those player numbers accordingly.
Yeah, and they've got to be careful because we've seen Grubinho many times before move up through C main. Giant X though, they're pointing most of their forces towards B. And they've also been able to deposit CNED towards that garage opening for a late flank if needed.
It's a mantra many live by. If all else fails, hit the B site, but Foot are ready. They know GX go knocking on that door. Yetijay still lingering around in the back. He wishes that the hat had a serrated edge because it's done no damage. There is a trade. And Cloud thrown into the hot seat yet again. Cannot deliver under duress. Cracks claiming 4 kills at the forefront for Foot.
And this is looking like old Foot. This is looking like the Foot that we know. A team that go and play on the front foot, that go and be aggressive when they need to. The second aggression as well, back through grass, is where essentially the whole round is set up from, because then they're able to post CNED up in garage and go from there. This was a great dart from Mr. Fallen. That's going to be used for bind.
Yeah, great dart. Really great. Yeah, I've seen you use that in our rank games a couple times. That's where you remembered it from. But fantastic from Cracks, and when he's firing on all cylinders, you know the rest of Foot are good to go. This is the A lobby fight which we prophesized. GX get out early behind their own smoke. Long control under the banner.
Yeah, and it looks like Foot want to go and try and break off the weekend of a push, but there's going to be nothing there for them. So all it is information to set up the rest of the round for Foot.
But that's what they were good at. And on Sunset, it's where you saw them win rounds as well, when they get a deep deposit, when they're looking to actually take the fight forwards, as you mentioned. This is where they should now be looking at a slightly heftier rotation perhaps towards C, because the GX push is incoming.
Yeah. There's still no bodies anywhere near the C site. Foot have been caught trying to gain that extra information, and well, the 2 players backside need to hold on for dear life, and Cracks has done that. CNED's still not cleared. Finally is, but it's Mr. Fallen from CT busting out that ends up saving out the rest of the round. That's going to be 4 for Foot, and within 1.
And Foot have been doing a great job at stalling out some of these pushes from GX as well. The scaling hasn't looked as comfortable as you would have expected. Ara's the first man in, and then it's a little bit delayed in that second wave. A lineup from Mr. Fallen. Yeah, heaven sent.
I mean, for me as well, I was a little bit worried because of the way that we saw Zeus and Yetijay like scaling up through A. Just maybe taking their time a little bit too much. Giant X, they want to go and hit towards A this time round, where the Cypher once again is set up, and where Foot have essentially been getting a lot of their success.
I'm wondering if GX just want to go ahead and walk this one over the line, because the macro have been good up until this point. They are playing really straightforward. Yetijay's already found one. His trap's up to serve a second or a third. Flickless finally responding, but Zeus is yet to be cut out of the corner. Playing in short, set up for one, and swerving around to see if he can get any more. It's not possible. Flickless with an ult. And time to set up this plant.
1 flash, 1 stun, but that paranoia straight in.
Oh. CNED chasing him down. Flickless hounded to the ground, and Foot restoring order. The scoreline finds itself tied. After a streak of rounds early doors, this has been quite the turnaround.
That it has, and overall, like, Giant X just haven't really looked competitive in this round, especially since that Cypher setup moved towards A, which has been allowing Foot to make easier decisions on the defense. That being said, we will get Giant X timing out here. It's what we know Foot for. It's one of the reasons they sit amongst some of the most beloved teams in EMEA. It's the highlights, it's the heroics. Players defending their sites 10 toes down and making those moments happen. Now 4 in a row, GX are forced to respond. It's their first time out. And in terms of what needs to change, I just think this A look from them has been a bit stale so far. They've taken the space, that's been a positive. But then in terms of the execution, I would like to just see them maybe go for a fake, create a little bit of pressure, force Foot to change something up rather than just sit on the same setup and get that effectiveness from it. Looks like Giant X now, with the ultis that they have in pocket, I'm going to try something of a heroic, right? You've got 2 rounds left. They're going to go for a half-buy, 4 stingers and a rifle. Where does that look to be? It looks like it's going to be through Garage once again, where a lot of the success was got before. But look at that Cypher setup on site for Yetiji. It's mostly kill trips. Krax is holding a stun for window, and CNED perhaps looking to TP up here, indicative of Foot mid-aggression. There he goes, CNED with 1, Yetiji the other. Mid. A 2-for-2 trade is not what you want if you're Foot, but the positioning they've already closed in on from window would be absolutely everything if Ara wasn't a bloody lightning bolt. He's off. Yeah, that he is. Grubby getting that CT space is going to be huge. You know, or have an idea about this flank, should do it. But instead, no, planted for main, and that timing's going to be insane. Hey, it's still quite slow from GX, but they should have a rough idea of where GX can be, and as soon as they clear out spawn side, then they're going to know. Just playing on the edge of the smoke, though. They're not moving through any further. Cloud is the only one to take contact, and look at how far away Krax is on that B site. Well, he's not just going to be able to catch out Ara as the players of GX try to move forward, and now it's up to the captain. No one noted by the old drone. Krax coming through. The flash looked great, and it is so as he capitalises, and Foot finally go ahead. Felt like there was half a chance there. Cloud knowing the map like the back of his hand, blind, but still able to reposition. GX really wanted that timing towards the defender spawn. This was the set piece that started it all. And honestly, as I said, the even trades was all right because it was weapons in the hands of GX and an open site, but just playing off the stun there from Krax, that's how they find their way back in. 100%. Krax having a great map right now. 10 and 7. I mean, you look at the ultis for this last round. Didn't invest any. It's going to be a powder keg waiting to blow. GX once again look towards mid. The first one's on the scene this time though. Nobody on Foot to disturb the peace. Very quickly, things get pear-shaped. Grubby has to double TP, forced to exit, and Flickless covers his teammates back brilliantly. Mr. Fallen found through a cerebral spray. And very quickly, GX have already shifted the goalposts. They're looking for C, or at least to push players off that site.
Off your feet!
Seems to be the case. Rolling Thunder to take this C link space, but instead they move into Foot players. Yetiji on the other extremity gets one of his own. And it's just ulti central right now. Still equal though, and that's the most important thing as the spike begins to tick away.
Last player standing.
And Grabinho caught in the smoke. Cloud once again left alone.
Same position.
Yeah, waiting for the next engagement as the spike gets locked on. Cloud manages to thread the needle, but it's Krax out the smoke. He is having an absolute hero map right now.
I don't know, man. Cloud looking like he could work miracles, but only one leg walks on water. The first kill picked up, the rest not quite there. A decent start to the half from GX, but so much work to be done if they want to win it in 2 and stay unbeaten at the top of the group. This is Foot's time to shine.
A defence start on Haven for Foot looks to be a good look for them, but it's about the conversion on the attack side where I'm worried, Hazard, because this is where Foot let the big, massive lead towards Vitality go.
Yes, big, massive, huge. Plenty of ways to describe it. It was 8 rounds in a row, unanswered. And those aren't the kinds of rounds you can be giving to GX because they only need 7 to go ahead and turn this one on its head.
Just to remember that Foot right now, I think it's what, 7 pistol rounds in a row right now that put in last series they've not been able to win.
They started the day on 30% win rate. It's now up to 34. Let's see how much better it can get. Starting on the defense, 3-4 players in close proximity of mid. Just Cloud as the sober player on A. You see a lot of teams do this, play for the info, then set up for the retake, especially with Neon in the composition. You have that slightly shorter rotation time. But Cloud has to be careful because he's without the recon. He didn't buy the drone either. So it's a face check, and as 2 players pop up on the radar, that's when GX need to get moving.
Still worried about mid as the players move over towards A. And it's Sined and Yetiji that is committed towards the middle of the map, and Foot reset what they want to do.
Foot have also read this really nicely as Cloud being a tell that it is just the Sova there. They do rotate over, but all the steps are heard by Grubby through middle, and he's set up the rest of his team for success.
It almost feels like a similar round to last time, but the players can't get out of garage for Foot.
The paranoia hit all of them. It's one less tool which will be had here for GX as Cloud did fully forfeit A and now needs to be diligent to clear Mr. Fallen. He isn't. Spike should be getting planted here.
Should be, but you've also got to be worried about the flank. And it's Sined that was trying to deny it, but instead, no. Spike goes down, and Arak has got all the information that is needed, dashing by one another, but Grabinho's still not spotted as the players drop out of heaven. A 2 versus 2, and Flickless trying to work with Grabinho. It doesn't look as if it's going to work their way, and finally, Foot exercise their curse on the pistol round.
An 8 locked in through the hands of Mr. Fallen. A much better showing from him already today. And looking at this, there were so many individual duels being taken. We had Ara find that one on the flank, and then the 2 players split up. We saw Grabinho go long. Ara and Zeus in the ice rink. What's going on?
Let's go!
Dancing around each other. Now 7 in a row from Foot. Able to conserve momentum on this upward swing.
It seems like finally Foot have got a bit of feel-good factor about them in this series, and this Bleak, to be honest. Remember, this is mightily important as Foot are still fighting for the later stage of this group.
If Foot can turn their Haven good after knowing how good it was historically, then it would be absolutely huge for them in the run-in towards a potential playoff push. Both of these teams have to make it to the grand final or thereabouts if they want to make it to champs. There's just not really enough points beneath them. Foot had a deep finish in kickoff, but that doesn't do so much. And for GX, if you're talking about Haven, it's the first time we've seen them play the map, and they want to show that they're versatile on many different ones. So I think the fact that this has now slipped a little bit doesn't make you feel super confident as they're continuing to flesh out new ideas with the new lineup.
Foot are starting to walk into this tag. We've seen it, Outlaw has hit exactly where it needs to. And well, that will be an in-zone flawless. It just comes down to the rifles.
Dealt very handedly by Foot on the C site. So we head into the first rifle round of the second half. The bonus for the attack side, and a win here, in my eyes, would have this one all but wrapped up. We know that GX have the capability
to come back from a deficit. On Corrode, where we'd seen the team leading at the half convert every single time in EMEA up until that point, or globally in fact. They came from behind. They weren't the last team to do it. But more of that character being asked of them here.
I think this would be a massive question asked, or answered, sorry, for GX if they're able to come back from this momentum.
To start off this round, they already have the info in a lobby. Ara isn't going to walk all the way up long. They've dropped back to site as the pressure's being made elsewhere, but Grubby will have to settle for just the one.
I mean, it's a big loss though, that's your defensive smoker. Allows Foot to play offsite if they do get to post. That's a big if as Cloud takes contact and gets the information needed to make his next decision and pull players across to that A site.
Really nice use of the neon wall there as well to keep GX honest, keep their attention focused on the potential of a long piece. Cloud has a good timing on the arrow though, so it has been reconfirmed that the space is empty and Westside is hearing all of that footfall up long.
I mean, Westside trying to keep his tenure here, but that paranoia denies that. But he's still able to get a kill, and the two players coming out of backside is Flickless and Ara. Two that usually play the duo, the initiator and the duelist, but Ara's trying to do it all himself, and he's getting caught out by utility. Tap the spike, see if they beat out a peak, but with time so low, there's a chance that Cloud could deny it. Instead, no, it will be double digits for Foot.
There's a lot to dissect in this round that we've just seen. Foot creating good pressure on the map towards A, reinvestigating in the mid-round, being diligent. And then here, Ara gets a little bit unlucky, caught right on the edge of the aftershock. He just walks back into it. And for Foot, 3 rounds in a row converted.
And we'll, next round, we'll have to just wait. We're going to take a little hiatus as we head into what is the coaches back on the mic. It is timeout from GX. And Pipson obviously won't be happy with what has been 9 rounds in a row for Foot so far.
Yeah, I mean, you can see... Look, I don't lip read, but I would assume that Pearson's saying, you know, calm it down a little bit. Let's sort of lower the tempo, I suppose. I don't know if I can imagine those words coming out of his mouth, but it's this round with Sheriffs, you're not expecting too much. The big warning on the horizon is the fact that Foot are closing in on some important ultimates. Most notably, Krax is just 1 away from the Rolling Thunder. And in terms of taking space, Foot haven't really struggled so far in setting up Zeus to find entries where he had previously struggled. It's looking a lot more tight-knit.
Right there. And I think as well, like, even Krax capitalising off where Zeus doesn't is also looking great.
And if you want to then bring that back to the other side, Ara has struggled. This change to the Neon, where previously in other competitions we had seen him on the Jet, knowing this is an agent of comfort from him, from the interview given by Billy earlier as well. It's going to take someone to do something massive in this round. Earth-shattering even, because Foot are already in post.
Could it be the man that was just on your screens? Could it be Grubby? So it's not. There's your answer.
You're running out of options.
Yeah.
Here, I mean, Foot have subdued and set themselves to just grass. It's where they reside, but it's no problem to make it in zone flawless.
And 11, 2 away. This round, this next one becomes even more important for the defence, considering the economy state as well. It'll be everything but the kitchen sink if they lose this one. An operator for the first time for Ara as well. But it's the ultimates that are online for Foot that's going to be the real deciding factor here.
But this is exactly what GX should have been accounting for in the timeout. You have to be aware not only of your own win conditions, but your opponent. And in terms of the setup, you can see it's Cypher on seed rather than the middle of the map, which means that GX are going to be taking space elsewhere. They've got Ara on the line from Sewers.
Smoke actually placed behind it. They can afford to fight heavy towards C.
I mean,
But it's Garage that's the issue.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think it's towards C that they're really looking towards. It's Foot trying to gain that extra space through the link position, but everybody's just walking into the setup that Giant X had. The flash was good by Krax. And well, a 2 versus 4 is where it settles right now, but still traps on the site, and Krax playing around him as the players go through, right into Foot's hands. No way did Giant X let this slip. Ara with just an op, has to somehow get back into the site. No, gets a Phantom, and Spike goes down.
Had the stun, still has the slide. It's a reposition Garage. He could catch Mr. Fallen.
But misses out. There was the neon wall, but Ara's going the long way round as the Spike is ticking away. Both players so far away. They've even got the Hunter's Fury in post, which is going to be the ace up the sleeve if it's really needed. A stun as the players peek out, but Ara's got this half. Is there ever a chance that this could end up going his way? The answer is absolutely not, as Foot will find map point.
It's the old guard ruling with an iron fist. So well played between the two. And looking at Mr. Fallen here as well, we've seen him change up his repertoire of agents, playing more Fade recently than we'd seen him at all really in his career so far, just 9 times. It's the 3 agents on your screen though that he is famed for, and the Sova right now finding its place shoulder to shoulder with Krax.
My eyes are down.
GX doubling down on a lobby here.
They are. And Ara known about in this corner, it seems. They're trying to clear it out. Foot maybe even thinking about forfeiting towards this side of the map. Trying to break the drone. I don't know if they've actually caught Ara there.
I mean, the setup has been really good from GX in these last couple of rounds, but they're still thinking this might be an A play. The drone is going all the way through spawn while Westside is fighting for his life on C. Grubby had the ult, fortunately, to join up. Now they can create a huge flank.
Yeah, and now this is where it gets really important, because if Foot win these fights, they're allowed to immediately pivot A, but they've not cleared Cloud. And Westside's got one more. That was through middle. And with that Spike being known about, Foot are in a precarious situation. How do you even get that Spike and get out? That's the question. And I won that they might not have the answer to.
This trade's coming through. Low HP on both GX players. Still, it's absolute pandemonium. Finally, we see the defenders back off.
Time.
Ruby at the very least, because Flickless wants to challenge this space.
Through the window, no they don't. Contact in. And I mean, this is basically done unless somehow Mr. Fallen's able to find Flickless and get to the B site. I mean, with 4 seconds, 3, 2, 1 to get the Spike down. Grubby just needs to hide, but instead gets the kill. And I mean, it's almost just a concession round at this point, with so many chances that Foot have to finish out this map.
Yeah, GX are a little bit slow on their uptake there. These traps from Westside have been catching Zeus so many times. In terms of like the micro, it just felt really disjointed. On the one hand, Gravino's going somewhere else.
It's nothing. Let's go, boys. By round.
Flickless is going window, and Cloud seems to think that this is still doable. 6 rounds is nothing, I suppose, in the face of however many it is that Foot have found in a row.
Another mid-roll looks to break out. CNED finding the entry towards A as Gravino answers with 2 of his own. Spike can still be committed there, but let's look at Flickless. He's on site, all alone, and all the players are moving into him. But CNED will catch out the lone site player.
Yeah, Neural Theft comes in and Flickless gets a little bit antsy. Steps given away and CNED capitalizes. Ara has the overdrive to come back into this retake, and the setup's the paranoia.
Straight in. Oh, the players looking to swarm through, but that's a messy one from Ara. Advantage for Foot to capitalise upon, and will do so. We'll finally be heading to a 3rd map.
A dominant 2nd map in this series from Foot. When you looked at the veto with Bind up next, I was thinking that GX must be feeling so comfortable about the maps that they've got here.
but Foot have completely overturned the result from last week, answering their critics. Can they go all the way? We'll see after a short break.
No!
No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be the only one I want, be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe, 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my.
After some pretty shaky performances from Foot, they're finally back to their winning ways. I'm your host, Singsu, and I'm back here with Meg and Billy once again. After seeing how the map started, Billy, how surprised are you seeing how it ended?
I thought today could have been a 2-0. Genuinely, I did think that. I was very down on Foot when we kind of came into today, and I think it's recency bias of how they played against Vitality last week. But you know what? I asked for Cracks to deliver, and he absolutely did deliver. I think that everyone in Foot managed to play a part in this Haven, and they looked so much better compared to last week.
I do think when Foot were sort of 5-1 down, I think we assumed it was going to be another showing, like you said, Billy, of what we saw against them on Vitality last week. However, I do think starting on that defense, and there's a round that we'll go into in a minute. That
let's do it now. Why wait? Why wait?
It's so crazy.
Yeah, there's no better time than now.
Well, I do think this is really where the momentum picked up. After this, they got 10 rounds in a row. So this round was so un-Foot-like to me. They sort of lost that advantage early on and then walked down mid as a team to trade that out. They then gave up the whole of that B site for retake, and Flood retook retook onto the site and won out the round with that advantage. So I just think that it's kind of not what you'd expect to see come through in a round like that for Foot.
Do you know what's really funny about that is what Vitality did to them. They were like, okay, I mean, they've learned, right? This is what we like about the team that's this experience. They learn from what's happened in the past.
It's like you say, Meg, it's nice to see them actually group up and look for that trade-off in the kill, and I think as well, strength in numbers, right? So being able to be a pack, have their protocols in place, I wonder how much of that is to do with the new coach Jonta coming in as well, and really trying to like drill these in their prac time as well.
And also this 2v2 at the end.
Yeah, and throughout the whole map as well, me and Billy were talking about how they just were managing to find these advantages. There was a lot of situations where it was 3v2 or 2v1, and it's kind of like you're not really used to seeing Foot in those positions, but it was because they were proactively doing things to put themselves in the positions of having the advantages.
What I will say is, GX, man, I complimented you. You know, we're not throwing 5v3s anymore. Oh, wait, we threw a 5v3 on Haven. 5v4s they lost, which is kind of just regressing back to this GX that we were praying and hoping that they would stop doing. But I'll let them have one map, because it's the only map this stage that they've done it so far. So I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that Bind won't be anything like that. Go on.
Before we move on, I feel like we have to bring up that lineup from Mr. Fallen.
Well, no, we don't.
Do we not?
We don't.
Because I would love personally to get a lineup video.
Yeah, I bet Sadak loves that as well. Yeah, they could be in the same club. There was only one team flash, however, from Cracks. And Billy, you mentioned it already. You were not super happy with his performance so far, but I think this is vintage Cracks.
Yeah, I mean, he was up there. He was really, really performing and pulling through for his team, which is really, really nice to see. You know, we got a good Breach performance coming up from him. And I think a big part of that as well was, you know, going into this, I was looking out for the synergy between him and Zeus, you know, being able to follow up on Zeus's entries, and that's exactly what he was doing. Anytime Zeus would kind of go down, Cracks was always there to follow it up, get that trade, and just, yeah, being able to help them in these kind of numbers advantages.
Yeah, I do think you slightly manifested this maybe with putting the stats down in writing, but I do think a Breach makes or breaks a good Haven performance and people playing off that utility, which they did so well.
I love this so much.
Fits
Can
perfectly.
every week be SplashX week? Because this is so beautiful. It's so cute. I saw Sen Photoshop Cuba onto the cube back there, so maybe we could get Cuba as well. But yeah, I'm cooking. I'm overcooking. But let's talk about Bind and think about what our teams here could be cooking. What do we think? How do we feel about this map?
I don't know. I'm quite happy to see the Bind come through because I feel like it definitely gives Foot a second chance in proving why this was a map pick for them when they went up against Gentlemates and lost. You know, I do really think that this is the time for kind of Foot to come in off the back of a win on Haven with such momentum and kind of show, I guess, what they meant to show us the first time.
I think momentum is the key word there, right? Because they managed to string 11 rounds together on Haven, and then of course going into Binds as this last one as well. It is looking really good for them. The momentum kind of does shift in their favor now, but it's like you say, the performance that they had against Gentlemates, I don't know if that's just because they weren't expecting to go up against a Waylay when they did play them and having to adapt to that in the moment. And it's the same kind of story here, right, going up against Giant X. The composition that we've seen from Giant X on Bind is something a little more unconventional, but something that I really enjoy watching. So yeah, it'll be intriguing to see how Foot are able to adapt to that.
Yeah, I do like the KC approach to this Bind, you know, with the deadlock coming in as well. It looks like they just want to get into the game. They don't want to wait around. So do I too, but let's talk about some of the actual agent select we've seen here.
I do, again, sorry, just to talk about the deadlock again, I do really like Giant X still coming into this with the deadlock on attack, because we have seen so many attack side deadlocks almost used as an initiator, kind of jumping into that site with the ult, using her abilities to almost gather information. So I do really like that paired with the Gecko for that quite easy plant too.
I have to agree. I think as well, to that point, Westside has just looked absolutely solid all day today, and I think that he's proven time and time again that he can master whatever agent he kind of has to jump into on this Giant X side. But looking ahead at Foot's composition, again, we are going to see Cracks on that KO. We know that this is where he is strong, and it's the double smokes for me, right? You know, we got to see CNED come out on that Omen. There was a couple of things here and there with his utility where he wasn't always hitting the paranoias last time we saw him on Bind. So yeah, for me, I'm looking to see how has CNED improved that utility usage, and is he going to continue to help playing for his team? Because a lot of the times what he was doing was he was kind of playing as though he was an individual.
I do think CNED here playing that Omen quite aggressively always is going to favour that Turkish kind of aim that he naturally is born and bred with. However, I do look to Grabino here in the performance that he has been having and playing an agent like Astra who brings so much more utility to the team as a whole. And I think from what we've sort of seen in stage 2 so far, teams are sort of thriving when they're picking into these comps that benefit the team as a whole, not just an individual player like CNED on that aggressive Omen. So it will be interesting to see the battle of the controllers come through on Bayern.
It will be very interesting. So let's jump into game and throw this over one last time today to Hazza and Cairo.
Thank you very much, Desk. Yes, this will be the last map in this best of 3 between Foot and Giant X. The last time Foot were able to come back from a massive deficit. The same for Giant X, actually, when you consider the third map that they played in last week against BBL. And the stakes are pretty high between these two. For Giant X, there's a chance that they could potentially move in towards playoffs depending on other results.
Thinking about this map, Bind, you have to remember both teams have already played it once. For Foot, it was a loss, a pretty convincing one. And for Giant X, a narrow win in the end. They struggled to close out that attack side versus Vitality. But on this occasion, they're going to be starting there.
Oh, a below average success rate on Bind for Giant X in post plants.
Which does feel a little bit surprising when you consider that's the kind of position they want to find themselves in. Fortify the site through West Side's utility. The amount of combos that this team has at their disposal means that they can really burst effectively into the site. If that first wave doesn't work out, could be in trouble.
Drops and Giant X scaled up somewhat decently through shot, but that paranoia from CNED is absolutely spot on. And so is the pistols. Oh, engaged better. Flickless managing to even it out, and Drabinho unfortunately caught through the 0-point knife from the KO, and Zeus will be able to capitalise off the back of it.
Wingman, is it? No, the plant has been denied. It's a molly lineup flying in from Yetajay as well.
Flickless though, he's the one that got 2 on the entry of the round, and it looks like he's going to have to be the one to try and protect this spike as Cloud tries to get it down. Quick pivot though through towards the B site and the teleporter.
To be able to get this plant in, there is no wingman, so Cloud has to commit, and a little bit more time bought through the hesitation. Foot are here.
30 seconds
Flash
left.
as well to set up Flickless!
Oh!
As he finds an ace on this first pistol round.
It wasn't the best last map from Flickless, but he instantly responds. There is no bigger confidence builder than finding all 5 on the pistol. I alluded to it. In that first util dump, if GX aren't able to take the necessary space, they do struggle and can get phased out of rounds, but one man's heroics has set them up quite nicely on this attack side.
A slow start though for Giant X as they're careful of shot after last round. A little dizzy for contact, and Foot are looking to go and collect orbs here, ultimate orbs.
It's also a very tempered approach from GX by the same margin. You can see the value that Cloud gets from his Gecko utility is when you're able to recover it. So when you invest it, you challenge space, you have to take that ground, like I was saying. Here it's the B long control, and this orb should be available to them. Doesn't look like Foot are in a position to be challenging unless... Oh, Krax doesn't have a flash to throw in.
Lost out, but they've not cleared close once again. This is a problem we've seen happen a few times for Giant X, but Cloud and West Side bail them out of a difficult spot. Giant X look to send this one home.
Comfortable from this position. Zeus with the Bulldog, but can't land the shots. GX getting the first couple on the board, but we saw how Haven went. It started really well for GX. They're able to build up a lead for themselves. Have to be a little bit more careful clearing some of these corners though, as Yetajay is knives out swinging.
Well, just to let everybody know, that was Flickless's first ace and VCT in that first round. Congratulations to him. Let's see if he can celebrate with a bonus round as the players of Giant X will approach that B long.
Important area of the map.
Oh,
Nice combo
nice.
from the util, and oh, okay, Mr. Fallen has managed to escape, and Zeus is the one who finds the paint shells kill.
Of course. Same time though, the reaction is to start to scale up through a shot. The Toxin's looking to regen, and is there a chance that Giant X use the teleporter B long to get to the A site?
Toxin screen down.
Looks like the round is shaping up in that way. Flickless drops the wall to just get a look into the cubby. Lamps was such a key position for GX before, one which Foot didn't look willing to fight the last time we saw them playing Bind, and it gives a lot of comfort to that post plant as well. Westside now has the grab net back up and ready to use as the execution comes in.
Mr. Fallen solo, looking to retreat, and while the players of Foot want to go and try and investigate towards Lamps, and it ends up in Giant X's favour. Flickless once again being the hero, and Spike looking to go down.
Oh, the barrier mesh, the deadlock wall has not spread fully, so the spawn players can get out here and retake 3-on-3.
Yeah, Zeus on the flank is probably the biggest concern for the attack, but the players out of CT met by Ara's rifle. Zeus at the same time, it's both raises doing the work, but instead, yes, once again, it is Flickless. Commits the Viper's Pit because they know they want the bonus round. And in a 2 versus 1, Cenen trying to make his way through here. It should be an impossibility, but both players are up close and personal. But it's Flickless once again with a massive multi-kill.
Signed from Spain, it's Ara and Flickless to save the day in the 2v1. Hard done by Mr. Fallen perhaps there. I don't know if when the nade, sort of the cluster bomb effect, if one of those, you know, paint shells, I guess, went into the TP and it stopped it from doing max damage, but yeah, it's slightly missed wall there, but the lamp space, as I mentioned, it's so key for Foot to be holding on to. The poison orb that they have on default does allow them to cross safely from showers. But you're now looking at Sheriffs again.
Oh, big horn, but didn't catch Westside as it went on the other side of the defensive Viper wall. Entry found.
The sonic sensor was well placed. Zeus wanted to try and break it. That's one thing about Deadlock. Her utility is really there to enable a player playing around it. It doesn't always have to be her because it is global utility. So as long as GX hang around here, they can contain any further aggression from the defense.
One suppressed.
The Astra scene though, but is that an indication?
Crack's always looking mid-round for info with that knife's only spotted one, so Foot are going to search towards short to try and punish it, but it's a 1-for-1.
All it looks to be is Grabinho is the one that gets in. Crack's, look at the damage that he's been taking. That Spike should easily have gone down, and prioritization to get a orb on towards Ara. He's one step closer. Grubby is in control of the flank.
Slight off angle. J walking in. It's a layup, an easy one for Grubby in the end. Now dropping back into that deeper setup. GX in a good position. They have no utility to defend the spike other than the gravity well, as the next Astral Star has been placed. And it's wraps in the end for Foot here.
Yeah, it's a done deal. Cena just wants to either make it as costly as possible, but he's not even going to get the chance to. So on towards the spike he goes. He's forced some players back into this. It's actually going to be Ara.
But he's happy to take the ult orb, absolutely no problem. Stepping even closer to a showstopper, just a couple away. Westside with the Annihilation as well, so there are ults up and available here. And when you look at the way that Westside plays, he's kind of like the second in, really, on the Deadlock. Because he's not worried about watching the flank. Anyone can do that.
Yeah, 100%. And I think as well, on top of it, like the way that the team is almost like switching how the roles work round to round in terms of like who's watching the flank, who's initiating alongside Ara. It is very nice to see everybody cut and change.
Into this next gun round,
that ult from Westside's also going to pose a huge question for Krax, who's managed to get out of Hookah, and with plenty of information as well. Combo of the Seize nade, won't take down Ara. But GX have good ground early on, and they haven't had to expend all too much utility for it.
Look at how many players were drawn, gravitated towards this B side. That's at least 4. CNED slowly drifts back to 8. GX look to re-hit this site. 2 players in Hookah and 1 player back site for Foot.
But liking that slightly heavier Hookah setup, but not really getting proactive all too often. They will here, and Yetajay finds Flickless. That's the other end. It's all coming in from long.
That was Flickless's first death. Foot looked to get the first round. That's a brilliant showstopper. And Grabinho needs to somehow rescue that spike with no chance in hell.
Okay.
He'll buy himself one.
But this is Grabinho we're talking about, and he has looked absolutely stellar throughout today. It's a 1v1 on either end of the map. He's still healthy, he has stars, but no spike, and even less time.
1 versus 1 against CNED.
10 seconds
controller.
left.
He's not looking the right way, and Steps being held by the veteran. He'll collect that kill, and Foot will get that first round.
Not going to be able to take that one away right under his nose. CNED does a good job to finish the round, and yeah, I like this tiny bit of proactivity layered in by Foot as we're starting to reach crunch time. We're not really seeing them do a lot of that when they played this before against mates. They were very reserved, typically leaning towards a slightly heavier setup on A, and we're going to see that again here as once more the 2 initiators have flexed their positioning, swapping over. It's the flash actually to tee up the showers piece early for Zeus.
That's going to give them information later into the round in terms of what's happening here. Contact taken by Fallen.
With GX also having 2 players towards short, I'm wondering, did they hear that flash? Is there any kind of reaction to be made? Answer is no for now.
That knife doing God's work in terms of denying space and bringing sort of any luck pressure off.
So a lot of respect being shown by both teams. Finally, we're going to see this short fight. As Cloud is grouping up behind the wall.
That's a nice grab there, but it actually hasn't caught Zeus. And he was allowed a chance at a second bite of the cherry. Not going to come through, but it's the players still looking on the B side that Foot need to be careful of.
The wingman sent in did not have a spike in its hands, so just a bit of a ruse, buys a bit more attention on the Foot side of things. It's the showstopper to gut out the B side, but still CNED's elbow.
Yeah, that's the worrisome part. Oh, he's going to get a chance to get into sight, especially with this Nightfall. All the sound taken offline, and let's look at where this ultimate's going. Nowhere near the Omen, but Flickless is going to deal with it. Trying to bust out of backside. Cloud, he's going to get his kill, and Fallen just with a little pocket in which to work. Still hoping that Krax will come through with him, but it's Krax instead out of nowhere that gets a double.
Flickless is so far ahead of this.
He is. But is Krax? No, he doesn't. Not at all. And GX will get that round. Even though he's being so topsy-turvy.
And it's Flickless again. He finds the impactful kill onto CNED, the one player in a position to cause some problems, and then walks all the way around to find the final kill. Krax did a brilliant job to try and get out in sight, and this was also great work from Cloud to reinforce.
I find it very funny that the one round...
Nice flick!
The one round that Flickless died, he was the entry kill, and that was the round that Foot got there. Right?
Yeah, that's it. I was saying in the green room between games, it feels like when Zeus pops off, Foot end up losing. When Zeus doesn't play too well, Foot end up winning. Is it the same here with Flickless and his deaths, maybe? I don't know, because we did see that on the last map. I mean, this time Zeus towards the top end of the scoreboard. The scoreboard is 5-1 to GX.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think you can necessarily just...
Oh no, it's a full conspiracy, but there's got to be something in the water.
Yeah, God knows, man.
I'll come back to you with a proper theory once I've actually...
All right, okay. Well, you're going to be like what's his face from Only Sunny with a big whiteboard and like...
Yeah.
I mean, I could see you with like the crazy hair.
Yeah, it's always sunny in Berlin.
Always
always,
sunny
yeah,
in
yeah, yeah, yeah. You
Berlin.
should have seen the what is it? The
Copyright
pre-show that we had.
Copyright that.
It is. Jokes aside, there is a chance we might have a round on our hands here. Foot are the ones with the ults, and they hold the card. I mean, it looks like a bomb down short real quick.
Yeah, and with ultimates to back it up if they really want to go for it. But that after that, Dizzy, I mean, that's the big thing for Giant X is whenever Gecko is shown, that's going to be the main part of the pack.
That swimming pool is just concrete at the bottom. Zeus did not want to go diving headfirst in. I think of all the ults you could have asked for in an eco like this, you wanted the showstopper, really. Krax has already used the knife for info. The pit goes up B long. Yetajay sort of expecting GX to be operating in this area of the map and maybe forcing them into the stack here as Zeus has found another opening pick.
Still Giant X respecting everything being thrown at them by Foot. I mean, there's a couple of rounds where they've been caught out by Thrifties.
They're liking this heavy short setup, and it's seen it with the Phantom as well. If you put a rifle in this guy's hands, it becomes an issue. And he's just about found a way to disengage, but it comes at the cost of HP.
Remember, Flickless is still alive, so that's the worrisome part, and Grabinho actually got the smokes through as well. So a little bit of space to work with, but GX aren't happy with that. They're going to try and play to get numbers back on their side.
It might just be time to test that hypothesis. Yetajay's dropped the pit, he's on the way through, but so is Flickless. His opposite number has cracked, dead to right. It's taken out, and now a 2-on-4. Grabinho and just Flickless remaining. Is there any chance in hell he can pull this off? It doesn't look all the likely, especially with Yetajay so far out of the picture. He adds himself to it to close it out. A pay safe card Thrifty for Foot. And it seems like wherever Flickless falls, Foot are right there after.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, I just thought for a moment when Flickless was going to bust through backside, there was going to be a chance he could get the spike back, but I know, the time was far too gone. Far too long gone. That short fight maybe forced a little bit too much by Giant X, rather than exploring elsewhere on the map. And hey, the Viper ultimate, which I thought was too hastily invested, ended up working out. CNED has his op for the first time in this match.
It comes at the exact same round when GX are using their long opening set piece. Morley comes in, and there is a Nebula waiting there as well to just allow them to get into Garden. They've used the recall now, but Yetajay crossing short. Flickless hasn't seen him.
That's a big timing.
Rapino's walking into trouble here. Melee out. Okay, Yetajay.
Ah, nice.
I see the game you're trying to play here. How many more can he get? Oh, it's a second. And it's just about good enough, I would say. Great work from Yetajay. But with the Viper gone, GX should know that B is a little bit weaker now.
They should know.
The wall can't go up. There's no snake bite. But there are two players towards Hookah.
I mean, Flickless working on the other side of the map, it means that a 2 versus 2 on this B site is so much more contentious.
You kind of need him to go through the TP and cause a bit of a distraction while the site players are contacting their way out. It's Ara at the front. The Rays head-to-head, moments away from coming to fruition. Zeus in a strong position. It's Cloud that's going to spot him out. The second is hit. CNED's op, spotted by the Dizzy, and all the while, Flickless starting to close the net towards spawn.
It's getting closer and closer. No command being used. You know that means that Foot want to go fast, which means Flickless needs to go fast as well. A great shot by CNED, but he's essentially in a 1 versus 2, and both players are giving him absolutely nothing. He does have 2 smokes and control the spike. He should just get on this at this moment in time, but instead he wants to take the next engagement. He wants to find Flickless and does so. Now onto the spike with a rifle in hand, and Ara gives him the engagement, and Foot bring it within 2.
CNED producing complete gold dust. In back-to-back weeks, another Red Bull clutch goes his way. When we think of CNED and Bind, the history goes all the way back. You're expecting to be looking out for his op attack, defense, it doesn't matter. Did it all the time on Ascend. As long as that prismatic blue gun is in his hands, you know what you're getting. And with the plant on site, oh, it's the missed first shot from Ara and an absolute blunder from GX.
Yeah, that's going to feel like it stings. Another quick opening once again by Giant X. They look to take this time towards Showers. CNED's on there, and well, the entry being found.
And as I was saying, that's how they won Champs 2021. It's the reason why everyone banned it against them.
Players close, hot on the heels as Giant X try to execute in towards A, but the players aren't checking. Cloud's waiting on the other side of this wall. And Zeus gets him. Showstopper out, and Giant X try to fight forward. They're trying to buy themselves space to get away from the flank, but there's no chance to get the spike back. It's all in Foot's favour as they are dicing away the lead that Giant X built in the early rounds.
As much as you want to talk about CNED changing roles as well, he was playing Sage on here before, so Omen, it's just about controlling the space as much as possible. Billy on the desk talking that we needed to see the utility be a bit better, but if he can just hold the line and pull the trigger every time, then it's job done. It's putting GX at such disadvantages, and it's another round as well where Arrow doesn't get the most of his timing.
Yeah.
Pushing the site, currently 3 and 7.
The one thing that I want to note here, and if we're going to talk about players' KDA, is the fact that Blickless right now is 17 and 4, which is a massive gap. He's 11 away from his closest teammate, which is Grabinho.
Yeah, he almost has 3 times as many kills. If he has 1 more, Grabinho's on 6, same for Cloud, and the rest trail behind. GX, looking at this veto, I thought they'd played an absolute masterstroke.
Yeah.
You came into the first map, which they looked confident on. The second, they had yet to show it, but I think we realised why now. And for Bind, well, we saw them beat Vitality here in the first week. Still a winded one, I think.
And I think this is the most disappointing part for me, Hazza, is that Giant X, just when they're on the cusp of making playoffs, the wheels start to wobble a little bit.
It's the Giant X that we remember, perhaps. Those micro details. Something to focus on. The pit as well in this round. A half buy for all intents and purposes, but if GX can put themselves in a position with that ultimate, finding value, Yetterjay's in a difficult spot here, but Mr. Fallen has held up his end of the bargain.
Yeah, and the players immediately TP to add support to this one as well. I mean, it's whether they could even get onto the site, Giant X, but they put 2 players, one with the spike towards Hookah. Mr. Fallen has knocked them both down. How do you even try and get this back if you're Giant X?
First, they must challenge the Omen smoke.
Bring them down.
Replenished. A Prowler. I don't know how that has threaded the needle between 2 players there, but Rubinho on West Side still hanging about, looking to clear the close corner with the util. Probably gets one, but Yetterjay, equivalent exchange and cracks right by side. West Side in the middle of all of this. Has a lot of work to do. 1v4, 1 kill deep. Knows that Zeus is in the TP, so as soon as he commits sight, the backline is something to think about. It's a heads-up duel on Yetterjay in the pocket. Still yet to drop out, hasn't given away any sound, but just got to be clear in those corners. Tied game, 5 rounds each.
Yeah, it does end up back all even between these 2. And it's little mistakes like this is what's costing Giant X, right? Sending 2 players towards Hookah. Sure, there's a set play there, but
that's like 3 rounds in a row now.
Yeah.
We've seen a duel not go Ara's way when it felt like it was maybe 80% in his favour. So,
and it's on top of that, it's another round where Cloud gets caught out with a spike in his back pocket when he's trying to get onto site.
These are going to be really frustrating losses for GX, but they know that the win is not too far off. They've got ults to come straight back into the next. In fact, they've got almost everything. Same util set to take B long.
They're held at arm's length by Yetijay's Snakebite this time, the Viper Molly. You're just waiting for Westside to invest his ult somewhere. As soon as he gets info on a player position from the foot side, it's the fishing line out, trying to reel him in.
Yeah, but let's look at the player positions right now. Take note of that from Giant X. I mean, realistically, it's not going to be B. That's where it looks, is they're beginning to explore elsewhere on the map.
Yeah.
That spike very close to hitting the TP.
The foot at the same time, you can see two players hookah, one of them Mr. Fallen. Doesn't have a Prowler to invest, but does have the ulti. Can very quickly run into a position where he should support short here.
Yeah, Zeus is the first one in, and well, that ultimate you were talking about earlier, finally invested, actually gets one of the players. As Grubby makes to try and get rid of Zeus and can't, and well, unfortunately, Krax is left to die. Ara now really showing a little bit of slack in the past couple. It needs to be a 1 versus 3, but he shows, and that first shot is deadly. You look at Zeus, very low, but can he get through? Can he get by Yetijay? He can! One to find, and well, as the clock ticks away, he panics and doesn't identify the threat, and Yetijay wins the round.
It's such a valiant attempt from Ara, and the nade was spot on as well. Just feels like it isn't his day. He had the util to flush Yetu out the pocket, but when he didn't see that instant peek, just assumed it was clear. This one from Westside is a bit lax, I think. And then the rest just get cleaned up. As I said once again, great attempt from Aura, and I think that will put fuel in the tank for him. GX really need to close up this gap though, and they have the tools to do it.
We do, in the form of ultimates. But there is one thing that needs to be noted. It would be the Nightfall retake that Foot can use, and Cine heads up, unfortunately gets denied the angle through Viper utility, and they're just going to bust through straight away with that showstopper.
Null Command has taken it offline though, so Ara, just with the gun in his hands on sight, seems to be enough right now. Flashed off the angle from Krax. Westside arriving late as the rest of the players are falling on sight. GX whittled down to their final two. They will head for B as a plan B. The execution just hasn't worked out.
It's the utility right now when you look at how much time GX have to set up on the site. And the fact that Foot are going to be so late to get back to this one. So, plenty of delay, plenty of opportunity. What does Foot do to try and break this down? It looks like they're going to split up into 2 packs.
And for all of the lost post plants that GX had coming in, this is almost ideal conditions. The only thing missing is player numbers. Westside has emptied his pockets, full setup, knows that with the wall broken, there's at least one player coming spawn side. They've got to drop into the sensor here, and that's where both players can look to capitalize. Westside gets both of them, still needs 2 more, but can't take it, can't handle the heat. Foot in front at the first half of Bind, back to winning ways.
It's another brilliant start and a half by Giant X, and one which ends up with Foot being ahead. I can't believe we're looking at this once again, but we'll need to see who wins out the map after a quick break.
Oh, it is so stressful, like, what the...
Red Bull gives you wings.
Foot look like themselves again, and with the opportunity to go ahead with a positive win rate in the group stage. Having found a win in week 1, getting let off the hook and punished in the previous, now GX taking their foot off the gas. Both teams could be sat at 2-1 scoreline before you know it. Things have to change.
They do, and for Foot, once again, they're at a chance to keep their momentum going. They need to win the pistol round, and that's always been a failing of this roster in the past couple series. They have not looked good, but they seem to have turned the corner on that Haven.
Where Foot have been finding success so far is bleeding that utility out of GX. On the attack, it was beating the utility trap and not getting sucked in to their initial outbursts. Here, it's going to be disallowing those anchors from finding maximum value. As GX love to play the double setup A, it's proactivity shown B long, quick trade, and Foot looking to make their reaction early.
Yeah, both raises gone off the board, but Foot are walking in towards the deadlocked trap.
This is the pairing. It's Flickless and Westside, but both of them are dead at the hands of Cracks.
Grubby's went for a TP. He's here quick.
He's opened things up immediately, but they know about Grubby. The shower space is almost surplus to requirements because Foot playing doubled up either side of short. 2 players in lamps ready to take the contact on Cloud.
And Cloud has no flash to get Grubby into sight.
Does have the wingman to clear these close corners. Finally, the wee guy comes out, but met with a paranoia and the sinking feeling that this one might be slipping away from GX. Grubby wants to take it from right beneath them, but the floor has fallen out of GX instead. Foot with another pistol in the second half to extend their advantage.
This is looking very good for Foot right now. The immediate response after Zeus taking contact from Long is brilliant. And Cracks just looks unbeatable at the moment. Warms up into these maps.
And that's another situation where Foot have now found that second round pistol after winning 6 in a row towards the end of the previous. What comes around goes around, I suppose. It's more of the same. Cloud pays a hefty toll to get that 1-0 orb. The setup for GX here is a break away from the norm. They're playing a lot heavier towards short. They've brought Ara here as well, just with the paint shells to try and gain themselves a quick advantage through a combination of their utility. This is also something that they've just been very good at doing, and where you're seeing a really disciplined Foot trying to bait out as much as possible, and they already have done.
Foot though, they've set their sights on B. Only problem is they don't have the spike to back it. And most of the forces for Giant X committed towards Hookah, which may allow for proactivity.
That's Spike moving over as well. Grubby is not going to quite spot it, but it's a retake 5v5, Foot boxed into the site, needing a little extra ground and finding it in elbow.
Yeah, they're going to try and engage, but I mean, Flickless can't really live with it. Spike goes down, but Westside's classic out of nowhere gets a good couple of kills. He'll be finally downed, and now Grubby from Long gets caught by CNED. And well, Foot will be able to convert.
Well, Westside got me a little bit too excited probably for a moment there. I was like, hang on a minute, what's going on? We still saw that Cloud was playing for Hookah. They had a lot of control towards the attack spawn side, did GX, but we weren't able to find the most of it. Westside on rails there. How much better does it look with a rifle in his hands? GX back to a similar setup as they were on the first round, but you don't really expect them to run all the way down long now when Foot have their own utility to combat this.
Find you.
First chance to see how GX on a defense with a full buy versus Foot with basically the same thing. It's going to be a decent trade out, but it's just going one better. So he's starting to show what he's made of, but Grubby goes into the smoke at the wrong time, and that's going to be 3 for the young duelist. What is going on right now from Giant X?
Zeus is ploughing Foot forwards. It was such a great haunt from Mr. Fallen that we saw. I'd love to get a replay of that.
It's just really straightforward utility and the kind of thing that GX should sort of be expecting if they're playing the long setup. As I mentioned earlier, Mr. Fallen, we don't seen too much of his fade so far, and now he's going to need to fully clear the double stacked anchors on A.
Oh, unless he's not even looking in the right spot as Yetish is the one to catch him. And now let's look at Flickless.
Yeah.
He's got such a long way to even get close to this. This is looking like he's throwing in the white till.
For good reason. No credits on GX. No cash left in the coffers, so a little bit of time now, 45 seconds or less, to talk over what it is exactly they need to do, because it's a comeback to be mounted, double digits for Foot, twice as many rounds in the count. It also feels like the attacker just finding it far too easy to get past the Viper and the Deadlock, but I suppose that's because they're finding success elsewhere to start the round, and then GX don't really know how to react.
Yeah, and I think, like, again, like, something narratively everyone's been saying is since we've seen GX come back into the second split, Cloud's calling has been excellent.
Yeah.
And I think, again, to bring up a point that we made in previous maps, is looking at this series, I think this is the first time this split that I've had doubts about Cloud and some of the calls that he's made.
Oh, that I can agree upon. Again, some micro errors as you're seeing. Westside got a little caught, so did Grubby in the util. But it's the streak of rounds on the scoreboard right now which are most concerning for me. 9 unanswered from Foot. And it's just Flickless's rifle to stop it from being a 10th and 11th round.
Yeah, it's deja vu, it feels like, as well, GX are trying to play aggressive on long, but it's like Skittles on a bowling lane. They've been completely knocked down, and Foot are looking to strike this one out.
Yeah, GX are looking like one of those bowling screen animations. It's all a little bit scuffed. No, not enjoying that one.
No, I'm not giving you.
Oh, not enjoying that one either. Oh, okay, Cloud as well. 2v3 and Foot. Not with too much map material to work with here.
And GX, not with a lot of health. 8 and 5 left on both players. So, yeah, we'll see where this one ends up, but you basically have your answer here. Is Giants look to gamble on B, but that spike is heading well into A.
Still a sound sensor up in showers, but anyone could have walked past that. It makes little difference. Cracks, safe in the knowledge that showers is secure, will get the spike down. While his hands are busy, the 2 other players on Foot were searching for an engagement. That was Yetu backside. He doesn't spot it though.
Nice flash, but it's actually cracked his flash. There's no way he's escaped with one.
No.
Oh, there's no way, right? Could you imagine?
That's now the ult online for Westside. He can clear a lot of space here, but it's only going to take a pinprick to kill him.
No way. It's just a 1 versus 1 against Zeus, and he's got a Phantom. I can't believe I put this
Oh, no. They knew that the damage was there, but that's just rude, Zeus. You can't do that.
Hey, listen, doesn't matter how you get the round. It's just if you get the round.
I think the last time we saw a blast pack kill was, it was an Apex game. I think it was against Batu, maybe. And then before that, there was another like Koi one that we had on Split. I mean, this from Westside, I was really thinking that he might pull it off, and then.
Yeah, but in my head, in my heart of hearts, I was like, there's no way, but part of me couldn't doubt it. And here we go, Zeus ready to take an engagement with CNED. Paranoia could be used, but that knife is going to be the information needed, perhaps, to start the engagement. As Foot scale in, Krax's flash was brilliant, and it's going to be the case as then the showstopper comes through, and Zeus gets another. Foot don't want to be playing on bind much longer. They're ready to execute right into the A site and execute any resistance in their way.
That GX 3-0 feels like a pipe dream now. It's Flickless and Westside walking away from things with weapons in hand but little more. Mr. Fallen will lead the chase. That chase is cut short. But yeah, I mean, the unbreakable knife from Krax is great. This is
the reason why he stayed in the side, ultimately. Because if you wanted a KO player, it was going to be him. Modern day, how many KO players do you want? Probably not too many, but this is the style, the brand of Valorant that we're getting from Foot, and a big question answered for me. Is there a different vision with Jonta coming in, or is it, you know, what we're expecting? Is it a last dance of the old Foot? And I think we have our answer.
100%, and there was a lot of excitement about Giant X, and this was, I think, for me, the game where they needed to silence any critics that were left.
This was the banker. This was the one that shouldn't fail.
Yeah,
really.
exactly. And you then go into it and you're like, oh, Giant X can't slip up. Well, they can.
Yeah.
So now Foot are looking to bounce back in this series, and they have to do it here in this round. Well, I mean, they've got plenty of chances to do it, but best to do it here.
11 rounds in a row with a similar streak at the end of Haven. Foot are ready to take yet another map in dominant fashion. The year that BBL start to look like the best team from Turkey, Foot are forced to respond. And with the null command coming in just as soon as Cloud was trying to play for some reconnaissance of his own, he is in so much danger here. Needs Grabinho to do something, but the star from the start of the series has been shut up.
It feels as if Giant X haven't been able to live with Foot since they've got on to bind. It feels as if Foot have had everything that they've needed. As Ara is the only one left here, and he will be routed out. Foot bounced back after a disastrous week against Vitality, and that was the form team that they just managed to beat.
We were wondering if this year might be GX's year. A lot had given up hope on Foot, but they'll settle the score. Both teams walking away from this match now 2-1 in the group, with a lot of thinking to be done, especially with the match taking place later on between BBL and Mates. I mean, the last time we saw both Turkish teams win on the same play day was all the way back in EMEA Stage 1 2024. We've seen them share dates sort of 6 times since then. It doesn't happen all too often. Maybe that's bad things to come for BBL.
Well, you can start to put your conspiracy boulders away as well, mate, because Zeus has got 6 first bloods, 20 kills, topped the leaderboard, and Foot have won not only this map, but this series. A bow needs to be taken, because that is some way to bounce back in this split 2.
That's the thing. Foot showed us that they could win without Zeus firing on all cylinders, but when he finds form, they do feel infallible in a sense. 13-5, 13-5, end of the last 2 maps. Really strong stuff from them. And responding at the time of the year where Foot are looking at the run into champs, because they're one of the outside names, but still, it doesn't feel impossible. Improbable perhaps, but still plenty more games that we need to see them succeed in, if that's going to be the case. Look, celebrations all around. Plenty to be happy about for Foot today.
And now we look to the future as well, what both teams have. I mean, you look towards Giant X here, they're playing Gentlemates next week, which are by no margin at all any mugs. But with that being said, let's toss it over to our interview, as we've got Mr. Fallen waiting.
We do indeed. I'm now joined by Mr. Fallen from Foot. First of all, congratulations on this victory. Why didn't you play Haven like that last week? What was the difference?
I don't want to talk about the last week.
I'm sorry.
Be honest, so like it's an unlucky game for us for the last week. So I think this week I was a lot better. Like of course we just played bad on Heaven and Bind in specific in the first ones, but we managed it bad because that's who we are, I guess.
I'm really sorry to mention last week. You don't have to talk about it. But what I do want to talk about is recovering from last week, because a lot of teams, after what happens to them, because the season is not a long season, we see that maybe they just don't win a game again. So how did you guys bounce back? You were bouncing back even today on the server.
I think on last week, everyone just like doesn't know about the issue of the game. Like we are just doing something on, but everyone just don't know what we're doing right now. Like we didn't play our game on the last week, but today I think we are a little bit better, but we still have a lot of mistakes right now. We have to again fix it for the next week. So I don't know, maybe with the next week, maybe we are better than this week, but I hope we have good last.
It's a good sign, Mr. Fallen. It's a good sign that you have
I
what
hope.
it takes. You know, mentally, you have what it takes. And speaking of that, when you're in the game right now, because obviously we know Yuta always screams that we can hear him from like 5 miles away. I know how energetic you guys can be, but this is a very different CNED we are seeing. Do you feel that too, you know, playing with him in the past? Is he more animated now?
Yeah, he's animated and he's like had a passion right now. I don't know why, but he has a little passion and I'm really loving it. And like today I will scream because we took a pistol, so I have to scream. Like I think we have to take pistols if we're gonna like be in the game. So I don't know, like we just when everyone just win the pistol. Okay, guys, we won the match. So
the confidence from
yes.
the first round. And your teammate Cracks, I know after last week, we don't normally see him play Breach, especially on Haven. It's still a little bit new for us to see him in that role. I think there was a lot of criticism about his Breach. I think this week, zero. I don't think anyone is allowed to criticize his Breach. So I want you to defend him a little bit here and maybe the choice of his
I think everyone just thinks he's like on the Kayo player, but it's not because we are playing Kayo because it's like more efficient for us. So that's why we're choosing Kayo probably all the maps, but we always trying different things because like meta always changing. Some teams like still not playing Breach and every map, like we're just trying ourselves like I don't know, like he can play every character, but he's just being comfortable with Kayo, so let's give him.
When are we going to see his Raze? How many things would have to happen for him to play Raze?
A
lot.
A lot probably because there are 2 entries right now. Like it's gonna be a lot of issue, but why not? Sinet is playing Smoke right now, and it's good for him, I guess. He's playing better and getting better on Smoke. I don't know. We can see maybe. It's a surprise.
A lot of people also like to maybe speculate what it's like to have both Zeus and CNED, you know, on the same team. I think especially for you as an IGL, can you tell me what it's really like to have 2, I guess, duelist mains on your team?
I think the most important part is like one is like push every time wants to push and kill some people, and the other one is like, okay guys, just hold, I'm gonna kill one and I'm gonna go back. Like it's really hard to like balance both of him. But I think like Sinet's role is like on Smoke. He's giving me a lot of confidence, and okay, I know he's not gonna die on site alone, so I can tell just okay, you can just try whatever you want, so it's gonna be much easier for me.
Which one is which? Who is normally like, let me go kill, and the other one's like, chill?
What do you think? I think everyone knows that.
Is Zeus just wanting to go kill?
Of course.
Okay, that's okay though. That's okay. He's allowed. He's allowed.
He has to get confidence for the kills, so
yeah,
let them get kills.
Yeah, I don't envy your position though. I don't think my brain, I wouldn't be able to manage that.
Sometimes I'm just gaining a lot, but what are you gonna do?
And last question, you will be facing Team Heretics next. Now, I don't know how you feel, but it feels like Heretics has been your curse team a little bit. In the last 5-6 times you played them, you know, it's always an exciting game, but the result doesn't normally go your way. So how do we want to make sure that you beat them next week?
I think this week was the most important thing for us because like we have to get confidence for the next matches. I think on Heretics game maybe we have a lot of confidence right now. If we just make things better than today, I think we can beat them. But I'm not going to say anything about that, like because they're a good team. They individually have a good players too, also. So we also play like ourselves, and team play has to be better than them. So
we'll see on the stage.
We will see on the stage.
Yeah, we'll see on the stage. Thank you very much, Mr. Farland, for joining me. We'll see you next week.
See you next week.
We're going to head to a break. Jonta, their coach, is going to be joining us outside in the sandpit right after this, so do not go anywhere.
Stressing right, You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I'll miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it. Girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my.
We will be bringing you Gentlemates versus BBL in just a moment. But for now, we got to make the most out of the setup, the outside, the nice weather. And we're now joined by Jonta, Coach Jonta from Foot. But welcome home. I think this is home, right?
Yeah, feels nice. Thank you. Feels nice to be here.
Yeah, I'm just going to jump straight in because obviously Angel is still here, Xiao is still here, but some of your other boys from FPX are not in Tier 1 anymore. Have you been keeping up with Angel and Xiao?
So far, I joined the team. First match, I couldn't be here. I was dealing with my documents, and I tried to come here as early as possible. And when I come, it's just full focus on the work, full focus on getting better and learning what team is about, looking at how they do things in regular day, how we take the practice, how we take the matches, post matches and stuff. So honestly, I didn't see anyone, right? Of course, I want to see Angel. We know each other for so many years, and I just wanna see his face, not online, just in real life. So yeah.
You'll see him at playoffs.
Yeah.
You'll see him at playoffs. Yeah.
I want to know more about your opinion of how Valorant has kind of changed. As someone that wasn't watching EMEA way back when it first started, how do you think it's kind of developed and changed since you started in Valorant?
I think overall now the game is becoming a lot more different from match to match, from map to map. In the past, when you could let's say you have your own agent comp that you are playing, and okay, on us end everyone play like this, but now you have to make sure your comp is good against this, that, so many things. And I think the game is becoming more for fresh minds, for young brains that have to go through so much information daily, because you have to talk about, okay, what's our protocol against this, what's our protocol against that, and it's kind of hard. And I think at the same time it's getting more professional, because you need to structure your day and your week just for your brains, for your energy to be on the good level to process all this information. And it's even when we're not talking about the pressure outside that comes outside. So I think games getting more mature in some way, but mature not in terms of the age, but in terms of how players taking things more serious, how they learning things, going through information. Now we have multiple coaches, and I think it's very good because it's hard to deal with everything. So it's good that teams are bringing more people that can make their actives, the players, better and better, and help them to kind of unload their pressure.
I was going to say, I have a follow-up to that question. How then are you handling the kind of overlaps that happen in your team with the roles? Because we see Zeus and CNED, of course, very great duelist players, but now we're having to see a kind of switch up.
Yeah, and added on that, Mr. Fallen just said on stage that he struggles a little bit in game because one of them is always wanting to just go in, and the other one is let's not go in. So he sometimes has to decide,
Yes, we're trying like to find our style because, of course, like now the meta is kind of too duelist in many maps, many moments. But you need to feel the good dynamic to perform it on a good level. Of course, CNET has his own style, Zeus has his own style, and we're trying like to find the way how to make it good. Because in some maps, Zeus in the past played like Yoru. Now we see that like he can play Raze, and Curex played kind of Raze Flex.
I was going to ask you, like, can you let Cracks have a go? What needs to happen for you to let him play Raze?
Meta change.
Oh, okay.
That's an easy question. But basically, my goal to bring to the foot more flexibility, so we can be different depending on what meta is and what do we need to do. Because if we're going to be the same, everyone will understand what to expect from us, and it's going to be hard for us. But of course, it takes time. Like all these little adjustments, like. Even like when you change a player, right? Yeah, they played with CNET in the past, but still it's like little different role. We need to find a way how to like switch operator, sometimes use operator on Omen player, sometimes bring it back to Zeus. And in scrims it feels like sometimes Zeus is like, yeah, I want to take operator, give it to me.
Really?
Yeah, and he's very good with it. And sometimes CNET is like, okay, take it, I'm gonna just destroy everyone, like just headshotting. So we're finding our style. It takes some time, but yeah, we're getting to it.
I can't name many players that I would trust on and off more than CNET, but you know your team. Very quickly, last question. You will be playing Team Heretics next. Give me 3 words that you think describes Team Heretics. I want to see if you're on the money next week when you play them.
Team play.
That's 2 words, so 1 more.
Creativity.
Creativity and team play. Actually, very complimentary words. Yeah, very complimentary. But thank you so much for your insight and for joining us, Jonta. Congratulations on the win. We'll see you next week.
Thank you.
And we'll see you in a minute where we get to talk about BBL versus Gentlemates. See you in a bit. Time for our second match of the day between Gentlemates and BBL. I'm back here once again, joined by Meg and Billy. Now, we have seen this film before. It ended amazingly for BBL the last time they played, and Billy, it was the ultimate heartbreak for Gentlemates.
It really was, and the worst part is now sitting here, this could be...
Paper Rex is behind us right now, my bad. Yeah, it's the Paper Rex train.
That can be heard.
Yeah, they can definitely hear that, there's no chance.
Yeah, to continue my point, this could quite literally be the battle of who goes to playoffs, and like you say, sir, it is very much a grudge match considering the last time that they played. And I think for me, at this point, it feels like Gentlemates have gotten so close to being able to win out a series that it's unfortunate that they haven't quite yet. So I think today could be an upset. BBL needs to be prepared going into it.
Thinking back to the last time they played, though, they did bring it close on that Lotus. It did go to overtime, but then on that Haven, it was very, very dominant from BBL. But I do like these kind of grudge matches where there's a lot to play for.
Yeah. Whose side would you want to be on? Which side would you stand on? Oh, left side clears, though. We're talking about aim.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
I love that they have
the
ponchos on.
Oh, and yeah,
why
Yampi's poncho.
Yampi's just built Yampy is just built different. He doesn't need a poncho. Yeah, he doesn't need a poncho. But I'm hoping he is built differently today to be able to handle the newcomers of Gentlemates, because, you know, everybody was very excited for comeback. He's had some solid performance, but for me, Meg, it's just the casually dropping 30 kills every map.
I mean, when we saw him go up against Heretics, I think it was really, really interesting to see how he kind of used his utility to almost assist, pushing them into like comeback and just kind of as well being aggressive on those kind of initiative roles. Like, it's kind of like he was bringing in his previous experience and just being incredibly aggressive on it and constantly fragging.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he finished plus 14 against Heretics and this is like his debut coming into the league is kind of insane when you actually think about it in that sense. He had such a great performance against them last week, and it's players like this that are on Gentlemates that I think can really stand up and rise to the occasion, right? They have so many new amazing talents that have come up into the league. Of course, a lot of the players, this is their first year in Tier 1, so they're feeling as though they maybe only really have this stage to prove themselves when we consider what's on the line for Gentlemates as an organisation.
I was actually going to beef with them a little bit when they signed one of the best duelists, you know, in Tier 2 maiden role swap, but I have zero complaints anymore. Vakash has really won me over on this new role. However, Billy, I think there's one elephant in the room where maybe we can get away with beefing with Gentlemates on. Do you want to tell us what that is?
Honestly, I'm tired. I'm tired just from watching Gentlemates play, and we've only had 2 weeks of games. The way that they keep throwing away leads is genuinely so frustrating to sit and watch, and I want them to be able to pull it over the line today, right? When we look at the roster, we look at maybe perhaps a lack of having a veteran player on this team that has the experience that's able to help them pull it over the line. I mean, yeah, some of these plays are just heartbreaking to watch, right? It's just really, really upsetting. So yeah, like I'm saying, a lack of a veteran, someone that can really help them pull it over the line when they're needed most. I think that might be a barrier for them in being able to close out a lot of these maps. So yeah, it's just, it feels like a lot is on Mini's shoulders at this point.
Can I offer up some copium here for mates? Because I do think they've genuinely been quite unlucky in their first 2 games. You've got your first week 1 CNED debut you're going up against. Week 2, you're coming up against Team Heretics off the back of coming back in those grand finals at EWC. They know how to win a game, and they know a game is not over till it's over. So I think you're going up against 2 teams who definitely had a bit of extra flair, I guess, coming into their games against mates. So I do think today, hopefully they've settled a bit. They've had a look at where it maybe went a bit wrong.
They started 10-2, Meg.
Yeah, but
10-2. You can't ask for a better start.
But it's
maybe 12-0.
You know, like they know it's not over till it's over.
Okay, what I will say is I will give some, you know, I'm with you here. You know, I'm with you, and I just want to say thank you, Gentlemates, because for so long we had to suffer through the NRG 12-5. So now we have a 12-4. Maybe we can harp on instead of, you know, the 12-5. So thanks for that. However, when it comes to the IGLs though, the battle of the IGLs, there's a very cool, I think, head-to-head storyline.
Yeah, I think so. I think when we look at Mini and Yampy, you know, we were kind of like coming into this year thinking, okay, well, Mini wasn't even the initial IGL for Gentlemates, right? Of course, it was Robbie BK who's gone over to Central Region now since then. But yeah, I think when I look at these two, it's so interesting to me because they've maybe had like short stints having a go at this IGL role previously, and now they're in VCT. They're doing such a good job in being able to lead their team. I think the progress that they've managed to make in this role in such a short space of time as well is just so nice. And of course, you have Yampy, a vet player, going up against Mini, who's made his debut this year.
The best VCT Mini, in my opinion. The best Mini. And wait, what was that? You guys want to hear from him? I got your back, because earlier I sat down with Mini and his bestie, Profeg, for a quick catch-up. Take a look at this. Now, I can't be the only one having fun outside today, so I had to ask the gamers to join us, Profeg and Mini. Welcome back. Now, this is a bit of a go next, you know, your reunion, so I thought we'd talk about where you could go next. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. I've waited a while to come up with that pun. But since we're outside, I wanted to imagine you two going on vacation together. Where would you go on vacation together? Where would be your dream place to go? Just the two of you, no one else.
LA or New York.
Yeah, you like that?
Yeah. I mean, the vibes were good there.
Okay.
I mean, it would be good for us.
Would it be good for you as well,
I'm
Mini?
sure. Yeah.
Yeah. What about LA or New York? Would you like?
A lot of activities. Like
okay.
A lot.
So what I'm hearing is you want to go to VCT Americas together.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. How would you think you would do if you were playing Americas?
It's the easiest region to play, so I think we will just dominate.
You would farm?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah?
I mean, if Zelzis is the best player of America, it's like, you know.
Do you agree, Minnie?
I mean, with some stuff I agree, you know, but some stuff was a bit delusional, but no problem.
I mean, Robbie BK's over there. You know, he
Yeah.
seems to be doing okay. I'm sure you'll
He's
be all
doing
right.
okay.
Yeah, you'll be doing all right. Now, okay, you go on vacation. We're in New York. Who out of the two of you, who would plan all the activities? Who just rocks up?
I'm the head of the operation, so I would do that.
Why do you disagree, Minnie?
Well, maybe the first few days, but after you just lose it, like for sure.
Okay, so you think you are more organized?
I mean, we would both go just like with the flow, you know. You do whatever, you know, kind of just wake up. You just go with the flow, no planning, just chill.
Okay, so no structure or a lot of structure?
No structure.
Okay, I'm surprised by that. I thought maybe one of you would be like very, very
I'm tired of
organized.
structure. I have Pal as a head coach and I'm just tired of the structure.
Okay, that's fair, that's fair. And how often do you guys go outside to see each other, you know? Now you're both in
I
Berlin.
think pretty often, no?
Yeah, once a month, 3 weeks, depends. Like how often we are in Berlin and stuff, you know, but once a month for sure.
Are you both outdoor people? You like being outside?
I mean, we're both gamers, you know, so we cannot be really like outdoor people, but we go from time to time outside to talk a bit, relax for some time, so yeah.
So what do I need to do to make this vacation happen? I think
Just give us the money.
Okay, I'm gonna talk to my producer, see if we can get the budget to send you guys on a vacation.
Thank you.
And last question, the last time you played against each other, for one of you, it was, you know, a very hype dream moment. The other one, not so much. It was pretty much playoffs or no playoffs. How are you both feeling ahead of today's game?
I mean, I have like kind of completely new team, you know, new structure, new everything. I'm excited to face Profek again, and I cannot lose for the second time to him, you know. So
No, we just go and we win. Like
you've done it already.
Nothing special.
Yeah, you've been there
We
already.
lost twice and we're not gonna lose again.
Okay.
That's it.
Well, I like the vibes here right now, but I want to do some movie magic and TP you guys onto the stage. So let's send it down and bring out
Let's go,
Gentlemates
TP.
and
Vamos,
BBL.
TP.
It was absolute devastation for Gentlemates the last time these two teams met. But you heard it from Minnie. They have a new roster. The new players look really good. So any upset potentially today, you guys think?
Yes, potentially. I genuinely think so. As much as I was high on the BBL Hopium, I still think Gentlemates had some of the most exciting roster changes coming into Stage 2, especially with that pickup of Comeback joining the team. But looking at this map, Vito, Sunset is going to be selected by BBL, which could be...
Is this a bait?
I don't know, it feels like a bait in a way, but then when I was looking at Gentlemates' map Vitos the past 2 weeks, they also felt like bait, right? 1 week they banned Corrode, then they picked Sunset, then the next week they banned Sunset, picked Corrode. What do you think, Meg?
I just think it's really interesting here for Gentlemates coming into the first two maps, as these are both maps that they've previously lost to Foot on week 1. So I do think that they've hopefully cooked up some stuff, expecting these to be picked out in the map pool. I would like to see this go the whole way to Ascent, as we're yet to see BBL on that Ascent. So I do think that could be a really interesting one, as their win rate in Stage 1 was only 50%, so it could go either way.
They're Turkish, they'll be fine, honestly. I think, my feeling is they didn't want to mess about against Heretics on Sunset. You know, it was no point. But also taking into consideration BBL's strong points as well, it's going to be a very, very interesting Sunset. But after everything we've learned about Gentlemates, is I'm not going to believe in anything until they win the map. You know, once they have that scoreline in their fists, then I can
Not even
start
if it's
talking.
12-0.
No, not even when, especially if it's a 12-0.
Okay, do you know what? You're so real for that, but I can also see it happening on the other side where we have seen BBL lose after having a lead as well, right? So both of these teams are notorious for it, so it'll be intriguing to see who ends up finding that lead to begin with. But looking ahead at Sunset, I mean, BBL, the last time they played this, they really struggled to close it out on that attack, a side that a lot of teams, as we've said, have been struggling with so far this stage. They managed to get a 6-6 half against Team Heretics, but unfortunately, it didn't end up really going their way. And then Gentlemates, again, as well, they struggled on their defense, right? They only won 1 out of 5 defensive rounds. What is that spinning?
So cute. I want that thing in our hot tub.
Okay,
you reckon we can get that in our hot tub?
Yeah.
Surely.
Interesting.
Is it their debut?
I'm gonna go ask him if he can put that in our hot tub. And I'm glad we showed Levin, because I think Comeback's journey really kind of mirrors Levin's right now. You know, coming to the league as the most exciting, one of the most exciting Turkish duelists, taking, you know, a tiny bit of time to fully warm up to the stage. But look at Levin now. It doesn't even seem like he's a rookie this year.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of pressure on Comeback here, you know, coming into stage 2. This is the time, well, the time to shine, really, because it's the last sort of moment of the year to really make your mark.
Sorry.
I want one.
He's distracting all of us.
We're being put off by this
I
little
also
guy.
want one. I think we need to go and steal it off the stage.
To continue your point though, Yinsu, like I like that you're raising Levin and Comeback in this head-to-head, because something that we've seen from both of these duelists, I think the past couple of weeks, especially more so with Levin throughout this year, obviously we've had more chances to watch him play, the discipline and knowing when you can go for that extra kill and when you have to rein it in, you know, just having the decision-making process to be able to, decide yourself, should you do that or should you not do that?
Well, let's take a look at Agent Select and see what we are going to... Oh, if you can't beat them, join them. There you go. Boom.
I like this. Mini's taking on the Deadlock. We've previously seen him on the Cypher. I like that. I mean, I'm a Deadlock enjoyer either way. I do think that they're becoming more and more valuable on that Sentinel role, especially on a map like Sunset. We're really sort of seeing the battle for the best Sunset Deadlock at this point, which I know Yinsu would definitely be Batu.
100%.
Right?
Not even a question.
We got some more players in contention for that now with this Agent pick though, and I think as well, I don't... Why? Why does it? Why? I'm putting this one on JT. I think this is potentially JT, Gentlemates' analyst's fault. I think that he's just gone ahead and copied their homework, potentially.
Yeah, that's what I mean. If you can't beat them, join them. I think other people have already figured it out for you at this point. But I love that it's Mini Deadlock. I really, really love it's Mini Deadlock. I think if it's anybody that you can trust to do this, it's him.
I also love that we've mentioned the Comeback sort of Levin head-to-head in here. We're going to have that Neon head-to-head. I think it will be really important from both of these duelists to kind of make their mark straight off the bat. I think I want to see them coming in and kind of almost making an example out of each other and kind of being like, I'm the better Neon and I'm coming in with...
And I'm the better Turkish duelist.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, like, there's so much like deep-rooted stuff here between these two, which is why it is such an exciting matchup. And of course, Comeback coming from that Turkish league as well. It's just, great matchup.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of competition because I'm going to throw it over to Tupi, who is definitely not the best Turkish duelist. It's Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. Yes, what an exciting game today. 0-2 for both of these teams, but today that changes for both, I suppose. A win on the board at long last. It's what they've been looking for. For BBL, it's a return to form. For Mates, it's all about survival.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's one of those chances for both teams to get themselves on the board, but here we have straight off the bat the head-to-head I'm excited for. Levin has been someone who came into the league this year, come back a little bit later on, and we're going to be talking about these two guys throughout the series. Both at times can, well, for Levin, be a little bit inconsistent, and for Comeback, this is him facing off against, well, he was on BBL Pacific. He's facing off against BBL. So if he can come into the league and basically get rid of the parent company by sending them down 0-3, that would be one hell of a statement and maybe even make them wonder if they made a bit of a mistake.
Yeah, a lot of people would have liked to see Comeback in that Tier 2 for a little bit longer, but this is his chance to prove that he belongs on that stage. What better way to do it than take on BBL? Come out with flying colors. It's time to get into the series. We're starting out on Sunset, Lotus, and then Ascent. Tom, looking at this pool, do you see favor for either team?
The thing is, both teams' map choices are interesting. I think Lotus is a very interesting choice for Mates. It's one I would actually have expected to see picked by their opponents. Sunset looking like a counter pick, but I'm interested to see if BBL are going to be solid on this map.
Already you've seen them bypass that utility. The wall broken, the move through market is found successfully, and BBL boots on the ground, but mates have got reinforcements. Comeback on site for that first fight. Stun goes down, but it's Levin to draw first blood. He gets a second two with comeback down. Now those players locked out by a smoke. And although the reveal spots a few, they couldn't deny the spike plant. The retake, 2 against 4 through the smoke. It's good, but Levin, he puts a pin in it. His third kill of the round as Sociable gets them across the line, 1-0 for BBL.
Yeah, something to talk about as well in this series is you might see a team get off to a hot start and be thinking, game over. That's it done.
Done and dusted.
With both of these teams in the last couple of series, they've been choky as hell. Like go back to BBL when they played versus GX, 9-3 up on the third map, lose in regulation. That's definitely not a great sign, and I don't think you need to talk too much about the foot game that happened versus mates, where they had a 12-6 lead and still managed to choke in OT. So it's definitely a talking point that both these teams haven't been able to finish their dinner, and probably both should have had a win already as well. In this round at least, not much invested at all for the side of mates.
Yeah.
Kill or two would be nice.
It should be housekeeping for BBL, keeping that economy nice and healthy. They've got 2 pistols brought into the round, 1 player down, but the weapon to be recovered, I think that's a Bulldog on the floor. They don't want to lose much more. For now, at least, they're in that safe zone. Yeah, that probably could have been a little bit better on the paranoia. Kevic's taken 2. Now this is dangerous. It's already costly, but it could well be a round win for mates. An immediate answer back. And it's Levin, full HP, Spike under his control, and I think most importantly, those weapons not in the hands of mates just yet. Even in a 2v1 fight, he has the advantage, but how much longer will that last? The wraparound from mates, the redirect, they'll recover these rifles.
That's clever from them. I knew that leveling up the playing field was going to be incredibly important.
The others on site.
They're not going to be able to collect, but maybe that means that comeback can be the bait. They are going separately, though. Maybe hoping that they can find the information to get the trade. Never mind, comeback's going to do it all on his own. That is a blunder and a half for BBL. Not only did they have a huge weaponry advantage, they had a player advantage as well.
Yeah, that's gonna sting for BBL. It looked like a solid start to the half. And remember, in the pistol, beforehand we highlighted the Levin comeback duel, and Levin was the one to draw first blood in that battle, but this time he gets his comeuppance. It's leveled up, and it was this. We didn't see it in the moment. Of course, you don't expect him to win either of those fights. Getting out with both, and a fadeaway shot of
ridiculous.
30 health that keeps comeback alive and allows him to find that final, the finisher, and an early stop to what should have been BBL's lead.
Yeah, like, I want to be very critical, but someone hitting that many shots with a classic is kind of mad, and then the Sheriff shot was genuinely ridiculous, but even still, 4v2, giving those 1v1 fights, it's definitely a mistake. Sociable, he had a gap. I still won that fight. I thought Vekash had him dead to rights, but never mind. It's kind of gone in their favor. I think we're getting a weird match here, Mitch.
You'd expect nothing less, really. Sociable going down would have been a big blow!
His ult ran out as he turned the corner.
Rifle finds another ult down classic to land a kill.
Oh no, this game's going to be goofy.
A sea of rifles from Gentlemates. It's a 2v5. Rifles recovered by BBL. A save called early.
Go for it, you're going to win it.
Yeah. Well, they don't have the pistols this time, Tom.
Yeah, they do. It's secondary.
Yeah. Well, they want those
it's the
rifles
same
for
too
the next,
as well.
They might not get to save them. Yumpy spotted the save. He knows now that they've gone deep to the A site, and some of these BBL players will go hunting. Well, yeah. For now, it looks like mates might get away with both rifles still. What a crazy back and forth to kick this map off.
Yeah, like, Sociable gets behind them, is spotted, but is spotted by a player who doesn't have a gun out. That player loses the battle as Sociable, for some reason at that moment, turns around. And then Sociable, while low, wins the next fight as well. Then you have Levin running in, thinking with his ult, but it runs out. Yeah. And he wins that fight anyway with a classic. This round makes absolutely no sense. It wasn't even an instant headshot either. Like, you kind of have to look a little bit at Cam and go, well, you knew he was there. And he had 33 health.
Sound sensor up.
2 to 1. Back to normal.
Back to normal, yeah.
Yep. It's ambitious.
Except for the fact that mates don't have a full buy. But other than that, back to normal.
What a start it has been. Levin having the ult on for round 3. It got them a bit of value. He took space, but it was the classic to find kills. This time the pistol in the hands of mates is the one to trade back that blow and put BBL into a 4v4. They're focused on Vekash, but Yumpy still clears the corner. He takes down both players on site. With the wall up as well, the barrier mesh, there shouldn't be much of a way back in. Mates in a similar position to the previous round. This time, credits low on a few players, Vekash notably, but they're still going to throw the rifles at it, at least one of them. But once Mini falls, Kamek feels like this is too much to ask of him, and he will go for the save. It looked like it should have been a strong start from BBL. There was a little bit of a bump in the road, but it looks like they'll get their strong lead anyways.
Yeah, it's kind of like an unintentional dream scenario. Because although, yeah, you could be 3-0 up if you won your bonus, economically, this actually puts them in a better position than any of the other scenarios. I'd say if you ever do this on purpose, either you're the best team in the world or the worst. Like, yeah, there's no middle ground.
If you ever do this on purpose, your coach is getting fired. I'll tell you that.
No, but like, it's if you could do it on purpose,
oh yeah,
you could probably also 13-0 if you're that good.
Yeah, why bother?
Mates only have a 20% retake win rate on Sunset. Well, they did it a minute ago with a Classic and a Sheriff, so sometimes stats do lie. Then again, the average is 30%, so it's a hard map to retake on.
Without a doubt. With the rifles, it's proven to be. Mates back into things, though. Said there were credits low on one player. It results in an SMG, but a Stinger can be a mighty foe indeed. The rest on those proper rifles. The Stinger spam to start. That does a little bit of damage onto Magnum.
Poison's off.
For BBL, look at the safety net economically that they have. Lose this round, buy again. Lose that round, you could even buy again. And ults will be coming online as well. Sociable 2 away right now. Yumpy and Magnum open this one up though. Ult's not needed. It's just the weapons in hand. They may have looked weak in round number 2, but that weakness, it's nowhere to be found here. Mini stuck with a Stinger behind the boxes. They might think with 2 picks they've cleared the site, but the reveal catches him. Still good for 1. Ult comes online. It grabs another. Damage done with the Classic. And mates are doing it again. This is effectively a 1v2. As it now very much is. Yumpy 70 HP and 2 players to find.
Did he just get delivered a gun as well? The player was grabbed at least. They've just got to try and work out where he is. Mini going walkabouts on his own. He's done so much damage. His Classic might be the best in the world right now, and Kamek is the only man standing, but he will be able to get it done. The rounds that BBL are losing are the ones they should be most likely to win. It's been very peculiar, and I think a lot of it just comes down to, it seems like when they get in these advantages, they just go a little bit over-aggressive. Something I wanted to mention in the moment is that Levin walks into the site alone. Then you have the solo clear, and then you have a second player solo clearing again. Like, sure, Mini has to do insane work to get that done, but if you push it together, you can't do that.
Well, that's it. I mean, we saw it there, the replay, great replay from his perspective. You get to see just how much space he had, how much time he had. Now, that reveal didn't catch anyone. And the Blind Hunter's Fury follows up, maybe just gambling that it would have a reveal or two, a bit of information. Now in comes the Hunter's Fury, clearing space. Sociable follows up onto Mini. Levin's gotten close, but he doesn't want to go alone. Waits for Profek on the TP up top, and they'll push this together, but a snake in the grass again. It's comeback, finding one. But this time they have that backup. They have the trades. They're not looking to let this advantage slip. And BBL, they'll get their post plant on A. And another 1v4. Last time Kamek ran away, he saved the weapon for the next. And that ultimately gave them enough to buy in and win the following. I don't think he's got much of a choice.
Spike planted.
To go for the same play again, throwing himself at this one, with where the credits are at, would be playing against the odds, for sure.
I don't think there's any reason to go for it. That's also the second time as well that after a defeat, we've seen BBL just immediately punish the mid-hold. Like, I like the addition of the Hunter's Fury. They didn't have that last time. Just putting that in to cause disruption, and Levin very happy to execute off it. Like, although I feel like his playstyle is incredibly aggressive, it's also incredibly hard to play against. gap has been found for Kamek to potentially survive him, but after getting a kill, he will be picked off. That's going to be 3 surviving for BBL. Again, like you look at the rounds they're winning versus the rounds they're losing, it does feel like it's their own mistakes that have given away rounds so far. They're definitely looking the better team so far in this first half, and that's the reason a pause is coming.
Well, yeah, both rounds they've lost have been off the advantages given away, but you see the adjustment. You see them start to stack up, to take those trades. Prophet being in that play, Levin waiting that extra 10 seconds so they can push together.
Down, come back, woo!
Comeback's getting flagged from the other side of the stage, and mates, they call a pause, realizing that the opportunities they've capitalized on were not of their own creation, and they need to start finding their form here on the defense.
Well, it's worth mentioning as well that I think many people, including myself, when Comeback was old enough to play in the league, was thinking BBL could just take him to the main team. Like, it wasn't surprising. Obviously, you've got Levin, who is fantastic, but you even still look at it and go, could he play a Sentinel? Could he fit into another position? Because he's so individually sound that it feels like it's worth it. And giving a player like that away, or selling him to another organization, just seemed almost like a mistake. So I do feel like for BBL and also for Comeback, this is a sort of time of a point to prove. Like, can you beat the org that ultimately could have just had you in the main team?
You see here BBL's post-plant win rate 50% compared to the average within EMEA of 70.
I can see why.
I think we've already gotten to witness some of the blunders that they've made, sometimes before the plant's even down, to be honest. But coming out of this pause, mates, they've got ultis to work with, but they don't have the economy, and this is something we mentioned. The way that the rounds have gone, it gave BBL that opportunity to buy back in the previous round, to fight for it. Mates are not in that same position, but they've already shown that those pistols are in the right place. They can find a lot of value, and I like the adjustment from BBL. Look at the control that they have. In most of these rounds, they will have already pushed up here. They will be going deep into mid. This time, they're sitting back and waiting for mates to make a play with those pistols, and when they don't see that play come in, it's going to be a player left on the other side lurking, and you can see that a drone was sent through, so it's giving that fake pressure, trying to drag the rotations away from spawn, and then the rest of the group goes together. This is the problem with the previous rounds. They gave those one-by-one fights. They're not offering that up here in round number 7.
Nowhere to go.
There.
45 seconds. Still plenty of time to play with. I don't mind Mate's initial plan. It was to put players in top mid. It's been one of their weakest positions so far, but even still, this time BBL are dealing with every single problem that stands in their way, and it is Mini and Comeback again. But I would be surprised if we see too much over-aggression here. Although Sociable wants to fight.
He does, but again, he has backup. If they flood in, Prophet's there to help. And that's exactly what they do. They throw in the net to try to deal with the player close, to isolate him and flood into that space. And Prophet standing slightly further back saying, no problem, man. I've got my buddies back. And with the pistols, there's no chance you're breaking that wall. Really nice stuff coming out of BBL, a good adjustment, but that pause from mates, although they may have touched on the idea to punish mid-aggression if BBL made the mistake of going for it, the pause will mainly have been looking at this coming round, where they have ultimates, they have an op if they want it,
but that's the main
and
thing.
A full buy across the board.
I think having that operator, when your opponents have been like challenging for mid and constantly battling early, if you can have that opening pick fade away into a retake, as we saw from the stats, the post plants from BBL are not fantastic, especially if they were to go in with a disadvantage. I think as well, they've got to be a little bit careful of those ultimates. Like Sociable and Magnum. Magnum, especially if they're in a post plant, is going to help put things up. But again, it's this mid control, but almost just as a bit of a ruse, they've got rid of at least that early control. However, it's definitely looking like a B hit and a very peculiar ult.
Well, this is it. 11 was just the recon there. The drone sent through to find a target. The ult fires through, clears back sight, but Kamek still hasn't been spotted. Now he has, managing to deal a little bit of damage, but he's going to have a lot of players swinging him. BBL learning from their mistakes. It's only Magnum isolated, but he had a snake bite to play with. Finds himself one. Numbers still good for BBL. Great shock dart from BBL. Don't know how Yampi landed it there with still 2 left, but definitely wasn't Vakash hitting himself. and a 4 versus 3. After breaking the wall, they walk into 11. There's still a player close and an op in hand. Unless Mini lands something, they might go for the save, but that could spur them on. Magnum deals with the op though, leaves Mini alone with next to no chance.
See, this round's so interesting from BBL. Like, obviously you see the ult pop from Sociable, and a lot of that was our focus, seeing like, oh, how's he actually going to use that ult for the back of the site? But it's more Magnums that intrigued me. He put his Viper's Pit down in mid and then just ran away. Like, he didn't even stay in it for a second. He just put it down and went, okay, I'm now going to leave. And I do wonder if that was almost just a decision of, okay, this is going to buy a few extra seconds where they're not running through middle. If anything, it's probably going to make them rotate towards the spawn. And then you look at the post plant that BBL were running. They were all aggro. They were all aggressive towards that main position. If that was the plan, it was incredibly smart.
I like the push from mates. They haven't been pressured on mid now. They try to, they be fake pressured. They go in for the control themselves, take the fight to them. But losing out every battle they go for. In goes Prox though. He's given them a chance, but getting out of here is going to be tough. He was hit by the drone as well, so they know exactly where he's retreated to. And the fight impossible as he's boxed in with barely a pixel to move on. Yumpy is on fire. And for BBL, that means dealing with this low by leaving Mini in a 1v3.
Was something to mention as well, other than the fact that the spike's down in the spawn, is that you go back to last week, and I think it was Yumpy himself actually tweeted about how he felt like just the calls didn't go his way. Like, it felt like no matter what he was doing, things weren't going to plan. Now, the calls, I would say, I don't think it's the calls that have let those couple of rounds slip, but they've looked very decent in their decision-making. As I said, I think the way they played last round looked fantastic, but also just on an individual level. I think he's got to a point in this game where he's going, I can take these fights. I can put myself here. I can take this risk. And if Yumpy's playing with that sort of confidence, that's a much bigger danger for the side of mates. Mini, wow, 14 HP. He has a Sheriff, that's at least something, but I'd be very surprised if he gets anything more from here.
Spike planted.
Gives himself the best chance, hitting a net and using that time to rotate around, but he's been spotted. Conscious that even a bullet through the wall, through the smoke, it doesn't matter, he'll be going down. Needs to land the headshot, needs to isolate them. That's a lot of damage to Yumpy. He's not able to eliminate him, and with a 3-piece for Yumpy, just one away from the Hunter's Fury. 7-2. The attack side with a big lead here. 12-3. It's not looking to slow down if Yumpy keeps up this performance.
Oh, he's definitely the player to watch. Come back on the other side, has just half his kills.
One enemy remaining.
While we're watching the replays, is going to be another pause. It's going to be another pause called by mates. Both had to be used in this first half. And it's sort of what I was mentioning with the veto earlier, now kind of comes back into fruition a little bit. Like, over the last few months, Lotus is a map that is 4-0 for the side of BBL. Now, granted, a lot of those maps are incredibly close, like coming down to the wire. One of them was in like the EWC qualifier. One was just recently versus GX. So it's not like it's been a dominant map for them. And Lotus has also looked very good for mates, other than their sort of like letting the game slip versus Foot. But going into that match, I would put it at around 50-50. So the fact that in the first map, they're kind of getting battered, like it literally, we've sort of put it down to the rounds that have been won have been some good individual brilliance for mates, but ultimately, are they through a 4v2 twice? Like, that's not something that I sit there and go, oh, I'm feeling confident in mates right now. And especially if it's not telling enough, their coach using 2 pauses within 9 rounds probably tells you all you need to know.
Yeah, the fact that we could see, I think it's one way to look at it. It could be 9-0. Obviously, the economy would work differently then. Mates would have had more chances to fight back. Yeah. But in terms of the game plans that have worked, BBL have been the ones that have given those advantages away or had the advantages converted on. There's been nothing to report back on from Mate's brilliance. And look at that. We've seen it on mid, but this time, deep push towards the B side. A lot of space taken, but the key thing is, he's not got the spike. and even the Omen that was with him now TP's away, deep into spawn. He is looking for an aggressive fight. So much control from BBL, having pulled that rotate to the B side, leaving Levin late. Even losing Profek, it's not the end of the world. They have that second level to the play with the ability to bring this spike all the way back around and go into the free space on the B site, leave some lurkers behind. The key player here is going to be Cameron. If he can find value around mid, but he's been spotted now.
But the only problem is I feel like this is a backup plan because they got stuck by the wall. Magnum's done well though. You mentioned Kamek, he's actually the one to falter. And yeah, I guess Levin just sitting pretty has worked out wonderful. I think the original plan was for him to be a flank, but it's that mid-round adaptation from BBL that put them in a great spot, and the Hunter's Fury already dealing so much damage. He might get two! Yumpy just continues to deliver.
This is it. The adjustment, the thinking on their feet, whatever Yumpy thought about last week's game, the calling has improved tenfold. Two options in this play. Either Levin's finding value, opening B, dragging rotates, and they get A for free, or they can cancel and go back if Profek falls. The second is what they go for. Levin contained the space. He stayed in that tight corner the entire time, not looking to give away that space that he had bought for his team. And as a result, they find themselves a post plant. They get Magnum into this spot where he is now cutting off. I said Kamek has to be the key player because he has to cut the rotations. And instead, he's the one getting sliced up by Magnum and leaving this round in disarray.
The only thing I'd say though is that to counter that slightly, they have an advantage. And I think that's where I feel like the problems are lying at the moment for Mates is like, he doesn't need to fight that. They know they've lost that side of the map. They can play that 5v4 retake, but that doesn't seem to be within Mate's game plan at all. It really does feel like, let's just... Well, there you go. Their trade rate right now is 15%.
I mean, we even heard it from Levin. He screamed, stop baiting each other. I think for Kamek, he's caught in that position, though, because he's supposed to be the flanker. And then the play is changed, and he takes too long, or Mates take too long to identify what's going on. So he's in no man's land. And if he doesn't find value from there, the advantage is gone. And that's exactly what ends up happening. For BBL, they gotta be laughing right now. 8-2, rounds given to their opponents off 4v2s that they threw away. Beautiful calling from Yumpy. Great adjustment, even when the A game doesn't go according to plan. Now, the cusp of double digits at the half. Look at the economy of their opponents. Coming in here, you've got a Guardian, you've got a Stinger, but ults could help them out.
Quickly taking elbow control, but this is the stacked up site. The wall hindered them before, but the majority of it already destroyed. Come back in position. BBL are going to halt, at least for the moment. It seems like Yumpy's the one that wants to take contact. He's been so good, but couldn't quite finish his dinner. But they do now have no presence on the other side of the map. It feels like they're very committed to this. And so are Mates.
Working off the last round, though, right? They play that slow play, assume that Mates will now start to think, okay, they've rotated, let's ease up, but they haven't. They've stuck around, ready for the fight. The Hunter's Fury goes through, finds a tag, Brock's good for a double, and that has halted the play entirely. Great adjustment from Mates. They don't over-rotate, they stand their ground, and that's the first round we can look at and say, they got that done themselves.
Yeah, I think also just having the pit gave them so much control. Even though I think eventually Kamek ends up dropping it, it's just, you put that down, it's not really challenged at any point in the round. I think it became very obvious to them that this was a commitment to the A side. And at that stage, when you have that Fury available in the late round, it always looked like it was going to go their way. Solid stuff. And we've seen some pretty hefty attack sides in the past from them when they played against Pacific. Levin, though, looking to lead the charge again. This time, though, Kamek wins the opener, but again, an immediate response, and he goes looking for more.
Yeah, Magnum's certainly feeling it. Sometimes you do have to sit back and play with your team, but when you're in those fights...
No, but I was looking for Kamek, though.
Yeah. No, but from Magnum, the fact that he goes out wide looking for another, it brings him the advantage. It puts him now into a 4v2. That swing good for comeback, but Magnum is there again. With the Viper's pit online, it will be used to lock this round in, of course. Not going to save it for the next. Aryam, Profek's up close, Shorty in tow. 9-3 at the halftime for BBL.
Switching sides.
This was incredibly clean from their side, and it definitely feels like A lot needs to be done for Mates. We'll find out if they can turn it after the break.
Nine to 3, a solid start from BBL. Winning the pistol, losing the follow-up, and still ending up here. You can't ask for a much better scenario.
Yeah, it definitely feels like the opposing side are struggling, and as you can see, a loss here for either of these sides. It's not, there's nothing definitive. Like, no team would be mathematically out, but for Mates, you have to bear in mind what's on the line. Not making playoffs is a spot where they're not just out of, oh, they're not going to make it to champs. Oh. They're out of the league. Like, making it to playoffs gives them a chance in Ascension. Making it to champs keeps them in the league for sure. Right now, if they keep playing the way they're playing, well, it's not looking good.
They've got GX and Vitality to beat as well. Even if they do claim this series, you need to see them put their best foot forward. The opening for Levin, he's been great here in the pistol rounds, and it's no different this time. An in-zone flawless to kick off half number 2.
I'm going to do something that I don't know if Captain Cal will be too happy about. What is the fastest ever pistol round in EMEA? Or just fastest ever round in EMEA? Because that has got to be up there. You're talking about within, like, what, around 10, 15 seconds, the whole round is over? Like, that's as bad as it could have been.
128 on the clock.
That's as bad as it could be. You're like, right, guys, we got to get ourselves back into this. 15 seconds later, you're sat right back where you are, like, what's map 2? Map 2? Lotus, like Lotus.
Oh, this is fine. No doubt they said, we can lose the pistol, just win round 2.
They don't have a comeback sheriff.
Oh, yeah, well, then they've not planned ahead, have
Mini's going to have to ace.
It was Kamek last time, picking up 2 with a classic. Quite a feat. They're coming towards his site. Maybe a chance. No?
Oh, Mini's dead.
They flooded back in.
Comeback's
Wall
dead.
just spammed through, and they haven't even seen anyone. And they're losing their whole team. This is disastrous. That guy's with it all to do, and he'll get nothing. Bar the 1.
This is looking like all she wrote for map number 1. As said, at times these teams have been choky at finishing their dinner, but a lot of the time you'll see Levin have like a crazy half and then not be able to do the same in the second. It's been everyone. Like, Prophet's bottom of the board, 9 and 6. Yumpy's currently 17 and 5. Like, it just feels like they came in today and were like, look, okay, we could have won the last 2 games. We're not losing 3 in a row. I feel bad for Mates that that's the team they need.
Yeah. A BBL 0-2 as well. You know that they have locked in on another level. And mid-aggression was a part of their attack. It's going to be a part of their defense as well. They've already gone deep. They've spotted a player, but not coming back. Unfortunately, he's lost procs. And in goes the swing! Levin feeling confident. Quite a fight for Mates, though. They've kept it into a 2v2. Both players on full shield, so that outlaw, not as dangerous as it could be.
The problem is, though, this is already quite damning. This is more of a bonus round. He spotted them. He's got the information. He can now call for the rotation of Magnum, and well, you aim in on a spot with that Bulldog, and it's deadly as anything else. Thank you, observers. He's going to be waiting on the corner for anybody to round it. I'd bet he'd get one, because why would anybody be expecting someone to watch this? But he falls back, worried that they've gone back into middle. He had the right idea, but maybe just at the wrong time. Instead, he's going to fall back even more passive, make sure that he can maybe take one for free, and then just fade away. And again, they've seen them once more. That will call for the rotation, but he kind of needs to find one, and that's exactly what Magnum does. No need to overface, and now it's all on Vekaj.
He could have stayed aggressive and faced the push. Instead, he played it wise. This time he made a bit of a mistake, peeking by himself, but damage is done. Now that Outlaw just needs the one tag. Magnum needs to be careful. He'll go down to just one bullet on the other side, but Yampi is taking his time, and he's caught the timing. He's around here for free. They have no idea! And the death blow landed. That could be the map done. Around mates needed, stolen away by beautiful play from BBL.
Hey, that's a round of pixels. Look at the start. The first few seconds, that's a pixel on the corner that finds a kill. Then a pixel that spots them rotating. Then a pixel that sees them again. Like, these millimeters are everything. And this is why we love Captain Cow. This pistol was the fastest round in VCT EMEA by 3 seconds. There you go.
Good read from you, brother, as well. You come straight in with that. I think that was the fastest round we've ever seen. Dead right. Kayak's pistol ace on Haven in stage 1 was the fastest before this.
Yeah, they've beaten it by a lot as well. Like, the next one will have to be like an immediate seize nade that kills everyone.
Revealing area. Well, you know, it's one thing to try to motivate teams in this position, but the coaches can't even do that. They've already used all their timeouts. They've lost comeback to a net from Sociable. He finishes off his dinner with a clean opening. BBL, 5v4.
Shock dart. Nope, never mind. Never mind. Never mind. You know, you call some things out that are good, and other times it just doesn't hit.
That one did. That's the shock dart you were talking about, right?
Yeah.
From Vekaj. Great read again, Tom. You're really on it today. That's going to at least even things up, but Levin gets a freebie. There's no one to try to trade. And when they do go together, they run into Profex. Kamek, 1v4. He's been in this position a couple of times, and every other time he went for the save. It wasn't a choice this time, and there'll be no saving map number 1. 13-3 for BBL. A dominant showing on their pick.
Yeah, I was having some sort of expectation that maybe we were going to get a close series on our hand. I'm hoping that it is going to change because the top 5 players in that map were all on BBL. We'll have to see if it is going to turn, as we've got at least one more map to come.
Okay, nice and simple. Everyone happy with that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sirski. Yes, sirski. Lovely. Bro, yes, sirski. Yes, sirski. Yes, sirski. Cheese and beans.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only peace that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get my pop on out. Pop on now, yeah, I'm a kite ying my pow 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 pow. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out be the pepper pick a pack of peppers people like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาผ่านกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชูดีกว่าว่าพวก problems are proof in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิลด้วย one punch. ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the world short. You just catfish. Kevin said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Summer and from the competition. ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, right? What a hook, don't sleep, don't yeah, yeah, don't. What a hook, don't sleep, don't yeah, yeah, don't. What a hook, don't sleep, don't yeah, yeah, don't. What a hook, don't sleep, don't you push me.
We can never have a normal map when Gentlemaids are on the server. I am your host, Yingsun, and I'm back here once again joined by Meg and Billy. I mean, it just from the outset, the pistol round, everything else that happened, so on and so forth, it was just so strange. I couldn't tell which way it was going to go until the second half, I think.
I think that's what we expected from these two teams, no?
So weird.
Like, I think coming into it, it was like, yeah, BBL, Gentlemaids, it could be a fun day for us.
It was a really convincing start with Gentlemaids sort of winning out that eco, right, with that shot from comeback. It was what I thought was going to be back and forth. Do you know what I mean? I thought it was going to be round to round.
It was back and forth.
For a very short period of time, but I'm guessing Yampy ate his beans this morning because that man was on one. And it just felt very dominant after a certain point from BBL. And they were so loud on the stage as well. We could hear them all the way through backstage. And they weren't just playing with Gentlemate's mental on the server, but also on that stage too.
Yeah, I think that round, like you say, it felt like it could have maybe been a bit more competitive. It's weird to think what the scoreline is now when we think that that was the second round and BBL don't end up winning that force buy that they go into that second round. So yeah, I don't know.
I think we've had too much sun. I think we've had way too much sun. It's also the second time in the history of EMEA that we saw a deadlock versus deadlock. We don't get that very often. What a treat. Meg, what did you think about the two deadlocks?
I think Sociable was the standout here, of course. He's such an incredibly talented Sentinel, and it's actually shocking. I went and had a quick look at his stats, and I assumed that he just played Sentinel so much more than he actually has because he's so amazing on it. I'm thinking about the chamber on Pearl, of course, but the way he uses utility is so effective.
Sorry, that's an Evan L3. That is an Evan L3.
Not just for himself, but of course for those sort of retakes, cutting them short with the deadlock wall, the grab nets, he plays to set up his teammates. There's so much we could talk about with him, right, Billy?
I think like we're used to seeing him flex onto different roles, but especially that initiator, right? So I think that it's kind of natural to see him on the deadlock. You kind of teased it when we went into it, that it's kind of like can be used in a pseudo initiator where I think the comparison between Mini and Sociable though is in the way that in which they were using the deadlock. I know that we only got to see a little bit of BBL's defense, but I wanted to see more. It was looking really, really nice. The little like trap plays that they were having, the little combos that they were having with utility, it looked nice. And he looks really well drilled on the attack as well.
It's a very BBL way, which once upon a time it wasn't. You know, once upon a time they didn't understand the concept of wombo combos, but we moved on, we've evolved. I was singing the praises of Akash in the beginning of this match, but I really should have respected Yampy Sova a little bit more. You know, he has played Sova a lot more times, but also just in general, calling, shooting, Billy vibing, almost the perfect player on that server today.
He was shouting across that stage, like the energy, you can just tell that he's come out today feeling fired up, feeling pumped up, which is, you know, usual from Yampy, but I think as well, you have to consider how the past 2 weeks have gone for BBL. As an IGL, he's going to be taking a lot of that responsibility on his shoulders, you know, feeling as though he maybe didn't call a correct game last week against Heretics. He's probably feeling it, and so this week it's kind of come in, new shift of mental, and yeah, he needs to really like lead by example, which is exactly what he did on this first map.
I feel like there's been a lot of talk around Mini being that fragging IGL and also the hype man and how much of a burden that potentially is to then his own ability to kind of come alive on, well, he does still come alive on the server, but that maybe it takes its toll after a while, but just to see Yampy go that crazy, and I guess fulfill the fragging IGL role, right, is very much telling of, I guess, his experience, his time in Valorant, and how incredible he is as a player.
I will quote Kakuka on this though, because Yampy has not barked in a while.
Oh no, not
I don't know
this again.
what's going on. Yampy, I'm seeing you like just jump up and down, scream your head off on that stage, but where's the barking? Bring the barking
Maybe
back.
if we bark, he'll
Go on then, you start. You start.
I really start myself.
No, you wanted to bark, you start. Yeah. That's quite good.
You're so lucky that wasn't on camera too.
Yeah,
I chose my moment. I chose my moment.
Actually, fun fact, you know how on like Twitter, people are like, give us a piece of lore about yourself in Valorant, whatever. Yampy actually taught me how to bark.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
a good one.
We did a bit
bark for us.
We got a little bit of, we went to do some content at Team Liquid at their HQ back in the days.
What were his tips?
And do you know what? We have to go to Agent Select, but I will tell you after, because it is an interesting story. Lotus is a funny one because, first of all, okay. Second of all, why on earth have Gentlemates chosen Lotus against BBL?
It's a confusing one, right? Because of course BBL, like, they did lose the series overall against Giant X the other week, but this is a map that they actually did win and beat Giant X on. So yeah, I think it's intriguing that Gentlemates have decided to go for this. Don't really know why yet. I'm sure they'll let us know as soon as we get into it.
I think it was definitely a very dangerous thing to kind of set up here as well, because BBL, of course, are picking into that defense side start, and you've got that double sentinel waiting for you on the other end of that. And of course, we've seen how incredible Deadlock can be to sort of take that A rubble, leave her sort of stuns there, and just you have full A main control. And then on the other side, you have Sociable waiting as a chamber, op in hand, probably most of the time, getting aggressive. So I think they're really going to have to show something, some kind of dominant presence on attack here.
Yeah, they have to have chosen this for a reason, because otherwise they're going to be leaving the stage today in a pretty bad position, Mitch and Tom. Nobody wants to see that.
Well, Gentlemate's position in the franchise league is not looking good if they can't win this map out, win this series out indeed. As we said, nobody will be locked out, but the chances of them remaining here will be slim. It will be in the hands of other teams. This is their chance to grab destiny with both hands.
Yeah, it will start coming down to mathematicians to have to work out ways that they can qualify. And that's never a good sign. For BBL, that map was more of what we knew from the last stage. More of what we knew from the likes of EWC as well. Like, they look fantastic throughout that tournament. So I think we're seeing the good. The question is, will we now see the bad? And, well, I like this toast. I like that. Whoever names this toast, well done. But yeah, brothers in arms not too long ago. Sociable, though, this is where he's terrifying on this map. They know he's coming. They're waiting for him, and it still doesn't seem to matter. Oh, the TP back and dying is always a tilter.
Yeah, just a millisecond away from making it to safety. Even still, the trade comes in. The damage done to Vatgaj is significant. And mates are left running the other way, where there is a door and a wall in their way. Magnum, just with the quick peek, not quite a shoulder peek. He peeked with his left shoulder there. He'll make it around, and his job here is just to stay alive while the rest of the team rotates into position. He'll take the space, confirm that at least both of the players he saw, and assume all three have made it through that door. There's one. Prox, though.
Okay.
He's good for one. With Vatgaj by his side, they'll continue the aggression. They see Yampy there. Decide to back off. Commit to the site, where Profek is waiting up high, but he's now being spotted. The element of surprise fades. Damage done to Prox. Vatgaj even lower than before, but they are holding on, and they'll get the pistol across the line.
That is such an important round. Like firstly, in the last map, they didn't win either of the pistols. Okay, sure, they won a second round, but it ends up being null and void. But more importantly, I feel like in this round, they did exactly what BBL wanted them to do. Challenged them over on that C side of the map, then were forced into the door, which is exactly where Magnum wanted them to go, were caught in the wraparound, and still managed to come out on top. Like that is a round where you have done what your opponents wanted and still won. And coming out on top in rounds like that is going to be so important for them.
And for Vatgaj as well, a triple following up with the shock dart to close the round. It's a great start They have to avoid the trap the BBL fell into, which is losing up against these pistols. And sure, there's no Sheriff for BBL. It was a big factor in mates finding their success, but arguably something scarier is all of those bullets locked and loaded inside of the Headhunter for Sociable, who claimed a pick in the early round, and he's about to be challenged again. Reveal goes up, no swing goes in. Those players, at least for now, backing off, but they really want that space, and that's exactly why the Outlaw claiming the opening pick.
It's come back. We'll still expect him to find the pick. Sociable actually swapped over. Maybe just trying to sell the ruse that he maybe doesn't have that additional weaponry, but they're not going to fall for that. Instead, they're going back in the other direction where the weaponry is far weaker.
Yeah, they tried to make him TP back with all that util, but he sticks around, gets them the control. It means nobody on the A site rotates, and in fact, the only player moving is Profek. He was on C moments ago, but now he'll be here for the fight. Still, with only pistols, they don't stand a great chance in these battles. And falling one by one. Yumpy's had a player walk right past him, behind him. But that almost works in his favor. He can slip through here, unseen, unnoticed, and find at least one. The trade should be immediate by Mini, but Sociable takes advantage of it. Damage already a question, and soon to be answered as to how many players mates will lose. The win here for Sociable, unlikely. Not impossible. He still has quite a bit of time to play with Vekaj very low as he rounds the corner. It's a body shot needed and landed. 2 left alive already, and Sociable's not done. He wants a bit more, but it's the Outlaw waiting for him, and that will close the round. Still good damage coming out of BBL in round 2.
Yeah, more costly than mates would have liked, and a lot of it comes down to just silly errors. It's not like Yumpy managed to hit a timing where he sneaks. He was in the same spot the whole time. He just didn't move and just sat at the back of the site. So it's definitely a blip that ends up costing them, but they will at least come in with a fairly decent second round buy. They're not going to upgrade any of those additional pistols into rifles and risk their future round. So if they could win this one, it would be pretty big for mates.
That would be a phenomenal start. Come back even dodging the C's to start with. Levin's made it through, but they'll retreat from that position before it comes too risky. The immediate rotation towards the C site, but they've dealt with this, or they've seen this in every round so far. That one way going up. Drone clears it out. Paranoia should stop them capitalizing on the space. The TP gets them out of there. BBL keeping their numbers for now, but Profek could be isolated. He will be, but he still wins that fight. Come back down. Damage not traded either. BBL with a clean advantage and a full stop. Deadlock utility, a smoke, and 3 players waiting for them on this C site. Where do they go from here?
The worry as well is just how aggressive this BBL comp can be. Like, you have Profek, who's able to take space in the early round and TP. You have the blast packs of Levin that can get you into very aggressive positions. And of course, Sociable. You've seen it all the way through the map so far. So this is not 40 seconds where, okay, we know we've cleared some ground. This is 40 seconds where there could be a guy anywhere. And that means that they need to pick up the pace a little bit here. Already going to be using that Viper screen. Of course, Sociable at this point might as well just have a go. He's going to try and take the fight to them all on his own, and well, eventually he's put down, but now 22 seconds, and they have to just run.
Kamek was left behind as well, so they don't have that breach utility. Sociable gets away with a lot, and with Levin unspotted towards the boxes, the spike's down. Kamek arriving on scene far too late. He has no choice but to concede the round, and carrying that weapon forward could have its value, bolster that economy, maybe get an op online for them as well. For BBL, they will not like him to have that. Not willing to risk the weapon for the push, but yeah, I don't really know what he was doing. Because it's not like they push him down. It's not like they look for that fight. He's the one seeking. They still have money to buy for the next.
Yeah.
But at that point, it feels like a very low risk reward.
There you go. Breach has a slightly negative non-mirror round win rate on Lotus.
Good job!
Second lowest of any initiator. The lowest be KO? I feel like this isn't really a KO map.
That works.
And it depends. If Krax is playing it, maybe.
That's true. Tour de Force already online. Vekaj immediately going to use the Hunter's Fury, and it looks like it's going to connect. Can't quite get the second shot. And Profek there to defend. There's a little bit of tickle damage, but look at the other side of the map. I mentioned the aggression. There's also another layer, which is aggressive utility.
Flash is going to get them absolutely nothing. Now they see it. Wall is up and has to be broken. They can just break one leg of it.
Yeah.
They're
worried that someone's going to peek, though. That's what they're so scared of. That's why they're tapping away and everybody immediately looks up because they're like, what if Sociable's behind that corner? What if Profex in the corner? Like, they're so nervous about them.
I love this space that's being taken as well. Having Sociable here with an immediate rotate over towards Waterfall, thanks to his TP. He has a get out of jail free, and he may need it, but he's not looking the right way. Caught off by Mini. Profex standing his ground, but only good for one. Okay, numbers for mates. Site taken at a plant that should be undeniable. Levin wants something to do with this, though. He's going in.
Planted.
He's almost taken Prox out of the equation, but the advantage persists in favor of mates. They've done damage back as well. The door open. Magnum, he's isolating himself. It's a risk being taken, and Prox is the one to punish it. This should be the round for mates, and now it's all but confirmed.
Yumpy with no hope, and he's even been closing on. Vekaj knows where he is and is waiting for that final fight. They'll wipe out the remaining weaponry and get themselves off to a flying start. And I really like the adaptation they have there. I was looking at the moment that they tap the door and then don't peek. No one looks, not one player goes swinging into that angle. And that's just a hard read on where these aggressive positions can be. And they completely catch Sociable with his pants down. That's now a spot as well that he's very unlikely to do that again, just because there could be people peeking him from both angles. So very good read on that aggression. And now for the defense, they still have a purchase. They kept the last one pretty damn clean. But they're going to want to try and respond immediately.
Oh yeah, it's deep aggression coming through from this side. Great utility in response, and comeback capitalizes. Profek gets himself into the play for at least one, but he's shut down right after. And they know Magnum's here. Not going to catch him by surprise after the net was thrown through. BBL stumbling in these early rounds, and it's mates right back on the horse. A 4v2. An advantage only BBL could lose from. This should be the conversion with Kamek finding one on the Magnum. That locks it in. Sociable used his ult in the previous round. He could get a few orbs here. Chances of winning very low indeed. And the swing from main, he expects it.
Yeah.
Thinks it's coming from the other side. It's 4-1 now. This is a strong start from mates. A great look.
Yeah, and the counter utility as well. I think it was Comeback's own stun and combined with a breach stun as well, just to make sure that they couldn't pressure him. Didn't allow Levin to get into that aggressive spot. And now a 4-1 start over on that attack side, which, again, a lot of times on this map, you are going to be expecting to see attack side halves, especially for BBL. That's the expectation. But actually, if you look through the last few matches that have been played by mates, they've always won their defensive half. So this is great for them.
Oh, nice start by Comeback. That's the real danger in a round like this. That Headhunter can cause problems, but it won't be there after the first couple of seconds. An immediate opening pick. Another orb for Sociable, but still miles away after using that ult early. 11, 2 away from a showstopper, I think is really the only way that this round can turn back in their favor, but he needs picks. Pushing towards his site, walking into his waiting arms, or in fact running in as Comeback slides through for the opening. The site's now theirs, plant will be found. 3 sheriffs against 5 rifles on the other side, and again, that outlaw, very dangerous in a round like this.
It almost feels like night and day from the previous map. His squad has been consistently moving as a unit. Supportive utility has been on point. It genuinely looks like a completely different team. And that's we're asking, why did they pick this map? And I think we're witnessing the reasons as to why. And well, no! Extra style points for the in-zone flawless comebacks. Definitely feeling it right now. And that lead is extending even further for mates.
This is a much better face to him. Look at this round. The opening, it's conventional. The slide in to pick up one.
What?
The outlaw back in his hands as he pushes the smoke, and then this to finish it off. The guy's playing gun game on the server.
Nice!
And he's got top marks, 8 and 3 to start this map
Do you
out.
reckon he's feeling a little bit nervous playing against BBL again?
Oh yeah, I think he looked jittery in that round. Yeah, didn't he?
Bit shaky.
The outlaw pushed through the smoke after the drone reveal.
And the sliding Vandal spray, you know? That's what I do when I'm nervous.
Yeah, oh, without a doubt. Just full send.
Except I do it on Brimstone.
You slide on Brimstone, that's interesting.
Yeah, you speed boost, you know, basically sliding.
It's almost the same speed. 6 rounds in, and a timeout called by BBL. Correct me if I'm wrong. They did. I'm pretty sure I'm not wrong. They didn't use one in the previous map. It was made
in the 13-3 victory. They didn't call a tactical. Like Power didn't feel the need to change things.
I think he liked.
I think the only time I could have seen them calling a pause was in round 2.
The 4-2, yeah, the 4v2, yeah.
So round 2.
Of the 4v2s, to be honest.
But the second one, they were still like what, like 4 rounds in the lead.
But no, I think here, like, seeing BBL call a timeout early, seeing mates dominate, this is a great look.
This stat really does fit, though, because you see how aggressively they're playing. It doesn't feel like right now there's a second layer to what BBL are doing. It's either get aggressive and win the round or get aggressive and die trying. And so I feel like the retake statistics are probably just when they're already out of the round.
What we saw from Yumpy on the previous map wasn't just better calling. Better individual play. The guy was top of the scoreboard and then some. But this time it definitely feels like mates are the ones with full control over how these rounds are playing out. Drone goes through, it spots Social, doesn't tag him, but he is forced to TP thanks to that stun from Kamek, who almost loses his life. He's been shot in the ankle, still running at full speed, but Magnum puts him down eventually. Ult goes through, it hasn't caught anyone. It looked like it would, but Sociable finishes Prox off anyways. The Viper's Pit, that may be the road to recovery for Gentlemates. Still a 2 versus 4, but with that pit, this could turn the tide completely in their favor. Mini goes as he hears the mag run dry, but Yumpy, hot on his heels, will pick up the kill to put it all onto Comeback. Swinging wide, and he's put it down to a 1v1! A Red Bull clutch from Comeback, and another round from mates, another 4v2 victory.
You know, most times the BBL CEO watch parties these games, and I reckon he's just head in hands going like, I sold them this guy, I sold them this player. Like, it's just the sliding shots and then the crazy confidence to go back in for the reswing.
12
like, you would think as well that he's the one with the time against him. He's not. The spike's down. He could just let it tick. He can play the clock, but he knows he's going to hit that shot. Uh-oh. Right back in again onto the Outlaw. He's surviving, just about. Someone has to put him down eventually, but no. He's fine.
The Seize nade hit him, and he made it out alive. Took one with him, and it's a 5v2. For BBL, this entire round, you know, when you've got those weaknesses, you look at that Seize nade. If it hits someone, oh, we've got the advantage to work with. But not when it's Comeback. Quick on his feet. Putting a 5v2 on the board that for BBL, they don't know where the spike is going. As we can see, it's going the other way.
Yeah. The only thing that will be the giveaway is the shots, the orb, and probably eventually one of these sensors going off because they're not exactly being subtle about it. There you go. But it's too little too late. It would have to be an astronomical blunder for BBL to win this round. Somehow I feel like Comeback's gonna get another kill, even though he's in no man's land.
I think you're right. Look, the push up from Magnum. He thinks he's clearing empty space, and it's Comeback.
It's so stupid. He's on the other side of the map. You just get a feeling sometimes. It's like somehow he'll kill someone, and that person's got to be really annoyed because why is he there with a sniper?
Revealing area.
Oh, the 50 HP lurk. There's one for Profek, but he's caught knife out. That'll be the end of him. And the end of the round, 7-1 start. We had a pause from BBL 2 rounds ago. It's made no difference, no impact.
Are they going to double pause?
Even the economic damage does next to nothing. It wouldn't be a bad time for a pause, but facing down the rest of the half without one, you have to think that at this point, Yumpy's already making those adjustments. His calls were great in the previous map.
Bro, I don't save the gun. I need to find
going into this rifle round. BBL they desperately need to find success. We're already looking at a potential ascent on the board.
Yeah. After this, I kind of want to get there. Hoping for a middle ground. Of course, BBL do have the longest ascent and longest map of all time, so it could be a perfect middle ground. The aggression expected. Drone going to be used to clear Risung from Yumpy, but he's under serious pressure, and now, well, he's flying into the air, even with the net, stunning up Comeback. But Profek has at least been able to find one in the backline. rotating the door, getting one more, but there's comeback again. 15-3 right now. And it's just going further and further into their favor.
Shutting that showstopper out of the round as well. That could have went to main. It could have found plenty of players. Turned the round back in their favor instead. A 2v4 again. And up in the hands of Sociable. Maybe the worst weapon to face off against Comeback. I'm thinking he'll swing into the angle, but he moonwalks his way to success. 16-3. The guy's damn near unkillable at this point, and Profek forced to save. This is a masterclass on Lotus attack side from Gentlemates. And what a resurgence. They found 3 rounds in the previous, and we even said it in the last map, 2 of which were essentially gifted to them by mistakes from BBL. This is an entirely different team we're seeing on map number 2.
It seems like comfort in their own choice. Yeah, Comeback's going to go down to the spike. Doesn't affect the stats, though. That's the most important thing when you're in your 16-3. You don't want to ruin the KD. But he's just
an 8 as well.
He's winning every fight that just looks unfavorable. Like the worst thing is as well, if you're the coaching staff here and you're calling a pause, what do you even say? Like, because the fights that are lost there are one guy going in with a showstopper and getting immediately headshotted, and then another guy who's holding an angle with an operator and gets headshotted through a wall. It's like, can you stop fighting Comeback? He's like, man, he's coming to me. I don't have anywhere to breathe.
Do you reckon Mate's coaching staff just skimmed the VOD in that break and saw Levin say, stop baiting each other?
Yeah.
Like, oh, guys, actually, they have a good note for us.
Because that's like Comeback was just sat the whole break just listening to that again and again, getting more and more angry. And he's like, right, that's it.
Well, the best part is you look at the rest of the team and you can say they've applied that. They go together. They take the trades. Comeback's been untradeable because he's been so far ahead of the pack. And also, you can't trade a guy that's still alive. He's not dying right now.
Well, he has more kills than 4 of the 5 players on the other side.
I love the cam there. Oh, he thought he was safe.
It's such a shame, you know. At the end of going into this round, he's only got, what, like...
Damn, the credits
like
are tough,
9k credits. It's just going to be really difficult.
Might have to play the old.
I like the fact that Prox is just going to sit there with 8,500. You know, that's... And Mini's actually still keeping the Outlaw. I guess reading the shield situation of the opponents, either way, the situation's not good, because Magnum's going to have to go for a Stinger.
Grenade without the C's.
It's a sad sight.
Yeah, it doesn't do much for them.
Oh, goodbye.
And when Yumpy eventually swings in, perhaps C's in hand, he has been taken out towards the B site. This is an opening pick for Mates, easily found. And a slow approach from Gentlemates, just fighting that initial rubble control and looking for their late execute onto the site. The main thing being going towards A, they know they've got to clear out these sensors, got to get rid of the traps. The first one's broken, so Levin knows he's about to get contact. The shot doesn't land, and guess who is on him immediately? He's so quick in taking these fights, and the flood from Mates, it's just perfect.
Yeah, it almost feels like they're running it down.
Standing.
Profek's just been caught from behind. It just feels like men against boys at this stage, and considering the map we just watched, you talk about sometimes when you get battered, like, especially with the pressure that Mates currently have on their shoulders. Like, BBL, sure, expectations, people are looking at them as a top 4 team, but the Mates' expectations are, please keep us in the league. And for some of the players, for the majority of the players, this is their first time in the league, their first stage in the league, and that's the pressure that's mounted on their shoulders. And they're currently 9-1 up, and just like they look like by far the better squad.
I'll show you when you get back in the game, but Comeback's pathing that round was actually hilarious. The guy just goes on a runabout, goes into sight, goes up and around, and then goes up and around again and catches him. He's literally running circles around them. And at this point, 9-1 up, 18-3.
He heard
First
someone
man
say
in
that
every time.
he should come back.
Oh, God, I hate you, Thomas. It's a hell of a game from Comeback, a hell of a half from Mates. We still have to see how that defense looks, but at this point...
It's normally their better half.
Yeah, they're on the cusp of victory. And it's BBL with the need to make those adjustments.
Sociable even looks sort of nervous to take this swing, which is unusual. The tour de force finally gets them an opener. I can understand why. Every time they've gone peeking, swinging, there's been multiple players holding angles, waiting for the fight. Finally, it looks like he's going to get a couple of opportunities. And when he does, he lands the shot. The push-up from behind,
Down A.
at least looking like there's a semblance of hope. And they have the spike, so they have the spike trapped.
Oh. Mini? Oh, Mini! No!
Standing.
Comeback tries to bail him out. At least the vulnerable has faded. The wall keeps him up, but yeah. Here comes Andy with the slow-mo.
That was so flawless, by the way. I honestly, I wish that wall was just slightly to the right because he would have slowly killed himself. That was one of the, like, the thing is, it's a little bit unlucky just with the angle of the wall, but that's one of the funniest snake bites I've ever seen. How does it go backwards? Like, genuinely, how does that bounce backwards? It's a little bit of tree trunk that sends it.
Oh, man.
Bro, how the money bounce to me, bro?
Exactly. I'm on his side, but it was funny.
It was. Yeah, the textures can be a little bit cruel at times.
He hasn't learned his wall bounce into spawn lineups.
John's seen him, and he's caught. Comeback holding that angle, steady as can be. 9-3 could be recoverable, but an opening pick already going to mates. Magnum spotted, stun, dealt with before the stun even goes up. It's a 5v3, still a player close. Forced forward, and Comeback's the one to claim Yumpy. Waiting around mid is Mini, and Profek. He has to do it all himself. A 1v5. What a masterclass from the Gentlemates.
Yeah, 20 kills and a half as well. Comeback. Had an absolute field day, and while Profek, he's been in this situation quite often. The last man left alive, and while finally we see a missed shot for Comeback, but it's an in-zone flawless that ends up closing out this half.
10-2 at the halftime. After a dominant start to this series from BBL, they woke up the beast on the other side. Mates need this series to keep their dreams of staying in franchise within their own grasp, within their own hands. We'll see if they can take map 2, bring us to Ascent.
One enemy remaining.
We are here in Berlin, Germany, where Gentlemates have bounced back after a dominant first map. And of course, in Germany, we haven't had a lot of German players down on that stage. You might be thinking, what about Harmy?
Yeah, I was going to say that because I specifically remember saying to you that, yeah, like he's the third German player, and you were like, oh, let's put second starting player so we can remove Harmy from the list. Well, I think that was your exact words.
There was no need. There was no need to throw me under the bus like that. He still got his honorable mention, Tom. I don't think he would have been annoyed, but now I'm going to get an angry DM. Yep. But yes, the second starting player on a roster picked up for VCT EMEA. It's mates who fielded both, in fact, looking at Click previously. And right now, things are going pretty well for Prox.
Let's go.
7-5, but you look at that scoreboard and your eyes are understandably drawn to Comeback. The man who has very much defined that first half, who's put 20 kills on the board with 4, technically 5 deaths. Down to the spike ones.
He also should have had 21. He whiffed a shot at the end of the last half.
That's true. So yeah, look, we'll even it out.
It's not going well. Yumpy already tagged desperately low, trying to put the pressure on him. Crocs spotting him out, but the rest of BBL making their way in towards this A site. Shock darts ready to try and do some damage, and it will. It's a decent catch, leaves them low, but Levin wins that fight anyway. Man advantage in their favor. How has Comeback won that? And actually, is that the spike in the corner?
It is indeed. Quite a recovery.
Oh, it's over good. Profex on a third. It's only Comeback. He's low. A bullet needed, but Yumpy's in the same boat. Comeback has been so good in these pistols. It was Levin in the first half. 22-4, the man who barely dies, and he's repositioning. They both are heading to the same position. He's got the read, but Yumpy with 5 HP. He keeps BBL in it.
He played that like a wall hacker. Like, the timing of it was perfect, but yeah, 5 HP is the difference between this map basically being done and this map almost being done. How he won that kill is beyond me. Like, I do feel like Levin's going to have a hole in his desk, although these are very heavy-duty desks.
1v1 versus 24-year-old.
Oh, 24 is not old, Yumpy. That's still young. You're still
But also, like, I think that would hit more if the guy wasn't 22-5.
Oh, 5 HP. That's what defines the pistol. Narrow margins for these wins for BBL. Not against the Nico, surely.
So I heard you're a big fan of the Spectre, so what do you feel about there being 3 of them?
Love it, man. It's such a good gun. I can't wait to see what it does in round 3, where it can so easily take on those rifles. They've managed to deal with the initial fight. They know Prox is in the corner, but Comebacks landed another. The Classic already doing a lot of damage for Gentlemates, but it's left onto Mini. Good damage done.
At least the Spectres are gone.
Thank God. Yeah, you know what? You get what you deserve, Levin and Magnum, for buying that weapon. And it is just Mini left. See how much more damage he can make. Because, look, Profek, a right click could take him down if well placed and well timed.
It's Mini as well.
With him.
If anyone was going to do it,
he's got his back in this.
Oh, this is starting to make me a little bit nervous.
Box them in. That spike's going to keep ticking. They're going to open the door to exit. That's exactly what Mini's thinking.
Oh no, he should at least get one here. Low. And the first player, I think he even had an idea, but he's just waiting for the rest of them. Sociable Dead knows where the other is, and while Yumpy will at least manage to correct. And hey, at least one Spectre managed to be saved into the next round, just as Mitch wanted.
Fantastic. Yeah, let's keep our eyes on Yumpy and what he's able to do.
Why are you a Spectre hater?
It's just a trash gun. It can work against the Classics, but what doesn't? The Stinger, the Marshall, everything will work. But if they force buy, and in round 3, when you're trying to take those rifles on, it's just so hard to get value with it. It's a trash gun. And it's more expensive than better options. I just don't like it.
Okay, Magnum, you ace this round, I'll shave my head.
Captain Cow, get into the stats. All right, look at the spec.
Tell me the stat that says it's a rubbish gun.
Yeah, whatever stat you need. tweak it around. Show me it's trash. Levin's already down. Nice opening by Prox. I like that little aggression through the door, and he gets out scot-free.
Magnum's been having a bad time, and according to Mitch, it might be about to get worse. But the gun he currently has, it's a nice angle for Profek though. That's a huge pick back in the other direction. Most of the time you don't talk about bonus rounds with a necessity to win, but the heavy investment into the sniper has not paid off. Now they should have a decent idea of how far Magnum has already got. The stun is going to go back in the other direction, and that will keep him alive. The net goes a little further, and the Spectre already thriving, looking for a little bit more, but it's only going to manage the one. Mekaj on the edge of the smoke needs to win this fight, and he'll in fact win both. The purchase from BBL has suffered, and you have to bear in mind, Mitch, that was not a bonus round. No. That was a buy.
Well, I'll tell you what, it was a bonus round for Gentlemates. That's a ridiculous pick. It's a bonus round for Mates because they walk out with an off. They get the best possible payoff from this round.
Hey, at least the guy they gave it to isn't like having an insane game.
Yeah, right? I mean, he's okay.
He's only like 24.
Did he do much? Did he do much in the first half? I don't think so.
Like, what's he even going to do with a free op? Other than like kill your whole team.
Hey, he's up against a few pistols, I suppose.
Look, he's got light shields. If only they had a Spectre, that'd be deadly.
No, it still wouldn't be, Tom. It still wouldn't be. That's the problem. Nice paranoia to start. Reposition to the right side. Op already picking up one. It's Yumpy down, but the trade is still there. And in fact, with Levin falling, damage for Gentlemates is very much stabilized. They keep that B control.
He's TP'd
but
to spawn.
Profec's gone behind them. They're not watching it right now. They're looking the other way. Finally, you start to look towards heaven. Kamek's got their back covered, so there's no surprise pick. And in fact, the space being filled in is already claimed by BBL. The TP doesn't get them anything in this scenario. Comeback. He's not going to risk the push through the smoke, which, to be honest, with how he's been playing, I wouldn't be surprised if he did.
At some point, he's going to slide through, get stunned, and hit someone with a no-scope.
You've been pretty good on the prediction so far, Tom.
Yeah. It just depends if Magnum survives. Maybe he doesn't get stunned. But a three-man flank, this puts a lot of pressure onto Sociable. The only man without a weapon, per se. He does have that headhunter, and already manages to teleport away, evening things up in terms of the personnel. Gets another, but now it's all onto Profec. The snake in the grass, playing around the edge of the smoke. Come back there with the sniper, he whips. Misses the shot, Profec's there to save the day. A Red Bull clutch that keeps BBL in the map, and they've decided they don't want the op at all.
That is the beating heart of BBL kept alive. That could have been the beginning of the end. That could have been map 3, but it's this man on your screen. A triple kill, comeback, put to bed. That gets them that 5th. Still, quite a long road to recovery.
It's worth mentioning with these stats as well. Like, it was a really rough week last week
Yeah,
for Profec.
yeah.
Like, normally you talk about the ups and downs of Sociable Levin especially, but he's the safe pair of hands. So the fact that we saw last week that he was having a poor performance was a scary prospect. Looking good in this map, unfortunately though, he is kind of the only thing that's looked good for BBL in this map.
Well, that's it. We need to see other factors come online.
This is my favorite thing to watch, just the guy breaking a barrier with a knife.
Broken down the
Can
wall.
we get more of that?
Mini's still trapped. Yeah, check it in the replay, Andy. Mini was trapped.
Slow-mo.
They've gotten him out now. Able to make it back to that A site. Smoke gets him across. The rotates are in. Look at this. Massive rotate coming in from Gentlemates. And of course it's because of the weapons.
Why not?
You'll see this with pistols. You gamble on that early play, but the rotation already taken place. They're going to go all the way around. That C site looking nice and open. It's only Magnum that's in danger when these pistols come pushing it.
Already catching onto one, but yeah, Magnum is basically just giving them every possible reason to stay towards the A site. And there's not even any utility on the other side that can be the trigger that gives things away. They don't have that traditional sentinel with that second initiator and double smoke, so it's only the moment the spike is planted that they truly know that they're on C.
The pack can move as one still. We've seen how dangerous these pistols can be from mates. Mistakes are made, but BBL grouped up. Smoke comes in just in time. That'll block them out. Stun goes through. Immediate dive in. Ult active. Comeback almost claims 2. The TP at least keeps Sociable alive, but on a sliver of health. And it's Magnum to turn the tide back in their favor. He'll catch comeback. Sociable's left alone, but the spike's being defused. A shot through the smoke doesn't land. It's that close, and he'll get it at the end. This was BBL's round. This was pistols for Gentlemates. And they made it work on the retake. Unbelievable. 12-5. Thank you, Andy. Thank you.
That's the thing. I feel like this ult at times has caused them so many problems. The pay safeguard, Thrifty coming through. And I feel like every time I see someone with Annihilation out, I'm just like, they're going to get themselves killed. And I feel like that's exactly what happened. Was so focused on the ult that it just end up losing. Oh, comeback's been caught, but with a Viper's pit to fall back into. There's not really any worry. Although he is going back into it.
Yep, back in with an op. Quite an ambitious play.
You can see Magnum's like, I just hear an operator shot towards my team. What? They're going to try and fight through this. I'll be honest, that last round was such a big blunder. I almost feel like this is done.
Wow.
So many rounds in a row needed. I can only assume this is going to be an attempt, at the Nightfall.
I think his mates have so much to respond to. Not on this site, but for the retake.
It didn't hit him.
Mini just wants to get out, stay alive, maybe deal with that showstopper, but it's dealt with him. The decay will fade. Levin still very low. You see how close that fight was to going their way. But with the pit down, they're still Rolling Thunder. They're still Hunter's Fury. Do they want to use it now, though? 7 rounds in a row needed. They have plenty of time. Rolling Thunder goes through. Great paranoia! Prox! He's grabbed himself a double. This should be the end of it all. Because now it's left to Yumpy, Stinger in hand, but he's isolated too. He'll get the plant as well. The Odin creeping its way forward. He knows where that Hunter's Fury came from. He knows where Vekaj was and just wants to fight up close. Reveal to buy him that little bit of space with the cross back being watched. He'll take a tag. 56 health. Upgrades the rifle at least. Dodges the reveal for now. He's a little further forward than you might expect. Vekaj pops the drone. And Yumpy can't quite get an angle on him. The spam here. Oh, but it won't land the pick. Yumpy with a Red Bull clutch. A Stinger. The 3K, a 1v3 I think, but still much more needed from BBL. The good thing, they went up against a lot of ults there and still managed to find the dub.
This is such a weird round. Like, you feel like at this stage, the round should have already been over. Magnum does well. Yeah, then he kills off comeback. I guess it technically was a 1v3 for a second with a player looking the wrong way, but... Well, they still need 6 in a row. Hero rifle, you'll never guess who it's on.
Yeah, what a questionable decision to put it on comeback. I mean, I feel like he hasn't really been there for this team. This could be the round they win it, if he has another lights-out performance. But look at the positions. They're all going towards the C site. Prox does very well to find one. With the weaker weapon in play, with the Sheriff, he didn't really have a way out of there. Getting his kill at least keeps them in an instant rotation from comeback. He started towards the stairs, but he's here for the push. The stun goes through, he repositions with it, flash in, but he is, he's getting spammed down. That might make him think twice about the swing, and maybe it should have.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, you're going to take risks. I think he was hoping that the distraction of his teammates gave him enough space to swing. A cheeky bulldog.
Spike planted.
4 mini. See what he can do here. Already the first. This is another isolated fight. If Levin's not careful, I'd quite like to see him just fall back and group up, and it seems like he's not going to do that, so Profek is going to come to him instead. Make this crossfire incredibly difficult to deal with while both players there ready and waiting. That one's all too easy. I want to bring up a stat that 0 Gentlemates fans will want to hear.
Go for it.
And that is that when they played Lotus last versus Foot, they had a 12-6 lead.
But what is this smell?
They did. And what happened then, Tom? I remember it was quite a long game. They didn't close it out?
Yeah, they lost in OT. Yes. So you can see why the pause is coming in. Because although, going off this map alone, remove all history, which I'm sure statisticians will absolutely love, but get rid of it, and you'd say this is an easy win. They've looked like the better team. Comebacks on. There's not really a player who's performed badly on their squad. And they've looked like a unit, whereas on the last map, they looked like a ranked team that queued solo. But right now, I think they still want to make sure that they don't allow anything to come of this. They don't want it getting anywhere near the same sort of pressure that they felt versus Foot, because also once you get that first win, it does feel like the way their fight back into things changed. But because they've had those previous losses, those previous chokes as well, the same with a massive lead versus Heretics, you've got to get in there early.
Well, 5 rounds between them. It is still a big ascent needed for BBL to avoid the map of the same name. For Gentlemates, just 1 away. 5 chances. In that previous round that we saw, they used up their Rolling Thunder, the previous buy. They used up their Viper's Pit. The Hunter's Fury was put into play as well, to no avail. Yumpy with a clutch. to avoid that danger, but that danger will be brewing again as the rounds go on. And towards the end of this half, a big ult dump will be possible from Mates. They have plenty of chances to close this out. And they have plenty before that ult dump comes online. Look towards the C site. This has been a timeout from Mates. It's usually where things change. Comebacks here early to help out with the fight. The Nightfall goes through. They've got info on comeback. The TP from Profek is spotted, so he cancels. It looks like that's changing the direction of the play for BBL. At least that's what they want Mates to think.
Leaves Mini. Somewhat isolated, comeback making his way back in, but Mini's holding his ground up until he's traded. BBL looking like a tight-knit roster over the last few rounds, and while Vekaj is just a little bit far behind everybody else, will be spotted, stunned, and every member peaks. He still does reasonably well. But that streak now starting to build, the pause seemingly changing nothing.
And it's over on C-Link, where I think BBL actually even gave Mates an opportunity. The rotation was sold towards the B site. 3 players had moved towards Link, and a wall went through. But the wall from Magnum, it got caught on the stairs, so there was still an avenue for those players to rush back through Waterfall and move to the site to help. And yet still, they managed to deal with that. This could have been an easier C-site take and set up for the retake, but instead, Mates had a chance, they fumbled it, and now they're on pistols. 12-8. 4 rounds in a row. It starts with pistols, it starts with a pick from Prox, but not just that. The damage done to Vekaj with the trade on Prox as well. It levels this up for BBL. That spam looked dangerous. They're going to look to pounce on the back of it, but rushing the A site now, as we can see, would be a big mistake. There are 3 players in position. These pistols can be dangerous, especially when they're grouped up.
But those 3 players are not comeback, so I would still say it's the safer side of the map. Oh, okay, maybe not. Maybe it's not safe at all. They managed to catch one of them. They know the other is in the corner. Magnum's done well. Comeback rounding that corner. It's going to be the only man left standing. Giving him a 1v2, you still feel like there's hope. No scopes only. Time ain't going to be everything, but Magnum, he's been really good over the last few rounds. I think at one point coming into this half, I think he only had 3 kills.
3 and 12 or something like that.
I think he's at back-to-back 3Ks. Yeah, he's up to 14.
Yeah, he was deactivated. I remember, because I think he was 3 and 12 with a Spectre in hand when he found one. So
why do you remember that one specifically? Because it's your favorite gun.
Oh yes, all the Spectre kills I see are stored in my brain. Doesn't take up much space because there's not usually many of them. But 12-9.
Round by round, let's go!
Round by round, that's how they play it. That's how Mates lost to Foot last time on this map. We talked about the stakes. As these rounds build up, as Deja Vu is fresh in Mates' mind, they know that their position in the franchise could be out of their control. They would need to win both of their games. I think it's GX and Vitality. Comebacks dealt with immediately. We talked about the head-to-head of him and Levin. A very valuable pick in a buy round. There it is, though. The trade back, but Levin is quick to keep numbers in their favor. The timing, perfect for Sociable. It's a little slow to start, but he gets there in the end, as does Levin. It's both of them to close this out for BBL. That's a buy round from Mates, and only 1 pick on the Hunter's Fury.
I'm not gonna lie, that made me so nervous. I was so aggressive from Levin, but I feel like he's been having a poor game, so almost just went like, I'm just fighting. Like, this round is my round, and well, it's this final one as well, where you have an awkward battle there, and then he swings out of a smoke into a player that you do wonder if 1 or 2 of these goes the other way, this round could have swung back, but hugely confident. Mates are going to have to double up those pauses. It's now 5 rounds in a row. I hate the fact that we're seeing this again. This has been the bane of Mates' life throughout these last couple of weeks, is having huge leads and letting them slip away. And the sad thing about it is the coaching staff, Gokid, like, he's not been able to stop it. It seems like once it begins, Mates are out.
And the horrifying thing to think back to is Yumpy in that 1v1 in the pistol round. It was 5 HP. If they win that, this could be over already. That could have been a streak of rounds. It would have probably put them up to 12. And from there, all they needed was 1 in the buy rounds. But now instead, a different story unfolding in front of us. Or perhaps the same story for Mates if BBL can bring this to OT.
The crazy thing as well is you go back to last week versus Heretics. They had a 12-4 lead, they choked. They had a 10-2 lead that went to overtime. Then you go back to the Foot game that we already mentioned, a 12-6 lead that they choked. Like, this is a squad that could be sitting, well, 2-0 and potentially then going into this one with a chance to go 3-0. Instead, if they choke this, they are going 0-3 and 11. I said maybe he just needed an awakening. He's definitely found it. This isn't a light buy. This is a full investment once again. And he is just single-handedly tearing them a new one. Levin has decided what's going to happen in this map. And well, what can Kamek do about it? He has to go one better.
They've put it all into this. Even a pick in this round for Mini, for comeback, it gets them ult for the next before they go down. But Levin stomping through. He's got Showstopper to kick off the next round. They've got Nightfall to find him a victim. This is disastrous. Mates won't have a strong buy. They won't have ults to fall back on, and that lead that looked so commanding. It looked undoubtful that we would go to map number 3, but now it's in question. Levin's awake on the stage, and Ace to bring them all the way to round 24. He's been opening these rounds, and this time he closes it too.
So bear in mind, he is 16 and 18 right now. He's had 8 kills in the last 2 rounds. So he is just equal.
Oh, he's coming for comeback.
I was about to say, going on stats, probably still comeback. But, but you know, this is exactly what we wanted to see. We brought up this matchup at the beginning of the game. Those 2 players could be the difference maker. There's still a purchase here for Mates. They had enough credits in the bank, and Levin is going to be the one under pressure, the showstopper. It catches Mini. The aggression fails. That's a 9th kill, and it's just carrying on. OT looking inevitable at this stage.
Now this team says belief is everything, but when it came to this comeback, not many would have believed.
I didn't.
But they kept themselves in it, and now it looks like we're going to overtime. Kamek and Prox, players who were so close to seeing a third map, now find themselves alone against the rising tide of BBL, and Mates are washed away. Round 24. We'll have another to follow. It's overtime, and for Mates, this is exactly how they lost this map before, but this time, the stakes higher than ever.
7 rounds in a row, and in zone flawless. Like, if you were sat there quoting "belief is everything" as a BBL fan 7 rounds ago, you're delusional, like utterly delusional. Like, this should never be happening. And as said, of the 6 maps that we have seen from Mates, they've choked 2, they've lost all the way to OT and then 1. And you kind of have to hope for Gentlemates that this is another case where they can just pick it up from here. But it is not looking likely. Already back into the map. And you got to hope that someone on their side can have a hero round, because right now they've got to be down in the dumps.
Take flight.
Well, for Mates, this entire half was about comeback. But the wind is truly out of his sails, and he has got to be the one to find that pace again. There was rounds we saw him run into this A site, pick up opening duel, go into heaven, run circles around them, and find his way to another pick.
He hasn't had a kill in a long time as well.
He's being deactivated. But that was the defensive side. This is different. Coming off the back of 7 straight rounds, you have to think that Mates, they've got their work cut out for them when it comes to finding that momentum.
It's slow as before. But I'm sure that's an adaptation BBL are just using for OT. They've been aggressive, they've been pressuring, they were always fighting, and now they're just sitting back in the corner, and it's Levin again!
30 seconds
They
left.
set the bait, they set the trap! It was a fallback from Magnum to just give the youngster another chance. And his utility sat on the other side of the map is just holding. What? Profik has just hit a dink as if it couldn't get any worse. Showstopper's online as well.
Spike planted.
Yeah, this is the difference. We talked about comeback, but Levin wasn't in that first half. He barely got to play. He doubled his kills in 2 rounds, and now he's not stopping. With Profek down, the showstopper comes in. It clears the space. As they fight back through, the damage done by Profek sustains. Vekash is low. Yumpy spots the push. They continue. They want Waterfall. They want that space. They want Yumpy on the ground, but they're dropping like flies. And now it's Vekash with a sliver of health to fall. BBL 13 on the board. They were down and out of this map, but they have pulled themselves back into the lead.
Coming back in for stage 2, we spoke about this team as a contender to make it to champions the first couple of weeks. They were anything but.
Nice to do business with you, Volkan. Nice to do business.
But right now, you are seeing that mentality of a team that could just run this back. For Mates, honestly, if the sad thing will be is if they don't at least get to playoffs, they don't even get to try and fight at Ascension. They will be straight out of VCT EMEA. But they will have done it in the most heartbreaking fashion possible. This is now multiple series that if they lose this round, they could have won and have choked.
This is it, the same demons haunting them. Back to the defense now where they lost 7 in a row. Back to overtime on Lotus where they lost a foot, a lead that never should have slipped away. With franchise on the line, this is more pressure than these players have ever felt, and pressure put on B leaves Vekash on the floor. The TP is a bait as Sociable holds. Levin lands another, and Minion comeback. They're the ones that have to do it. Comeback was the man to carry them to a huge lead in half number 1. But now on the defense, he has to do what's evaded him throughout all of that previous half. 20 HP. It's Mini that may have to carry the mantle, and time is ticking.
Sociable up close. Like the problem is, like, it almost feels like they're down and out. They're waiting for a flank to come in, but this time has already been ticking for so long. They needed to be way further forward than this, and they are still scoping out the backlines. They're still looking to see if there's anybody holding a flank. Like, it's so much time already gone, and it just doesn't matter at this stage. Comeback has to scurry away, and the comeback is done. BBL have managed to turn it from a 7-round deficit, winning them all in a row, to go 9 straight and win the map. And that is a devastating way to lose this series.
Their first win in stage 2, and they do it like this. It looked like it had to be a 3-mapper. We spoke about the pool as this being a map that BBL could have chosen, but after the first half, we thought this is why Mates picked it. But that decision may haunt them now. So many big plays needed by BBL. And they make it work in the end. Overtime, 14-12, 7 rounds in a row to get there. We said it in the cast, belief is everything, but Tom, I struggle to believe that anyone on BBL thought this possible at a certain point.
So one thing I want to bring up, because it is madness. I think Levin at one point was 8-18.
Yes.
He finished 21-18. But he didn't die. In their comeback, he did not die. And he was going in first almost every single round. Like, it's genuinely manic what they were able to achieve, and he leads the pack out, as he did towards the end of that map. An incredible turnaround from the claws of defeat. And well, they have now got their first win onto the board and look to try and carry that one forward.
That's got to be one of the best comebacks that I've ever witnessed. I don't know what
he was
said.
Still top by 8 kills, by the way. Like, yeah. it is
we
devastating.
The first half, what, 20-4? 20-4! The guy didn't die. And then the recovery found in the end, truly sensational. BBL, the dream of champions is still alive, and for Mates, franchise life now sits in the hands of others. They need to win their games to even stand a chance. That's the end of this series. I was set in for a map number 3, but it's time to go to post-plant with Yumpy and Levin joining soon.
Oh, really, Mitch? Did you really think that we're going to go to a map 3? It's Gentlemates after all. I don't enjoy this, Meg.
No.
I don't know how you feel.
It's interesting because I think the last time I was here, there was other things going on that took a lot of our time.
Cool.
But this is probably, I think, one of my first serious comebacks to sit through, and it's interesting.
It hurts.
Yeah.
Like, I think it physically hurts. I mean, I am very happy for BBL, don't get me wrong. I'm always biased towards BBL, but I think we should have seen a map 3.
Yeah.
Just like we did last week, you know?
I feel like I said Gentlemates, maybe the first 2 weeks were unlucky, but this is the third week now that they've lost.
God,
that kind of scoreline.
But I think you can carry on that unlucky narrative because they're facing a BBL with, you know, the vibes and the hype and the gusto. So if you're already kind of in your mind a little bit about it mentally, you don't want to be facing BBL because they know that you might be feeling a twinge of what if.
Yeah.
They're just going to exploit that.
Yeah, when they got to that 12-5 scoreline, I think that was all when we were like, this is very possible because, as they mentioned, the last time they played Lotus against Foot, that was the scoreline that they came back from.
Somehow it's always NRG's fault. You know, they set the curse in Valorant.
I'm happy to blame
the 12-5 curse.
yeah.
100%. I am very happy to blame them as well. And now I think it might be the new Nice 3. I think 12-5 might be a stronger curse than the Nice 3 curse.
I also did try and make a 12-9 curse happen for a while. I do think that's also a thing. But the 12-5 I think is definitely a thing now. They've made it a thing.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of, I don't know if you guys can hear on stream, but I'm hearing some barking.
Is it Yumpy?
In the distance, and genuinely Yumpy is walking towards us right now, just a little bit offset. Joined by Levin, of course. So I think if that's not going to make him bark, I don't know what will. They are going to be joining us in just a moment. But for Gentlemates, you know, they are now in dire straits. If they want their franchise dream to stay alive, if they want to be able to be here next year, Meg, they're going to have to really dig deep.
Yeah, there are a lot of fans out there. You know, we were sort of talking about the Gentlemates legacy and how many people are rooting for them and want them to do well.
Welcome.
Hello. So hopefully it doesn't end this way for them.
Please take a seat.
I haven't been on a beach.
You know, I heard some barking. Was that you over there?
Yeah, it's two fans over there. I think they were barking at me. Two good dogs there supporting us. You know, they were talking to me, so it gave me motivation to win this game.
We haven't heard your barks in a while. What's been going on?
I need to be more adult for these guys.
And you like to bark, Levin? You do? You like it?
Yeah.
Did he teach you?
A lot.
He taught you a lot. Wait, hold the mic a little bit closer.
Sorry.
So you've had the barking lessons from Yumpy?
Yeah. I mean, not kind of barking, but we are screaming a lot because, I mean, we are just focusing our mentally in game a lot of time. That's it. I mean, we can't say bark, but we are just screaming a lot, kind of.
Yeah, we can hear you, by the way, from backstage. Now, when things happened the way it did today, we don't often talk about the other team, but I think I have to address it. At what point, especially for you, Yumpy, as an IGL, did you realize they're in their heads again? You know, they might be scared that this is happening again.
Yeah, I think it was there was a few clutches that we won. I think it was like 12-7 or 12-8. I think that's when you started knowing it, or not knowing, but you realize that you have a chance and you just try to keep it simple and, you know, try to play it a little bit against themselves. Because I feel a little bit bad at them, because I think in all 3 games they have had like at least one map where they've been leading a lot and then that happening, so it's tough for them.
So it's 12-6, then 10-2, then 12-5. 3 weeks in a row. Yeah.
Very interesting.
I feel sad about it. Sorry, Meg, bring the energy back. Bring the energy back.
I would love to bring it into a positive because Tom mentioned, Levin, at the end of that game, when you started to bring it back, you didn't die. At the end of the first half, you were 8-18 and you finished 21-18. So you were literally invincible on that comeback. What was said to you, Levin, by the coaches, by Pal, when the round before you got that ace in that timeout? What motivated you to then come in and ace that round?
I mean, like, this is my signature, kinda. I'm doing this, like, for 2 years. I'm always starting bad because I'm not baiting my teammates. I'm just sending it, and at some point...
And you have the best support player, for sure.
Yeah, Profek is amazing.
Yes.
Everyone
yes,
is
Profek,
everyone literally playing everything. I have 5 kills, Martin is dropping, I mean, Magnum is dropping, Vandal. He is full trusting me, and this is the... actually means a lot to me because they are no matter what trusting me, and this is forcing me to play good. I can just say that. I mean, everyone is coaches, players, staff, managers, everyone just forcing me to play good no matter what. And that's it. We are team.
It takes some time too, right, in this league, because I think people have an idea of what this stage is like, you know, tier 1, prove yourself. But I think your journey, do you feel that way? Like maybe you can't just come here and be the best on day 1.
Actually, when I come EMEA, I knew it. I will just face hard times. But I know my potential. They are trusting me, my teammates trusting me, and that's it. I mean, what can I say more?
Trust the process.
Trust the process. I knew it will be hard. It will bad maybe sometimes. It will very bad sometimes, but I know we can do better. Always we can do better, no matter what.
And Yampy, of course, is an amazing IGL. Has he been a mentor for you? Have you sort of picked up some tips and tricks from him and implemented that into the game? Bar the barking.
No pressure.
A lot of times. I mean, Elias is meaning a lot. I mean, outside game especially, he's like literally a brother for me. He's teaching a lot of things to me. I'm always taking care of him. I mean, I'm so happy because on my first year in EMEA, I'm with Yampy, and I can't say more, I think.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Brother, literally a big brother for me.
That's very sweet. And speaking of big brothers, Yampy, your big brother was here last week.
Yeah, thankfully he's gone. We lost, so he's at home.
He's the curse. But he spoke. I don't know if you saw the interview, but he said that you get the captaincy.
Yeah.
You're a good captain because of he can relate to that. Is that true?
Yeah, for sure. You know, we followed the same ice hockey teams, and he was ice hockey captain, so I looked up to him. You know, I was like 10, 11, you know, when he was the captain. So, you know, I grew up in a competitive environment for sure. So, and you know, we have the same interests. You know, we have same ice hockey team. There is few like captains that you can take example of. You know how they work in ice hockey, because of course it doesn't go one-to-one with normal sports, but you have. It's a team sport in general. So.
Transferable skills.
Yes.
But I think the most important question today is how many cheeseburgers did you eat today, and will you eat today?
I didn't eat today.
You haven't eaten any? Wait, is that normal?
I mean, I left it. I'm not eating cheeseburger anymore. I mean, I'm eating like more healthy things because of this guy.
No, you're taking his cheeseburgers away from him, Yampy. What is this?
Yes, say the truth.
Yeah. For sure, we need to limit it a little bit. So.
Wait.
Yeah. But for sure, I will eat.
Now he can.
Tonight,
now he deserves one. Yes. He needs to work for the cheeseburgers now.
Yeah, of course.
So every win, we get one cheeseburger.
Yes,
is that
for
how
sure.
It works?
Yes.
So how long has this been? When did you take his cheeseburgers away? I want to see if it's actually related to performance.
There is no. He's still eating them sometimes, but maybe he's realized. He's growing up also, so he's realized that it's not maybe healthiest thing to eat cheeseburgers always.
But it's still a buff, right?
Yeah. I also changed. I was always having a wrap before the games, and today I had baked potato.
Okay, hold on. Let me write this down. Okay.
Yeah.
Baked
So
potato,
I think we go for that next week also. So
Sometimes.
shout out Farmer's Kitchen if you want to sponsor me.
Oh.
Can I say that?
Just say if you want to.
I think that could be a good sponsor, a jacket potato sponsor.
Yes.
Definitely would be drippy. Question as well for you both, because of course next week you are going up against Vitality, and if I'm correct in saying, Levin, you haven't played Vitality yet, right? How do you feel? Speaking of buffs, I guess going up against the bold buff that is Durka.
Wait, unfake as well. They got two.
And unfake, very true.
Yeah, two also.
Yeah, we have two also, and enough.
The double bold buff. Are you excited to go up against Durka? How are you feeling about that?
I mean, of course I'm excited. I mean, every official I'm excited to play, but nothing special from me. I will just do my stuff. Everything will be same. We will just play our game, and that's it.
Okay, so Yampy, what's better, a Finnish duelist or a Turkish duelist? That's a hard question for you.
Turkish, of
Say
course.
it.
You see, I got, Finnish duelist players. I was duelist and we got thrown off. So there is more Turkish duelists. So I just go off the statistics.
Okay.
Just off the stats,
I think this
off the stats.
This might be the first time you've said Finland is not number one or something.
Oh, it can still be number one. I'm just going off the statistics.
One of the best Finnish supporter.
I mean,
always.
There's not a lot of you in tier 1 now, so I think by default.
Yeah, we are going
Every
over, so we
time.
need more Finnish players, I agree. Because I saw on the screen there was Norway versus Norway of deadlock, so we need Finnish agent, because next week is Finland versus Finland.
Okay,
Shout out Finland.
I will talk to my
Did you know that 1995 Finland won the first ice hockey championship 4-1 against Sweden?
Do you know what's really crazy? You've told me that before.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so I also know the element. Okay, well, how many Finnish facts can you name? Because I think this is the rite of passage. When you team with Yampy, you have to learn about Finland. So Levin, come on, do him proud.
I can't actually. Yeah.
What's on the supermarkets?
Huh?
Supermarkets, there is something Finnish.
You've got this.
No, I fully forget.
Yumpy, you need to... Come on, man.
He doesn't know the English words.
Too much pressure.
Yeah, and do you know what? Magnum is surprisingly really good at remembering those facts. Like, I think you taught him really well. Yeah, you know any facts about Finland, Meg? You want to impress Yumpy with?
No.
They won the 1999 when they won the ice hockey against Sweden 4-1. He just said
the flag is white and blue.
Yeah, there we go.
That's a good one.
That's a good one. Yeah, for sure.
Finland.
It's cold.
Too far for me because I'm living in Antalya and he's living in Finland and too far.
Oh, I think where you live might be like you're used to this, right?
Yeah,
you're used
this
to
is
this
my
setting.
place, yeah.
How?
You need to see a BBL vlog of you introducing Levin to Finland. You
For
know,
sure.
bringing him home, meeting the fam.
Wait, how does that not exist yet? They haven't tried to do a content series with you about that.
After the season, let's win some tournament and then we can have vacation in Finland.
I actually have a very good one. So Finland was actually the first country in Europe to grant women the right to vote.
Woo! Finland. Sorry. That's actually...
I love women.
Let's go.
Now he is happy.
Yeah, now we're all happy. And you know what would make us happy is the fact that you're on the board. If we take a look at the standing, things are getting kind of competitive.
Yeah.
You know, we're going to playoff soon. I don't know if you can see that fully, but it's very, very competitive right now. Do you feel that? Do you feel it's competitive? Because people like to dunk on you.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's competitive. At least our group is looking very spicy.
Yeah, Levin, what about you?
Same.
Yes.
Wait. For some reason, I feel like you don't agree with that.
No, of course
he's
my agent. No matter what, I just.
Yeah, he has to agree with me. He has to.
That's part of the contract.
Other way, no cheeseburger.
And Meg, do you think things are competitive too?
I fear I'm biased with the other group, of course, but I do genuinely think that this stage is cracking up to be really, really competitive. Of course, with champs being on the line and just getting into playoffs, I think everybody's definitely putting their best foot forward and we're getting some really good games. A lot of comebacks as well. So thank you for blessing us with another one today.
Of course.
Yeah, easy day in the office. It's all chill. And last question, of course. Meg mentioned already in terms of your game next week, it's probably going to be a very, very important one. I think a lot of playoffs is going to be, riding on that.
Yeah.
And you guys seems to be one of the teams with better mentality. I think the vibes, the mentality we've seen this year, that is the most important thing. How do you make sure it doesn't run out? How do you keep the stamina of screaming and hype and comebacks and happiness? Because it does seem like that's very hard to do.
Preparation. You need to be prepared. You work for the whole week. We have 9 days now. We play next week Friday, so we have a lot of time, to relax, take a few days off, play some golf with Damon. I'm gonna beat him. It's all about preparation. You need to prepare for it. You need to save your energy, and then when the moment is coming, because it's very easy to plan things. So that's it.
Are you like this in scrims too? Are you hyped and screaming in scrims
yeah,
as well?
Depends.
You need to. What I can say, it's all coming with experience, I think, my opinion. We got bad losses and we just focus our mistakes. And that's it.
We had a very good point, mentally, that because we lost our first 2 games, but if you would reverse it, that let's say we would win Footballist, then we would win Vitality, then we would win Gentlemates, we would be 3-0, and then we would lose this against Giants and Heretics. I think we would be very happily going to playoffs. That okay, 2 bad games, but now, okay, we lost first 2. You just need to be mentally thinking that it's just the same way, but you just do it the hard way. You just do it the opposite way of you don't go instantly to playoffs, and you just do it the hard way. So that's a very good thing that we talked with ourselves.
Mamba mentality.
Yeah.
I like the way of thinking.
That's why you're the GOAT. That is literally why you're the GOAT, Yumpy. But thank you very much, Levin, Yumpy, and Meg as well for joining me today.
Thank you.
Do you like this set? Should we keep this?
Yeah. I think
I like it.
Next week we should have like an ice hockey field there, maybe.
Yeah.
Ice hockey field.
Ice hockey field,
Can you
maybe.
skate? Would you be good on?
Yeah. Skating or scooting or something like this.
Okay, I'll talk to my people.
Ice or golfing,
field.
I can do chipping challenge here. Maybe you can have a grass.
I will be down for that.
Yes,
okay,
yes.
so golfing, Finnish agent, ice hockey set.
Yes.
Do you want something? You can have one thing.
I'm fine.
Cheeseburgers. All right, that's what we're going to do. Thank you so much, you guys. We'll see you here next week. And thank you to you guys at home for watching and staying with us today. We're going to be back with more Valorant action tomorrow. So for now, have a lovely evening and enjoy the Herman Miller Gaming end of day highlights.
Apache. Bro, stop doing this for TikTok, please. I beg you.
Nice! Come on, guys!
It'll be Giant X finally to close out this map. GX still steadily making their way through maps, one step at a time.
Nice! Nice!
Advantage for Foot to capitalize upon a dominant second map in this series from Foot.
One enemy.
Everything that they've needed. Ishara is the only one left here, and he will be rounded down. Foot bounce back after a disastrous week against Vitality.
Enemy.
Run!
And there'll be no saving map number 1. 13-3 for BBL. A dominant showing on their pick. Overtime, and for mates, this is exactly how they lost this map before.
Much time already gone, and it just doesn't matter at this stage. Comeback has to scurry away, and the comeback is done. BBL have managed to turn it from a 7-round deficit, winning them all in a row, to go 9 straight and win the map.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? That we should, we'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel the world burst or just you and I? You and I can't believe
나의 속도가 돈이라면 밴 놈이 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain 놈이 다가서면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 댄서니 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 나니 노리는 것들일 거야 발 밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 내 알바가 아니지 그래서 the boys not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴로서 저렇게 잘 받아 멍청한 애들이 여기 자꾸 넘치니 바가게 선이 목숨 내 못다 짜증나면 질러 I don't like being cool Release night to night girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss to be or she want 뭐든지 다 내게 close 말했잖아 내가 뱉는다로 내가 다시 look Told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들을 한 곳으로 모여 Shall we drive 머리 위로 투 그래서 이건 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 곳